Chapter 4361. Who needs who? When you actually want to do business, come find me then. Li Qie wanted to finish the conversation. Ajiao contemplated for a bit before answering. You're putting us in a tough position, this is straight robbery.
No, it is a fair transaction.
He smiled and said, Tell me, has anything like this happened before in history? Her lips slightly parted but no words came out.
No, it is unprecedented.
He said, its serious nature and consequences are beyond imagination. Is he himself fully aware?
No, he does not, hence you being here.
Can't argue with that. She conceded due to his logic. He chuckled and continued, That's why this is a fair transaction. In fact, it can't be any fairer. Not a robbery in the slightest. She sighed then stared at him to say, But have you imagined when that day comes? What will you get out of it? What will the world get out of it?
It'll be a mess more than your imagination as well along with the destruction.
That's one possibility. He nodded. And it might be worse than what you are describing as well. I also do not have a clear conclusion.
He paused a bit before continuing. Nonetheless, this isn't a reason for me to help him.
I am not affected by the outcome.
Is that so?
She asked, even if you don't care about yourself, what about this world? You can consider this an experiment, a self-challenge for your power and Tao heart. Sure, you'll survive, but nothing will be left even if you can return triumphant one day. Everything here will be long gone. There must be a better compromise to keep this place going. Let's say that you have a better method. How can you be sure that this world will continue to exist after everything is over? He disagreed. No one else including him can change the result. The only thing different is the path. Everything will return to ashes in the end because this is an eternal law. We're all but mere bubbles in the great maelstrom of time. She hesitated from responding because she was only the representative and couldn't make all the decisions. Nothing has changed in history. He won't be able to do so this time either. There is a clear line that can't be broken even if one breaks the sky vault and becomes the new Tao. He continued. She couldn't respond because he was indeed telling the truth. She understood the intricacies and secrets at play here. Nonetheless, she still wanted to convince him because there was still a glimmer of hope with him on their side.
Go back from whence you came.
He waved his hand. As she was about to leave, she couldn't help but ask, You don't want to know the secret behind all of this?
It would be a lie to say no.
He said, But as long as I'm alive, I'm sure I'll see it. Mortal shells can't reach it, but I'm an exception.
It'll be too late then,
she said. Still doesn't change anything. If I do participate, I might be the one going down and the result will still be the same for this world. This case applies to him dying as well. He said, That's why if you want my participation, give me what I want. You believe that if your demand is met, you'll win? She stared intensely at Li Qie. No one can answer your question. He smiled. Think about it carefully. If you make a decision one day, just say the word. I'll be around. She pondered for a bit longer before giving up.
I will agree whenever you meet my demand,
he said. She sighed because she knew that words alone couldn't convince Li Qie. She cupped her fist and turned around before disappearing from sight.
A master.
The disciples standing far away caught a glimpse of her ability during her departure. Of course, they couldn't possibly imagine her true power. After she was gone, the disciples came over.
One of them half-jokingly asked, Sect Master, was that our mistress just now?
Despite her appearance, she had garnered their respect due to her perceived power. I'll throw you to the wolves if you keep gossiping. Li Qie gave them the side eye. I'm just playing. The one asking gulped and smiled wryly. The group entered the city of demons but they couldn't find a place to stay before being stopped for the third time. It was a middle-aged serpent demon with other experts wearing a similar uniform. He towered at 3 meters and had a human head with a snake body. His tail was long, the same for his tongue. It seemed that he could open his mouth and swallow the young ones from Little Diamond. The group behind him were various demons. Bull, tiger, tree ants. They were obviously powerful. The youths trembled with fear after seeing the mighty demons. Any of these demons could wipe them out with a single hand wave, hence their trepidation.
Sir, are you young nobly?
The serpent demon cupped his fist towards Li Qie. The youths heaved a sigh of relief. These demons didn't seem to be aggressive.
What is it?
Li Qie smiled. I represent Dragon in welcoming you, young noble Li. Please stay at our sect. The serpent demon explained. At first, the youths were frightened after hearing that the demons were from Dragon. Alas, this seemed to be a friendly invitation. They must be Miss Jen's clan members? One of them whispered because Jen Qingzhu had invited them to the City of Demons before.
This could be the men she ordered to welcome them.
What an enthusiastic welcome from Dragon. How unexpected. Li Qie smiled. You're too kind, young noble Li. Our master has prepared a feast for you in Dragon platform to wash away the weariness from the long trip. The serpent demon added. Unlike the young ones, Wang Weiqiao noticed something and quietly told Li Qie. Master, the saintess is from Phoenix Ground. The young ones heard this and became startled. They thought that this group might not be under the saintess faction at all. Chapter 4362. Malice. They were tense because the saintess was from the Jian clan of Phoenix Ground. They didn't know what the other two branches thought about this matter. Thus, if it wasn't someone from the Jian, this feast might be anything but celebratory in nature. They instinctively touched their weapon regardless of how futile it would be. The three branches are all but the same. We're all members of Dragon. The serpent demon put on a friendly appearance. Elder Who whispered to Li Qie. Sect Master, the monarch is from Dragon platform. There was no doubt that the sect master of Dragon would try to avenge his son and the fallen members of Dragon. Moreover, he was also from Dragon platform, one of the three main branches. It looked like this welcoming party wasn't so friendly after all. The youths from Little Diamond gazed intensely at the demons and unsheathed their weapons. Of course, this was only met with disdain from the demons. Though there were several dozens of them, they were weaker than any junior in Dragon. One demon here could crush them like ants. They understood this as well, but even a fish on a chopping board would try to resist, let alone humans.
Li Qie, on the contrary, remained calm and smiled. No wonder why there's a welcoming party already.
It is our responsibility to take care of weary guests. The serpent demon laughed amicably. Alas, when he opened his mouth, it made the youths tremble with fear since they felt like prey. We shouldn't go. Elder Who found this situation to be unfavorable. You must. Don't let our hospitality go to waste. The serpent demon insisted. Elder Who and the youths would want to try and flee right now. Alas, they needed to wait for Li Qie's order. Wow, looks like you all insist on taking care of us. Li Qie chuckled.
Indeed, we come with full sincerity.
The serpent demon chuckled. The rest of the demons in the back started laughing as well, trying to play the part of a good host. Unfortunately, this only frightened the youths even more. They thought that they were sheep surrounded by tigers and serpents.
"Ca, can we not go?"
One of them felt his knees buckling, not wanting to be eaten by the demons. Sect Master, let's leave. Another whispered to Li Qie. Going with these demons was the same as entering the tiger's lair. You insist on holding a party for us? Li Qie asked the demons with a smile. Those who recognized this smile would instantly know what was in store for the demons. It's just that the youths from Little Diamond have lost their composure and didn't know Li Qie that well. We brothers have put a lot of effort into this. Please don't let us down. The serpent demon seemed to enjoy laughing and showing off his gaping mouth. One youth thought that these demons would have no qualm in killing them. After all, this was a desolate area and no one would know or care. They didn't find escaping humiliating either, since they were from a small sect and their opponents were mighty. You're here already, no need to leave. A different demon approached the group, seemingly wanting to surround them. Li Qie still stood there with a smile on his face while the rest panicked.
Don't come over here.
A youth couldn't help but shout. Why so nervous? We bear no malice. The serpent demon remained cordial, but who knows what he was actually thinking. Serpent King, why is a great demon from Dragon platform bullying a junior?
A calm voice interrupted in a forceful and penetrating manner.
Everyone turned around and saw another group of demons, one primarily consisting of bird demons, eagles, lightning birds. The leader was a middle-aged man, handsome and well-dressed. One would think that he was a human if it wasn't for his resplendently golden bird tail. He also had golden claws instead of human feet. Chapter 4363. Goldbird Monarch. There were 4 demon monarchs in Dragon, the most famous being Peacock Monarch. Some considered him the leader of the four. There was at least one monarch in each major branch, with Dragon Platform having two. Goldbird Monarch, the clan master of the Jian, was in control of Phoenix Ground. Though he wasn't as talented as the world-renowned Peacock Monarch, he was not one to be trifled with. The Serpent Demons group became startled after seeing him. Though Peacock Monarch was in charge of Dragon currently, this didn't mean that Dragon Platform had absolute authority in the sect. The Serpent Demon was only a top demon from the platform, while Goldbird was the lord. The latter's status and influence were far superior. In a sense, he was nothing more than an above-average disciple while standing before the monarch. Demon Monarch. They cupped their fist after seeing him. Hidden competitions and conflicts were inevitable among the three major branches. Nonetheless, they were from the same sect and there were rules. Thus, they didn't dare to be disrespectful. Serpent King, why are you so enthusiastic with our clan's guests? Goldbird had a serious and dignified demeanor. His eyes shot out sharp rays and instilled fear into the lesser demons. The youths from Little Diamond shuddered as well. Though he harbored zero malice towards them, his gaze still deterred them from looking straight at him. There's a misunderstanding, Demon Monarch. The Serpent Demon cupped his fist and apologized. I was only contributing to the sect by readying a reception early. I didn't know that you would be here in person. Please forgive me. Demons had a strong emphasis on bloodlines. Goldbird's bloodline belonged to a divine creature. Of course, it was extremely thin by this point. Nonetheless, it was enough to make lesser demons feel an instinctive fear. Leave, I won't argue with you. Goldbird waved dismissively and uttered coldly. The monarchs have their own plans. There will be punishments for those who act on their own accord. He made it clear that although there was a feud between Peacock Monarch and Xueqi, this was their business. Any other disciple from Dragon interfering would face punishment. I understand. The serpent was glad to get off so easily. He bowed and wiped off the sweat on his forehead before running. The other demons fled as well. They were from Dragon Platform and believed that Xueqi was the enemy. If they were to capture Xueqi and hand him over Peacock Monarch first, it might be a notable contribution. Alas, they didn't expect Goldbird Monarch to interfere. Goldbird was a senior, and although the serpent was unwilling to give up, he still didn't dare to talk back. After they were gone, Goldbird came over and bowed towards Xueqi. My name is Jian Mingyun. Please forgive me for my late reception, young noble. The young ones from Little Diamond hurriedly returned the gesture even though it wasn't directed at them. After all, he was a behemoth in their eyes. Even a regular cultivator in Dragon such as Deer King was a big shot to them, let alone Goldbird Monarch. Normally, they would never get the chance to meet this level of character. Moreover, they would need to be prostrating as well. In this case, he was the first to show respect, hence the need to immediately bow back. It's not a big deal, and you've just saved them all. Xueqi smiled. The monarch's heart skipped a beat as he carefully analyzed Xueqi. Alas, the guy looked harmless. This didn't stop him from being careful. Though he was weaker than Peacock Monarch, he had ample knowledge and wisdom. Unfortunately, this was not enough to see through Xueqi. A while ago, his daughter sent him a letter before entering Dragon Citadel. She warned him that Xueqi was unfathomable and he should exercise prudence. As the saying goes, a father knows his daughter the best. He knew that her cultivation talents couldn't compare to the top geniuses in Sky Border. However, her insight and wisdom were second to none. Thus, he took her words very seriously. My daughter has mentioned your arrival. I would like to invite you to our humble abode. Would that be all right? He bowed his head while cupping his fist. A sect master from a small sect might be frightened and prostrate right away after seeing this.
Xueqi, on the other hand, nodded and said, That's fine. I do intend on visiting your 3 branches.
The monarch had a bad feeling about this. What did he mean by visiting? It sounded rather provocative given the sensitive relationship between Xueqi and their sect master. The monarch wasn't angry after hearing this. He just found Xueqi's casual and confident demeanor puzzling. The guy seemed to have no problem being in enemy's territory, seemingly capable of taking down their great sect. Elder Hu and the others were afraid. Their sect master spoke as if he wanted to cause trouble to the 3 branches. They were in the city of demons. One wrong move might result in being surrounded by all 3 branches. Fortunately, Goldbird Monarch and his men seemed friendly and didn't express any dissatisfaction. They led Li Qi's group into Phoenix Ground. The youths forgot about the perilous circumstances and became excited. This was their first time visiting a great power, akin to country bumpkins visiting a major city. Chapter 4364. Nine-tailed God. The city of demons was second only to Dragon Citadel. However, it had no walls and spanned countless miles. The buildings were spread out among the mountains, only connected by the occasional bridge. It resembled a frontier rather than an official city. It was the home to numerous mortals and cultivators, the majority being members of Dragon. There were other sects here as well, but they were vassal states of Dragon. The ruling authority consisted of 3 branches: Dragon Platform, Phoenix Ground, and Tiger Pond. This was a complex relationship. The 3 branches couldn't be considered as individual lineage. Each had numerous branches within them. The areas weren't perfectly divided into 3 regions either due to unclear and mixed borders. Though there was a clear distinction, they still worked together when it came to important matters pertaining Dragon itself. The Jian was the dragon head of Phoenix Ground. It didn't have full authority over the branch, only ample influence. The clan had an ancient history, one of the oldest in all of Dragon. Their bloodline was mighty and had a lot to do with Feng Qi, hence their avian focus. Rumor has it that during the great battle between Feng Qi and Jiubian, her true blood fell down and blessed the animals below. The forefather of the Jian was one of them. A bird receiving 1 drop of true blood and gaining a supreme evolution. The history of this branch was far older than the clan itself. Nonetheless, the foundation of the clan allowed them to prosper in Phoenix Ground. They had numerous top Dao lords, one of whom being the distinguished divine Luan Dao Lord. She stood out even among her peers. After the Dao Lord, another notable cultivator was known as Sacred Luan. This great demon had boosted his bloodline to the limit, nearly changing the Luan species to the mythical Phoenix species. This foundation and history helped the Jian survive and become the leader of Phoenix Ground. Once the group entered Phoenix Ground, they were greeted by hot winds and desolate sceneries. The land was barren and dried. The ground had numerous cracks, clearly devoid of water and vegetation. Upon closer inspection, one would see some strange outlines in the shape of feathers. It seemed to have been scorched by unbelievable flames. Feathers dropped down from above and burned the land, leaving behind the outlines. Of course, this was only in the imagination. Who knows what had actually happened? Farther away from this barren plot were green mountains, looking like an oasis in a desert. The verdant color spread like a peacock spreading its tail, fully enveloping the barren region. Welcome to Phoenix Ground. Goldbird Monarch introduced. Li Qi stared at the barren land first, then the greener mountains. His eyes narrowed. The young ones from Little Diamond were overwhelmed with curiosity and looked everywhere. They initially assumed that they would be in a prosperous city. This certainly wasn't the case. What happened here? Why is there scorched earth? One of them asked quietly. The cultivators from Phoenix Ground certainly had the power to change geographic properties. Having this barren entrance didn't seem right, whether it be from an aesthetic or practical standpoint. It is eternal. The monarch heard the hushed voice and answered. The demon god said that this land was burned by immortal flames. Regular people like us can't do anything about it. The demon god? The legendary 9-tailed god? Wang Weiqiao became startled. Yes. The monarch nodded. Even Elder who had heard of this title before, so he spoke with respect. Such a mighty being. Who is it? A youth asked. A great and invincible demon with a mythical bloodline. He once entered Evil Flame Ridge and stole the special flame there. Rumor has it that he fought evenly with 3 Truths Dao Lord. Elder who solemnly said. The youths were astounded right away after hearing the legendary feats. Despite their insufficient knowledge, they have heard of Evil Flame Ridge and 3 Truths Dao Lord before. The former was one of the 7 forbidden zones, yet this demon still stole something from there? 3 Truths Dao Lord was a powerful cultivator with Daoist roots. Thus, he hated and hunted evil. 9-tailed god was obviously a demon. Since they lived in the same generation, they naturally hated each other despite a lack of a real feud. 9-tailed god didn't follow the righteous path while 3 Truths specialized in hunting evil. Conflicts between them were inevitable. Ultimately, it was impressive for anyone to contend against a Dao Lord, so the youths gasped in admiration. The demon god was a supreme ancestor from Phoenix Ground. Elder Hu added.
The monarch disagreed and shook his head. The great ancestor is respected by all three branches, not just our branch.
This was indeed the truth. The demon had entered all three branches during his youth to hone his craft. Thus, he was part of them all. Can you tell me more about Divine Luan Dao Lord? This great being is from your branch, right? Elder Hu knew a few legends.
Not quite either.
The monarch shook his head again. Chapter 4365. Scorched Earth. Divine Luan was the second Dao Lord of Dragon, debuting after Myriad Eyes Dao Lord. She is the Dao Lord of Dragon, not just our clan alone. She is from Phoenix Ground, however. Goldbird explained. The Dao Lord wasn't a member of the Jian but still had strong ties with them from a bloodline perspective. I see, thank you. Elder Hu cupped his fist. Being able to speak with the monarch was an honor for the members of Little Diamond. This would have been impossible in the past. They wouldn't have been able to get close. The new change was all because of Li Qie. Li Qie crouched down and scooped up a handful of soil. There was an outline of a feather, looking vivid and quite animated. He thought about it for a moment before letting it go down the gaps between his fingers. Still a way to go, he thought to himself after sensing the nearly indiscernible power. Others couldn't sense it, but he could read its profundities and beats. He shook his head, realizing that it was only one step away. Alas, it fell at the last hurdle. Is there a problem, young noble? Goldbird became curious. Our ancestors said that there was a great battle here. Unbeatable immortal flames reduced the land into this state. It wasn't an inferno, only a few feathers burning the entire thing. Li Qie revealed. A few feathers? Elder Hu found this astonishing. This applied to the monarch as well. He took a deep breath and asked, really? The wise sages including Divine Luan Dao Lord and Nine-Tailed God had talked about this issue before. They wrote down that a top flame incinerated the area. Because of this flame's incredible power, the land couldn't heal after many eras. Not a single blade of grass could grow. Now, Li Qie said that it was only because of a few feathers. This was even more astounding. You disagree? Li Qie stared at him. For some reason, the monarch actually believed Li Qie because there were random outlines of feathers. It would make sense if these feathers fell down and started burning, leaving their mark behind afterward. He was a powerful demon with a prestigious bloodline. Alas, his feathers couldn't have done the same damage. The owner must have been insanely mighty. So they fell during the great battle? He murmured. There weren't that many details regarding the fight between Feng Qi and Jiu Bian. Phoenix Ground itself lacked information. Nonetheless, they still believed that they inherited these bloodlines. So whom do these feathers belong to? Elder Hu became curious. The monarch couldn't answer. Feng Qi was the youngest Dao Lord. She was mysterious and the world knew very little about her. This was doubly the case for Jiu Bian. Feng Qi. Li Qie responded. Feng Qi. The monarch said softly. Rumor has it that their bloodline came from Feng Qi, but verification remained impossible. What about Jiu Bian? A demon as well? Elder Hu asked again. No one can answer this question. The monarch said this because it has been an everlasting mystery. Legend points towards the tiger demon species or some other immortal beasts. Could be a human too, but our city believes that Tiger Pond has inherited Jiu Bian's bloodline. The monarch smiled wryly. There was no solid proof of Tiger Pond inheriting this bloodline. However, they believed it and this was a widespread notion at the time. Either way, they weren't descendants from these two entities and had only been affected by the remnant blood. I see, both are potentially demons. Elder Hu murmured. Regardless of the truth, the group has learned a lot so far. You have a nest here. Li Qie suddenly brought this up. You're aware of it, young noble? The monarch hesitated for a bit before admitting. Although this wasn't a heavily guarded secret, not that many knew about it. The sect master of Little Diamond, in particular, shouldn't be privy to this level of information. Obviously. Li Qie said, since we're here already, I want to see it. I see. The monarch didn't know how to respond. The nest or roost of their Phoenix Ground was rather important. Only those recognized by their ancestors could enter. Alas, Li Qie was an outsider, so this was an unreasonable request. Chapter 4366. I insist, young noble, I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding. The roost is not open to outsiders. Goldbird Monarch responded with a serious tone. This was the polite response. Anyone else would have been answered with criticism. After all, no one would open an important location of their sect to an outsider. It had to be someone special. Li Qie was only the sect master from a tiny sect, utterly insignificant. This request could have ended with death. A big shot might just slap this ignorant sect master and crush him. Goldbird didn't do anything because Li Qie was considered an esteemed guest. Meanwhile, Elder Hu started panicking because Li Qie's request was rather disrespectful. I'm not asking, I'm telling you ahead of time because you seem to be smart. Li Qie nonchalantly said. Listeners became slack-jawed as a result. Even the monarch couldn't believe Li Qie's imperious attitude. Given his speech and mannerism, anyone could see that he didn't give a damn about Phoenix Ground. He acted as a great master talking to a nobody, and his warning was out of kindness. This was indeed the truth, but no one viewed it this way. They attributed it to him being arrogant and ignorant. Although the monarch believed that Li Qie was special due to his daughter's warning, this went beyond that. It was difficult for someone of his status to endure the perceived contempt. Anyone else would become furious. As a demon monarch, he had already put away his pride to come and greet this sect master. On the other hand, there was a clear lack of reciprocation. The guy acted as if he was a mere ant. Ridiculous! A demon standing next to him lost his cool and shouted, "The roost isn't the place for you to do as you please." In fact, this demon held back greatly out of respect for the monarch. He thought about just slapping Li Qie. The monarch took a deep breath and waved his hand to calm the raging crowd and himself. This was a testament to his patience and amicable personality. Young noble Li, this is not because of you, it's just that the roost isn't open. Even our disciples aren't allowed to enter. He repeated. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Li Qie continued. This only served to further infuriate the demons. Young noble, it sounds as if you wish to trespass. The monarch had a hard time keeping his composure. I'm afraid you can't stop me. Li Qie smiled. You! Such impudence! Another demon furiously shouted. Li Qie insisted on trespassing at an important location in their sect. This was too much to handle. The monarch himself was an experienced combatant and had dominated numerous battlefields. He didn't appreciate being treated in this manner as he spoke sternly. Young noble, this isn't a joke. If you choose to trespass, you'll be injured since blades do not have eyes. I won't be able to help you then. He sincerely warned Li Qie because experts and ancestors from Phoenix Ground would show no mercy. Yes, blades do not have eyes. I advise you all to not try to stop me, but if you do, prepare extra coffins. I will be nice and leave your corpses intact. Li Qie nodded. I've had enough. The demons behind the monarch either grasped or unsheathed their weapons. Li Qie didn't seem to notice their aggression and stood there calmly. As for his allies, they were nervous. It was so friendly earlier, but now, weapons have been raised. The monarch became livid at this point, nearly raising his voice at Li Qie. Nonetheless, his daughter's warning echoed in his mind, so he endured. Why are you so confident, young noble? He asked. Breaking into the roost was a serious matter, yet Li Qie made it clear that he didn't mind an all-out battle against Phoenix Ground. Did you think I came here to negotiate? Li Qie stared at him. Li Qie was gazing at him as if he was a pitiful idiot. This was a new experience for him, but this time around, his anger subsided. This question illuminated the circumstances. Li Qie didn't come to Dragon to negotiate. Chapter 4367. Goldbird's rumination. Li Qie's comment made Goldbird think about the circumstances. Dragon had lost many experts along with their sect master's son in Myriad Sect Mountain. Though Li Qie didn't personally kill them, he definitely played a role. This was especially true for the destruction of Peacock Monarch's divine intent. Any of the three reasons listed above was enough for Dragon to pursue the matter. On the surface, this seemed like a fight between an elephant and an ant. Normally, the ant would start begging for mercy or even trying to commit suicide in order to save his sect. This time, the ant actually came to their territory despite the animosity and hatred. Moreover, he brought his fellow members with him as well. Though Jian Qingzhu had invited him, she couldn't guarantee his safety. He should know this full well too. Therefore, coming to Dragon was akin to jumping off a cliff or entering a tiger's lair. Nonetheless, the guy was here right now. Goldbird could tell that he wasn't a fool or crazy. Thus, he should have enough sense to never come to Dragon. The only explanation was that he had a strong backer or that he didn't fear their sect. Where was this confidence coming from? This was the monarch's main question.
After a while he spoke. Young noble, your great treasures are indeed enviable.
His daughter had told him about the treasures obtained by Li Qie. Thus, he speculated that this was the reason for his arrogance. He discreetly reminded Li Qie that treasures alone weren't enough. His sect also had top treasures because they had Tao lords and top masters in the past. Do you think I need those treasures? To which Li Qie responded. Once again, the monarch felt as if he was being viewed as an idiot by Li Qie. It was rather frustrating and infuriating. Alas, his daughter's words echoed again and he remained calm. If Li Qie was telling the truth, then what's the right answer? Being aware that the mountain is infested with tigers yet still climbs. It couldn't be mere blustering and most importantly, why the roost? He came to their city and didn't talk about the feud with their sect master. His main target seemed to be the roost in the first place. I'm afraid it is not up to me, young noble. The roost has monumental significance to our sect. He eventually gave up and smiled wryly. He wasn't lying either. Though he had plenty of authority, this was not something he could decide on his own. I'm merely letting you know because being smart can be a blessing. Those who aren't smart on the other hand. Li Qie paused for a moment before continuing. You and your daughter are a rare breed. Don't die a stupid death now. This left the monarch speechless while the rest of the demons wanted to attack. Alas, they wanted to wait for an order.
He eventually took a deep breath and said, Young noble, I will make an exception and start a conference with the elder.
I'll advocate for you to enter but I do not guarantee success. I can only try my best. What do you think? He then stared at Li Qie with sincerity, something no other demon monarchs could. I can see why your daughter is wise now. Li Qie nodded approvingly, but still missing a little bit. Dragon would be better off with you as the sect master. You're too funny, young noble. The monarch smiled wryly. Peacock Monarch is a brilliant genius. Though we are from the same generation, we are merely riding his coattails. I lack decisiveness and cultivation talent compared to him. He admitted his inferiority without any qualm. In reality, few in all of Sky Border from that generation could compare to Peacock Monarch. He was strong enough to fight the slumbering ancestors now. Thus, it was natural for him to become the sect master. The elders all agreed as well. Goldbird wasn't jealous at all because Peacock lived up to his potential. Cultivation and leadership are two different matters. Li Qie said, a sect can rise with a genius but the opposite can happen as well. Disasters often go hand in hand with geniuses. I see. Goldbird carefully digested the comment. Li Qie didn't say anything else and moved forward. Chapter 4368. Phoenix Ground. Only the entrance of Phoenix Ground was barren. The internal region had no lack of spirit energy and life. Fish and birds enjoyed the verdant mountain ranges, spirit springs, and waterfalls. The buildings present didn't destroy the pristine appearance. Mortals would believe that this was the blessed home of immortals. This was the home to many species of birds. The ones considered rare somewhere else were common here. One could see the various branches right beneath the phoenix bloodlines. This was an avian paradise. Most attributed this to Feng Qi's blood. Her spirit energy bathed the land and made it prosper. More bird species came because they found it harmonious and were blessed as a result. Thus, numerous top bird demons appeared during subsequent eras. The most illustrious was the Jian clan, a stout pillar of Phoenix Ground. Their bloodline was considered prestigious, nearing the level of the legendary Phoenix. One must bring up Divine Luan Dao Lord when talking about this topic. She was closely related to the Jian, and rumor has it that she had the real Phoenix bloodline. Of course, there were other great powers and races in Phoenix Ground. Nonetheless, demons were the clear majority, especially bird demons. Elder Hu and the young ones were preoccupied with the sceneries around them. Water springs surging into the air, rare birds playing in the sky, the magnificent peaks. Even Elder, who had never seen such a paradise before. The young ones were even more impressed. Only Li Qie remained indifferent. The presence of Li Qie and his allies was noted by the disciples of Phoenix Ground. Who is that? The demon monarch personally greeted him. A disciple found this puzzling because the group reassembled country bumpkins. Only big shots had the privilege of being welcomed by their demon monarch, not these weak cultivators. I think they're from a sect named Little Diamond or whatever. A knowledgeable peer said. Never heard of them. The first disciple responded. This wasn't surprising since Southern Desolace probably had 100,000 sects similar to Little Diamond. Why is the monarch going so far for this tiny sect? Someone else questioned. People asked around and eventually someone had an answer. I heard that they're the lady's friends. She's not here, so the monarch is welcoming them instead. An older disciple murmured, the lady is too kind, she's willing to befriend everyone. Wait, it's not that simple. I just got back from Dragon Citadel and heard something else. A talented senior brother joined in. What did you hear, senior brother Sky Eagle? A crowd formed around him. The older disciple stared at Li Qie's group and said, I believe the sect master has stated his intent to kill them, an official decree. This tiny sect, why? All eyes were on the group. Isn't killing them as easy as pie? Why did the sect master need to give a decree? Another said with disdain. How strange. I'm wondering why the monarch is welcoming them to our place. It can't be right. Another older disciple said. They were a part of Dragon. If their sect master wanted to kill someone, they should certainly assist him to show solidarity. I'm sure there's a reason. Another interjected. It won't be long until everyone knows about it. Sky Eagle said. The youths from Little Diamond eventually noticed that they were under the spotlight and became nervous. The disciples from Phoenix Ground were once unreachable existences. Now, they were all over the place like cabbages. This was a strange shift for the youths. Don't go anywhere without permission. Watch your words as well. Elder Who ordered. He never expected to be in this situation before. He could see that some of the crowd were not friendly. Causing trouble in the enemy territory could result in a swift death. The monarch enthusiastically carried out his task and wasn't just all talk. He led the group around all of Phoenix Ground and introduced the various notable places. Li Qie had a smile while listening to the introductions of the towering peaks and winding rivers. However, he stopped after coming across a particular cliff. Ahead was a bottomless abyss engulfed in clouds and fogs. Standing on this cliff was akin to standing amidst the clouds. One could barely see floating islands, platforms, and peaks. They were incomplete, clearly damaged by something in the past. This place could have been a continent once. Alas, something shattered it and left it in this unstable state. Li Qie took a deep breath and released his divine intent for a scouting mission. What is this place? The young ones focused on the bottomless abyss. Ravaged land. The monarch introduced. This is the largest region of the entire city, taking up more than half. The 3 branches are built around it. Did a shocking war happen here? Wang Weiqiao asked while staring at the fog. Yes, this should be the place where the battle between Feng Qi and Jiubian took place. According to the legend, this place was beautiful and magnificent once. Now, this is all that's left. Can people descend? How deep is it? Elder Who inquired. Chapter 4369. I Want It. Ravaged land was the center of the city. Alas, due to its broken and unstable nature, it was impossible to build on top of it. Descending is possible, but it depends on luck and ability. Goldbird Monarch honestly answered. He stared at the abyss and added, no one really knows what is below. Coming down is possible, but one might not be able to get to the bottom. There are unknown dangers too. The disciples of the 3 branches have explored this area across the eras. Nonetheless, only a few could actually descend. Top geniuses and ancient ancestors couldn't reach the bottom due to the sheer length. They went exceedingly far and still only see fog beneath. Of course, some recklessly jumped down and threw cautions to the wind. The majority of this group either died or went missing. A mysterious place like this definitely has a treasury waiting. A youth from Little Diamond fantasized. The monarch told the truth. I'm not sure about a treasury, but there are definitely fortunes in ravaged land. However, it requires coming down and returning alive. Otherwise, we can only watch and sigh. So has anyone done it before? Wei Qiao asked. It has been a long time, but the last person to benefit from it was Nine-Tailed Ancestor. The monarch paused for a bit before nodding. Nine-Tailed God. Everyone has heard of this title before. Even the smaller sects, because they were under the jurisdiction of Dragon and Tiger's Roar. This was a being rivaling Three Truths Tao Lord, a true behemoth of dragon and the strongest ancestor in dragon right now, but no one knew if the demon god was still alive. Your progenitor took something from there, Li Qie casually remarked. The monarch was shocked as he blurted, how do you know? I sensed it. Li Qie elaborated. He tore space apart and entered. He took something out only to leave it in the city. The monarch stood there, seemingly struck by lightning. This was a top secret written down on an ancient scroll only privy to a few. How could this outsider know about it? Do you know where it is? Li Qie asked. The progenitor had sealed it in dragon platform. The monarch hesitated but eventually answered. For some reason, he found himself unable to conceal anything before Li Qie's gaze. Lying was useless. Elder Hu and the youths didn't dare to interject since the atmosphere suddenly became serious again. They knew that this item must be awfully important since it came from Space Dragon Emperor, and he found it necessary to seal it. I want it. Li Qie demanded again. No way. The monarch didn't hesitate this time. Space Dragon Emperor was the progenitor of their sect. Anything left behind by him was an heirloom to be worshipped by future generations. Even the big shots from their sect couldn't take it, let alone an outsider. Once again, I'm not negotiating, Li Qie said. The monarch had no words to describe his current emotion. Perhaps only anger fitted this situation due to the unreasonable demand. Young noble, this isn't a joke. We can negotiate the matter of the roost, but this ancestral heirloom pertains to our honor. We will fight to the very last man before handing it over. The monarch took it very seriously and told the truth. Those from Little Diamond didn't dare to breathe loudly. They agreed that Li Qie was being unreasonable right now, demanding someone else's heirloom in their own territory. When that happens, is Dragon not doomed? What's the point of trying so hard over an heirloom? Li Qie chuckled and went on. That heirloom would be mine afterward anyway, so why not hand it over in the first place? Why must you implicate the lives of your sect members and walk the path of destruction? If Space Dragon Emperor is still alive, he might just stomp all of you unfilial children to death. Well, the monarch had a hard time answering. The logic was sound. If the outcome was the same either way, why not hand over the heirloom first to protect Dragon? That depends on if you have the ability to do so, young noble. Dragon is not weak, we have millions of disciples. He composed himself and retorted. He didn't think that Li Qie alone could take down one of the strongest lineages in southern Desolace. It was nothing more than daydreaming. In fact, he should be thanking them if they were to show mercy. I'm aware, but even if you have billions of disciples, I can still easily annihilate you. The only reason why I'm not doing so is sentimental. Others would have burst out in laughter after hearing Li Qie. However, the monarch didn't say anything because he thought that the guy was actually being candid. 1. They were talking about Nine-Tailed God, but progenitor is Space Dragon Emperor. Chapter 4370. Tough position. The monarch was stuck in quite a predicament. This was beyond his station as well. All disciples in Dragon would risk their lives defending the sacred heirloom of their progenitor. Thus, if he were to ask the ancestors about handing the item over, what would be the result? The ancestors would kill him before Li Qie. This was no different from being traitorous and disrespectful to the progenitor. These serious offenses were punishable by death. Even his clan members could be implicated. Thus, there was no way the monarch would ever agree. Nonetheless, he still had a strange feeling of being convinced by Li Qie's words. He felt that Li Qie could grab the ancestral heirloom without being stopped while killing everyone in his way. This included all of Dragon. They could fight to the very last man and fail to stop Li Qie. He didn't understand why he had this silly feeling and thought that he had gone crazy. Others would certainly think so. This was a battle between an ant and an elephant. A nobody like Li Qie stood no chance. However, the more the conversation went on, He understood why his daughter paid such close attention to Xueqi. There was something inscrutable about him.
"This is beyond me, young noble." He then earnestly answered, "I hope that the feud between you and my sect will resolve."
This isn't a feud. A feud requires the two sides to be relatively even in strength. In this case, I can erase the other party with a hand wave akin to removing some cobwebs. Xueqi smiled and shook his head. The monarch couldn't believe that Xueqi had just compared dragon to cobwebs. Nonetheless, the essence was true. A one-sided contest couldn't be considered a feud. Putting your ancestors aside, I will give you more time since I like you and your daughter. Otherwise, they might call me a bully. Xueqi smiled. The monarch felt his insanity grew proportionally to Xueqi's displayed arrogance. "Young noble, please stay put first," he suggested. "Do give us time so I can go talk to the elders regarding the roost. The outcome aside, I will try my very best." He indeed took Xueqi very seriously and decided to work hard.
"I've become quite soft in the face of sincerity."
Xueqi shook his head. "I will give you time, but remember, my patience has a limit."
"I understand, I will hurry,"
the monarch said while feeling relieved within for some reason. Though Xueqi's reason was both rude and outrageous, he still treated Xueqi as an esteemed guest. The group enjoyed the treatment usually seen for sect masters of great powers. Of course, some members of Dragon were unhappy with this. After all, the Jian wasn't the only one in charge. They criticized the monarch for treating a bunch of nobodies so well, but he simply ignored them. Elder Hu and the young ones thought that they were dreaming after seeing their accommodations. Previously, they weren't qualified to even enter Phoenix Ground. Even the relatively unknown expert cultivators would need to sleep at the base. It was an honor to be enjoying this privilege, enough for them to brag before the smaller sects for a lifetime. Only Xueqi didn't care and only chuckled after seeing the impressed youths. In fact, the monarch purposely did this in order to see Xueqi's reaction. The guy's nonchalant attitude towards wealth and luxury made him even more careful. However, he himself couldn't decide everything in Phoenix Ground. On the second day, some came asking for trouble. Loud commotion and fighting noises happened outside the door, prompting Xueqi to frown. Boom! He went outside and saw his allies being pushed back by a single punch. They had formed a formation to fight, back to back. Elder Hu and Wang Weiqiao were included as well. Their opponent was an exceptional disciple from Phoenix Ground. Others called him Senior Brother Sky Eagle. He was strong indeed. He spread his wings and just one punch was enough to break the formation. Rays came from the wings and stung the group. "Retreat!" Weiqiao ordered, aware that they were outmatched. Their defeat was expected. Sky Eagle was a genius from a behemoth. He alone could destroy a small sect since he was far stronger than Deer King. "Why are you leaving?" "The senior brother only wants to spar." A few disciples from Phoenix Ground blocked their path and forced them back into the range of the senior brother's sword rays. They didn't want to kill the group, only humiliate them. After all, these guys didn't deserve the highest treatment. They had to teach them how to tuck their tail between their legs and know their place. Sky Eagle, on the other hand, had just returned from the capital and knew the sect master's intent. This was his reason for being here. In the case of success, he would be noted by the elders, perhaps even becoming a prime target for grooming. Chapter 4371. Courting Death. Little Diamond's members have been surrounded by sword rays. Though Wang Weiqiao and Elder Hu tried their best, the young ones couldn't handle the intensity and felt sharp pain as if there were thousands of holes in their body. Back! Wang Weiqiao roared again and swung his hatchet, hoping to make an escape path back to the room.
"You're not going anywhere."
The disciples from Phoenix Ground easily repelled them. Thus, they had no choice but to suffer the sword rays again. It was obvious that the enemies weren't trying to kill them. They couldn't push it too far or it would be hard to answer Goldbird Monarch. There were other spectators not far from there. Some were laughing and loudly instigating. A few seniors occasionally came over and observed from a distance without stopping. In their eyes, these men were as insignificant as worms. The monarch had made an exception to let them come into Phoenix Ground, let alone commanding disciples to serve them. Therefore, the spectators were pleased to see this and became less annoyed. As for the seniors, it wasn't a big deal for the juniors to play with them. What could they do in retaliation? They had no power to speak of. In fact, these big shots wouldn't even find sect destruction a big deal. What are you doing? Li Chia walked out and gazed at the battle. That's the sect master of Little Diamond. Someone shouted and all eyes fell on Li Chia. Really? Most were surprised and even felt disappointed. They thought that he would be slightly imposing and dignified. Alas, he looked as average as can be. He's trying to oppose us? Another snorted with disdain. Ignorant fool, he's not leaving Phoenix Ground alive. One more uttered coldly. He killed the young lord and our members. We need to avenge them. An older disciple's eyes turned cold. Quite a few who knew about the event started shouting unfriendly words. Capturing Li Chia served two purposes: avenging their fallen brethren and pleasing their sect master. Most importantly, this should be easy. A sect master like Li Chia posed no threat. You're Little Diamond sect master, Li Chia, right? Sky Eagle's eyes turned brighter as he spoke. And? To which Li Chia responded. Good, then come save your sect members then. Show us what you can do, but don't blame me for being merciless if you're too weak. Sky Eagle laughed. Clank, clank, clank. The sword rays suddenly intensified and poured down like waterfalls. Ah! A few youths from Little Diamond bellowed in pain. Sky Eagle attempted to forcefully humiliate these youths and put Li Chia in a tough situation. Come save them already before it's too late. The crowd started shouting. Senior brother Sky Eagle is holding back or they would all be dead already. Let's see how he's going to save them. Another said. Senior brother is a top genius. He might not be on the same level as the lady, but few can compare to him. Humph, that guy can't even protect himself, let alone his sect members. An older one added. Senior brother, show him the power of Phoenix Ground. A spectator roared. Senior brother, teach him a lesson first, then take him to Dragon Citadel so that the sect master can deliver judgment. Our young lord and fallen brothers shall be avenged. Death to all transgressors. Take him to the capital. Let the sect master deal with him. The crowd seemed eager to watch Sky Eagle teach Li Chia a lesson. Thus, Sky Eagle became lost in the heated atmosphere. His blood boiled as he fantasized about the possibilities. Though Phoenix Ground was under the Gen's jurisdiction, both were still beneath Dragon. Contributing Dragon might result in a brighter future than staying in Phoenix Ground. How can you watch your fellow members suffer as the sect master? He roared. Little Diamond's members might be esteemed guests right now, but the crowd disagreed. They thought that these nobodies weren't qualified for the current privileges. Seems like someone wants to die a little sooner. Fine, I'll help out. Li Chia smiled. Insignificant fool, you have no clue what you're doing. Know your place. A crowd member shouted. I alone am enough to destroy your diamond sect. Another glared at Li Chia. None of them paid this sect master any respect. Since you boasted so shamelessly, let's see what you can do then. Come out. Sky Eagle shouted, wanting to use this opportunity to kill Li Chia. Chapter 4372. One swing. Li Chia seemed amused after being challenged by Sky Eagle. He joined the fray and borrowed Wang Weiqiao's hatchet before smiling. One swing to send all of you to the afterlife. One swing. The crowd clamored right away, especially those supporting Sky Eagle. Fool, don't you know our senior brother has the bloodline of the Divine Eagle, a branch with incredible defensive potential? One of them shouted. Just wait, senior brother's feather rain will pierce his heart soon enough. He won't be able to have time for regret before being minced to pieces. One more joined in. Kill him, senior brother. The egging continued. Don't do it so quickly now. Take your time teaching him the might of our sect and the consequences of his impudence. Someone else sneered. So noisy, shut your mouth or I'll cut off your dog head. Li Chia looked around and threatened. This infuriated the crowd and prompted them to become louder. We should destroy your sect too, brat. The first shouted. That's too merciful, it has to be clan extermination. The second roared. Li, I will kill you right now. No need for senior brother to waste his time. The third stepped forward. Enough. Li Chia's eyes turned cold as he swung the hatchet. Buzz. A bright glint from the blade flashed and the shouters had an idea what was going on. In the next second, heads were tossed into the air and they could see their own headless body. Blood gushed out from the severed neck like blossoming flowers and eventually, their body fell to the ground. They wanted to scream but no sound would come out regardless of their effort. The heads smashed the ground and rolled everywhere. They only saw Xueqi swinging the hatchet before death. Nonetheless, the consolation was that they didn't feel any pain. Only a brief moment of fear and helplessness. The swing took down a dozen shouters or so and caught everyone off guard. "You dare!" Sky Eagle roared in that split second, but it was too late. "Your turn." Alas, he didn't have time to think because Xueqi's second swing was aimed at him. His eyes became wide open and managed to react since he was ready on top of being more powerful than those disciples earlier. "Activate!" Loud metallic clanks resonated as he spread his pair of wings. The feathers turned into bright swords and created an impregnable fortress around him. Screech! The image of a divine eagle appeared above Sky Eagle. It poured down runes and sealed the area around him, also boosting the cultivator in the process. He was indeed impressive and talented, only inferior to geniuses such as their young lord and Jian Qingzhu. He chose to be defensive because he felt threatened. He used his strongest defensive laws in order to stop the swing. Bam! The swing finally came, looking as normal as can be versus the flashy defense. There was no aura, divinity, and shifting variations. Spectators actually questioned its potential. Alas, once it hit the target, the entire area shook. "This is bad." A senior watching from a distance blurted out. "Stop." A great demon became startled and flew over to help. Alas, it was too late. The seemingly weak swing carried enough power to split the earth. "Oh, dash!" the divine eagle bellowed and was reduced into the nothingness. The swing then struck the wall of swords and easily eradicated it. "No!" Sky Eagle bellowed in horror, wanting to turn and run but it was too late. The blade of the hatchet split him into two halves. His organs fell into a pile on the ground next to the two pieces. He believed that no one in the same generation could break his defense with one move. It was no problem for him to survive a duel. Unfortunately, this sect master cut his defense down as if they were tofu. Nonetheless, he performed better than his fellow members earlier. At least he had the chance to resist despite being oblivious to the outcome. The members of Phoenix Ground couldn't believe their own eyes. Their senior brother was certainly a genius and not that many youths were stronger than him. Alas, this sect master killed him and the other so easily. Chapter 4373. Threat blood seeped into the ground and stained it red. The stench made the crowd shudder. Those from Phoenix Ground were no strangers to death but this still intimidated them. As for the young ones from Little Diamond, they became nauseous from the sanguine stench. No one could regain their composure in a short time. Not even the senior demons observing from a distance. The outcome was truly unexpected and unimaginable. Members of Phoenix Ground thought that Xueqi's cultivation should be negligible compared to any of them. He was only a slightly bigger worm at best. Any of them could stomp him to death. However, the actual result was completely different. The seniors, in particular, found it more astonishing since they knew how capable Sky Eagle was. In their opinion, only a few youths in the current generation could kill Sky Eagle in this manner. "Brat, you're finished." One of them landed in front of the residence. He wanted to save Sky Eagle earlier but it was too late. Boom! He was livid and activated his bestial aura, releasing a devastating roar. He revealed his true form, a giant bear demon with a frame as large as a hill. His aura swept through the area, wanting to crush everything. Rah! He roared intimidatingly. "A demon king!" The young ones from Little Diamond turned pale. Some of them felt their knees buckling since they could see themselves being swallowed by the bear's enormous jaw. "Bear King!" The members of Phoenix Ground were startled as well. He was Sky Eagle's master. Alas, his ferocious nature frightened his fellow sect members. "Brat, blood for blood!" He shouted deafeningly as his eyes turned red with rage. It seemed that he had no intention of sparing Xueqi or his allies. Clank! A golden sword landed and released its energy, pushing the bear back. A new figure joined the fray, one shrouded by golden radiance. Demon Monarch. Everyone bowed deeply after seeing him. Who else could it be but the current Lord of Phoenix Ground, Goldbird Monarch? Demon Monarch, what is the meaning of this? Bear King bellowed. Bear King, do not be disrespectful to our esteemed guests. The monarch's expression darkened. Bear King was not a member of the Gen, only Phoenix Ground. Nonetheless, he was still under the monarch's jurisdiction. How are they esteemed guests? He killed my disciple and another dozen member. He deserves death for this heinous crime. Bear King barked back. Their fellow sect members watched with bated breath. Though the ones here clearly challenged his authority by provoking Xueqi, they still didn't dare to show any disrespect. He had earned his status and reputation as a demon monarch. Demon monarch, what you are doing is protecting a murderer. Don't forget you are the leader of Phoenix Ground. You need to protect its prestige and members. Bear King shouted. Many actually nodded in agreement but didn't dare to voice their support. If you have an issue with my conduct, bring it up before the elders, but right now, leave. Young Noble Lee and Little Diamond are guests here. The monarch uttered coldly. You! Bear King activated his aura again. It took the form of a light pillar shooting into the sky. Humph! The monarch released countless sword rays. A kingdom of swords appeared behind him with a surging Tao. His aura also swept forward like a flood. Bear King couldn't handle this and staggered several steps backward despite his huge frame. If you insist on causing trouble, don't blame me for being merciless. A sharp glint flashed within the monarch's eyes. The youths from Little Diamond couldn't believe it. They thought that he was an easygoing and amicable person, not expecting him to be so awe-inspiring. His divinity overwhelmed the bear demon once he became serious. Fine, fine. We'll see how long you can protect them for. Bear King didn't want a direct confrontation because that would be idiotic given the gap in cultivation. He angrily stomped on the ground once and then left. Chapter 4374. It's not easy being a demon. The crowd was no longer rowdy as they watched the bear demon leave. They didn't understand why their monarch insisted on protecting Little Diamond. By this point, most knew about the feud between Xueqi and Peacock Monarch. As the leader of one of the three branches, the monarch seemed to be opposing his own sect. This left them frustrated because without the involvement of the ancestors, Goldbird Monarch was still in charge of Phoenix Ground regardless of his unreasonable stance. Thus, no one voiced their objection or it could be considered traitorous. Young Noble Lee and the members of Little Diamond are our esteemed guests. If anyone else dares to be disrespectful, they will be punished in accordance with our sect's laws. The monarch gazed sharply at the crowd. The demons couldn't handle the intensity and lowered their head instantly. They then left the scene. The monarch then glanced at the corpses of Sky Eagle and the others, letting out a sigh. He had expected this but couldn't stop it because he was preoccupied with something else. Nonetheless, this gave him more insight into Xueqi. Why was the guy so confident? It was due to his own abilities. This was a hidden master who didn't need any backers. Therefore, the guy was actually telling the truth. Of course, that casual swing wasn't much in the grand scheme of things, but this was obviously not Xueqi's limit. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so nonchalant while staying in Dragon. Sure, Dragon was mighty right now and unafraid of anyone. Alas, he was wise enough to also see that Xueqi had to be strong and confident in order to be here. In his opinion regarding an all-out battle, even a victory would be Pyrrhic in nature. After suffering these losses, they would no longer be able to contend against Lion's Roar in the future. I apologize for my members' disrespect. He invited the group back in and then apologetically cupped his fist. Xueqi smiled while the others returned the gesture. The latter didn't dare to accept it from such a big shot. I'm sorry for being late. I was busy talking to the elders about your interest in our roost. After deliberation, we have decided to make an exception for you to visit. He said. This was not easy for him. The price was rather large before getting the elders of Phoenix Ground to agree. The roost had pivotal significance and importance. Such a request from a nobody wasn't well received by the elders. Normally, one of them could have become furious enough to order the destruction of this tiny sect. However, they actually agreed. Of course, this had nothing to do with their insight and open-mindedness. The monarch made plenty of concessions for this goal. He had done everything in his power. Let's go. Xueqi smiled and didn't care about the details. Right now. The monarch didn't expect this. I'm sure you're not that confident. This is to avoid needless complication. Xueqi glanced at him.
The monarch smiled awkwardly after hearing this because it was indeed the case. He was afraid that an ancestor might suddenly change their mind and all of his efforts would be in vain. Either way, I will still keep on trying my best. He sincerely answered. Sometimes, trying your best isn't enough. There are too many stupid people, hence the reason for the destruction of their sect. More would be around now otherwise. Li Qie smiled. The monarch sensed zero sarcasm in this casual comment. Alas, he could somehow see Li Qie destroying sects and kingdoms with a smile on his face. He had a bitter expression, aware of how unlucky Dragon was to provoke someone like Li Qie. He realized that he was talking to a legendary existence at this point. Alas, he couldn't convince all the ancestors in Dragon. The thing he worried about the most might actually happen soon. Well, we'll see how smart your sect is eventually. Li Qie added. Young noble, you are a dragon soaring on the horizon. Please don't mind insects like us. Please show mercy later on. The monarch became nervous and bowed deeply. At least Dragon is lucky enough to have you too. Li Qie said, then walked out the door. The monarch took a deep breath and followed right after. The roost was located deep in Phoenix ground, always heavily guarded. Not to mention outsiders, even its disciples weren't allowed entry without permission. This was a mysterious and magical place. Rumor has it that one could obtain a fortune here. This wasn't baseless due to the stories regarding divine Luan Dao Lord. She came after Myriad Eyes Dao Lord, but her cultivation didn't have anything to do with Dragon and Phoenix ground despite being from the latter. During her youth, none of her merit laws came from the sect. Chapter 4375. Phoenix Roost. The roost was located in a minor dimension. The entrance was guarded by numerous experts and ancestors. As they got closer, the monarch told Li Qie, "The roost is a place for Dao comprehension. Since you are not a disciple of Dragon, young noble, I have to accompany you." Normally, only geniuses recognized by the ancestors were allowed to come inside the roost to learn. They would come alone because they must rely on themselves. Seniors weren't allowed to interfere. Since Li Qie was an outsider, the elders forbade him from doing this. They required the monarch to travel with him. They worried that he might do something detrimental to the roost. Thus, the monarch was there to keep an eye on him. Is there a difference? Li Qie didn't mind at all and moved forward. The monarch followed along and found Li Qie's goal quite strange. He had offended Peacock Monarch, but instead of dealing with this issue, he chose to go to the roost first. Could it be treasures, merit laws, or just Dao comprehension? In that case, he would have been better off heading to Demon Realm Palace instead of the roost. Did he know some secrets and mysteries about this place? Thus, the monarch was very curious and wanted to tag along. According to the rumors, anyone lucky enough to enter always got something out of it. The most famous of them all was none other than Divine Luan Dao Lord. She entered the roost and comprehended something amazing, allowing her to become a Dao Lord later on. Thus, its value to Phoenix ground was immensely high. However, one would be sorely mistaken if they thought that the roost was a paradise. Anyone entering for the first time would be disappointed after seeing its appearance. It was nothing like their imagination, devoid of immortal mist and fog or anything transcending. There were no Dao transformation and harmony either. There was only a small hill that wouldn't take too long to climb. The soil was red and ashen, seemingly scorched in the past. This was a combination of ashes and dirt. The hill didn't look special outside of not having a single blade of grass. On the peak was a hollowed section in the shape of a pot. A pile of ashes was stacked inside. Upon closer inspection, there were still burning branches and firewood, only the size of an arm or so. They were half burned and extinguished right after getting through the bark. Anyone would be disappointed after seeing this place due to a lack of magical scenes. After all, this started the quest for a Dao Lord. It should have golden springs, myriad laws morphing and changing, the sounds of the grand Dao, divine flowers blossoming, and the rotation of the celestials. However, there was nothing here. Not even a blade of grass. Disciples from Phoenix ground would certainly have mixed feelings after coming here. Li Qie, on the other hand, crouched down in front of the firewood. He reached and touched them, realizing that they have turned into glazed stones. The ashes turned out to be stony specks as well. This could also extend to the rest of the hill. At first, One would mistake the ground for a mixture of dirt and ashes. However, they seemed to be a type of precious stone. Touching the firewood didn't move them at all. They were one with the hill itself, a type of stone that has grown out of the ground, or that everything was a single piece. It would be more accurate to call this place the Phoenix Stone. There was no roost to speak of here. Ancestors for generations believe that this is a Phoenix Stone. The monarch said softly while staring at the ruminating Xueqi. It looked like a roost up here at first, hence the name. Have you meditated here? Xueqi patted the firewood stone and asked. Young noble, I certainly did during my youth after being acknowledged by the ancestors. The monarch nodded. What did you learn? Xueqi smiled. Nothing noteworthy. I meditated for 3 years. The first 2 years were uneventful. As for the third, I felt something warm coursing through my body, seemingly burning my chaos energy and smoothing the flow. The monarch smiled wryly. This chance certainly helped my cultivation, but it's still limited. He added. Most wouldn't talk about the details of their cultivation. They would only share it with their closest and most trusted, but he still revealed it to Xueqi. It has to be my limited talent, not to the level of the sages before me. I only felt the warmth, not the burning sensation. Our ancestor, Sacred Luan, had his bloodline evolved through this. He admitted. That's not all. Xueqi said with a smile. An actual flame can manifest this place too. Young noble. You do know everything. Yes, that is possible, but it only happened once. The monarch smiled wryly, not expecting Xueqi to know this. Divine Luan Dao Lord, that is what happened when she trained here. Xueqi went on. Chapter 4376. True appearance. The Dao Lord made the hill lit up in flames, so she was rather special. Future generations assumed that she had learned a supreme grand Dao in this place. Hence the special phenomenon. This was the primary reason why the entire sect considered the roost to be a significant location. She didn't learn the top techniques of Space Dragon Emperor or Myriad Eyes Dao Lord. Her path was completely different and originated from this place. This meant that by learning the mysteries here, one would embark on the path culminating in the final cultivation realm. This was priceless for any sect. Therefore, the entry requirements have been stringent. Alas, no one had been able to replicate the feat nonetheless. Phoenix Ground still hoped that this might change in the future. Divine Luan Dao Lord was the only one who could spark the flames here. No one else managed to eke out a single ember. Not even the most promising demon gods. The monarch said. Phoenix Ground had attempted numerous experiments before. One of the most hopeful was none other than Nine-Tailed God, a member of the 3 branches. His talents on top of the 3 branches' full support gave him a chance to enter. Of course, he surely benefited from the trip, but it was nothing compared to what Divine Luan Dao Lord had obtained. This failure made some ancestors feel like giving up. He was extremely gifted on top of having their full support, yet this was still not enough. This dealt a great blow to the ancestors. Perhaps only the chosen ones could ignite the flames here. Those meant to be Dao Lords. Thus, entering the roost gradually became a method of training instead. Getting true success became a matter of luck and fate. Not everyone can obtain a fiery rebirth. Xueqi said. That's what it is? He became emotional. This was speculated before. Both Sacred Luan's transformation and Divine Luan Dao Lord's supreme comprehension. Many ancestors certainly thought so. Though the Dao Lord didn't talk about it, they knew that it had to do with the flames of the phoenix. The rebirth could work on 2 levels. A physical and a grand Dao one. Xueqi only smiled and sat down on top of the firewood. Young noble, are you meditating to learn the Dao here? The monarch asked. It's not quite the Dao, just an innate gift. Xueqi said. Gift? Whose? He became confused. What do you think this place is? Xueqi glanced down and said. Well. He looked around and didn't answer. What should he say? The roost of a phoenix? It certainly didn't look like one. An immortal stone? Perhaps in terms of appearance, but not quite either. Move back, you can't handle this power. Xueqi didn't reveal more and waved his hand. He took a deep breath and kept a considerable distance from Xueqi. With him gone, Xueqi placed both hands in front of his dantian and started forming mudras. He closed his eyes, looking like a Buddha sitting on a golden lotus. The monarch watched with bated breath. His first reaction was that Li Qie was trying to comprehend the Tao. However, Li Qie said something about an innate gift. This was even more confusing because innate gifts were present from birth. It was impossible to obtain them afterward. Was he trying to obtain one here? Buzz! The firewood beneath Li Qie suddenly lit up. This was akin to cooling charcoal still having a little spark in them, on the verge of burning again. The monarch couldn't believe it. His mouth became wide open. He had personally trained here for 3 years and attempted many methods. Alas, he got nothing, not even managing to heat up the firewood. On the other hand, Li Qie only sat down for a bit and managed to activate them. Though he couldn't see what Divine Luan Dao Lord did here previously, he was certain that she didn't do it as fast. He felt that he could ignite the flames again. Sure enough, a heat wave greeted him a moment later. It was as strong as an erupting volcano releasing lava. He hurriedly retreated and activated his chaos energy for protection. This was only an initial spark, yet it could injure him. The fully activated flames should be horrifying. Buzz! The outer layer of the firewood suddenly melted. After the heat removed this layer, it turned out that these things were actually wood, not stones or anything else. Chapter 4377. Bathing in Flames. Poof! An ember flew out of the firewood and kindled the entire thing. Gentle sizzles could be heard, confirming that these were firewoods, not stones or anything else. The flames looked rather unique, resembling cultivation flames but not quite. There was a golden hue and they appeared rather animated. They danced like spirits with Tao runes surrounding them. As one observed closely, they would get the illusion that they were staring at an ocean of Tao runes, not just flames. The runes seemed to be changing and deriving grand Tao, wanting to turn into a peerless merit law. They were accompanied by unbearable heat, akin to being so close to a rising sun. Goldbird Monarch instantly moved back to a safe distance. At the start of the melting of the outer layer, the temperature was already high enough. Now, when the flames actually appeared, it became frightening. An expert like Goldbird still couldn't stand the heat. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have been injured. Eventually, even the ashen top layer of the hill started melting into a thick liquid. The monarch took a deep breath, realizing the reason for the appearance of the hill. The flames from the firewood had a temperature high enough to melt the ground, leaving behind the cooled glazed substance seen prior. This was only the start too. If these flames could be used as an attack, it would incinerate any sect in Sky Border. Their territories would then assume the same appearance as the roost. This wasn't the only thing frightening him. The other was Li Qie. Just think about it, he only needed to sit down for a moment to rekindle the flames. In all of Dragon's history, Divine Luan Dao Lord was the only one managing to do so. There weren't scrolls depicting the details of her cultivation and Dao comprehension. However, it did mention that she spent a considerable period of time in the roost. Li Qie's case was completely different. The monarch knew just how tough it was to resonate with the flames, yet Li Qie had no problem doing so. He should be close in age to her back then. After igniting the flames, she went on to become a Dao Lord. What about Li Qie? He did it even better, so would he become a Dao Lord as well? Am I witnessing the birth of a Dao Lord? The monarch murmured. Sky Border has produced numerous experts in this generation. Thus, if Li Qie were to reach the apex, his path would be paved with blood. Nonetheless, the monarch was quite emotional. Although he didn't gain much from the roost, it was an honor witnessing a potential Dao Lord candidate right now. Poof! The flames became stronger and stronger before shooting upward like an inferno. Thus, Li Qie was swallowed up by the unceasing flames. A black hole appeared above since they were capable of burning everything. Even the black hole started burning up. The entire hill started melting like ice cream to the monarch's astonishment. He did everything he could to withstand the temperature. Alas, if this went on, he would be reduced to ashes. This can't continue. He was afraid that the roost would be destroyed. The climax of the inferno was akin to a great star exploding. Endless shock waves rushed out in a destructive manner. Screech! A true phoenix cry could be heard, capable of piercing through time itself. The monarch had heard the cries of numerous birds, even duplications of phoenix cries. Alas,
He felt his soul being pierced right now and became submissive. The cry wasn't something he could resist. It came from the king of all birds. This was certainly the role of phoenixes. It overshadowed anything else he had heard before. A phoenix. He prostrated on the ground and panicked. He had never seen a true phoenix before, but within the flame was a divine and magnificent image. It made his true form look like a chicken in comparison. He realized what it was right away. The emergence of the image prompted Xueqi to action. He stood up and clenched his hand. Pop! An apocalyptic force manifested into reality, instantly extinguishing the flames. The monarch felt like an insect as a result. Chapter 4378. Phoenix Space. The power dispersed afterward and the monarch could stand up again. Where are you? The monarch was startled since the roost was empty. He looked around and saw no sign of Xueqi. Moreover, the roost appeared the same as before. Even the firewood in the middle of the hole had the same glazed layer around them now. This was the case with the ashen ground as well. Thus, everything he had witnessed just now could have been an illusion. The inferno, the phoenix cry, and the unstoppable power were no longer present. The only change was the disappearance of Xueqi, who was meditating there. He was at a loss for words, unaware of what was real and what was not. Did he die? The monarch thought that Xueqi could have been reduced to ashes. After all, the inferno and terrible force earlier couldn't be stopped by many. Xueqi probably became a victim doomed to a terrible fate. He kept on looking around but didn't see any sign of Xueqi, not even his ashes. This made him certain that Xueqi was alive. If that's the case, where was he? Impossible. The monarch murmured and used his divine intent to scout the roost. Xueqi must have gone somewhere else. He even speculated that the guy might have figured out the true mystery of the roost. This made him take a deep breath. Even Divine Luan Dao Lord probably didn't figure it out back then because she never mentioned anything to the sect. Did this mean a new Dao Lord, once capable of shocking the ages, was coming? He waited patiently instead of leaving, wanting to see the changes. As long as Xueqi was alive, he would appear at the roost again. Of course, he didn't know how long he would need to wait. He entered a state of meditation for a while. After some time, he suddenly awakened after sensing something. Peacock monarch. He sensed the aura of his peer. In the past, they had an amicable relationship because both were demon monarchs. Goldbird respected Peacock for being powerful as well. However, Xueqi was a variable that changed everything. Goldbird looked around again and Xueqi still wasn't there. He had no choice but to leave the roost. Xueqi was indeed gone since he entered a different dimension. Screech. Supreme laws floated above and poured down immortal energy. A magnificent and inscrutable rune continued to transform. Each rotation gave birth to a new world consisting of celestials and billions of lives. Screech. A phoenix crossed through the sky and poured down bright particles. Once they touched the ground, they erupted in a magnificent manner and released a wondrous sound. This was a melody of a supreme grand Tao. When the screech dissipated, so did the image of the phoenix. This was another rotation. The screech, image, and the melody. The great phoenix continued to appear and disappear, a process seemingly lasting for an eternity. Thus, there was no flow of time in this dimension. 1,000,000 years could pass in the blink of an eye during the continuing cycle. Phoenix space. Xueqi said while observing the spectacle. This was a dimension unavailable to regular people. Not even invincible Tao Lords could reach it. Only an immortal beast in the legend like a phoenix had this ability. It required all the perfect circumstances and timing. Using brute force alone was not enough. This was the case for Xueqi. However, he had set up these circumstances and planted the seeds a long time ago. Thus, he was able to enter. All in all, immortal beasts only existed in the legends. If there were no immortals, there were no immortal beasts either. Most believed that phoenixes didn't exist in reality, so they had no idea about a dimension like this. Xueqi focused on the massive rune in the sky. It was the ruler of this place and the skeleton of this space. Its presence allowed the special dimension to exist. Screech. The cycle continued above. Rebirth, the innate gift of a phoenix. Xueqi commented. Of course, these images weren't phoenixes. However, their appearance had the same type of cyclic rebirth. If anyone were to somehow see this cycle, they would attribute it to mere illusory images. They didn't know that the cycle contained the mysteries behind rebirth. All immortal beasts had a unique innate gift. Rebirth was given to phoenixes. While watching this scene, one might think that there was only one phoenix in existence. It had undergone this cycle and appeared time and time again in history. Li Qia's eyes were focused on the area beneath the rune where there were golden threads of energy brimming with life. Chapter 4379. Golden Egg. The Tao laws released from the supreme runes were mantras of the phoenix. Each contained a supreme grand Tao. Just learning one of them would allow a cultivator to be unbeatable in their generation. This was a martial treasury raining down from above. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the rune was the source of the dimension and all the powers here. Perhaps it contained the secret of rebirth itself. One would become lost while staring at the brilliant laws here. As long as one had enough talent, they would be able to learn all of these top techniques. One could spend a lifetime without realizing a single grand Tao, let alone the rune. However, Li Qia was attempting to do so. He activated his heavenly gaze and pierced through the laws, observing their transformations. He saw the various aspects of a phoenix, their flying movements, flames, undying nature. This would shock any other spectators, but he maintained his focus on even the most complex of grand Tao. He comprehended their profundities in time. Eventually, he made it to the golden strings right beneath the rune. The source of the strings was none other than an egg, relatively tiny compared to this dimension. However, it was still far larger than any other bird egg in the world. It turned out that the laws were pouring down and intertwined with each other before reaching their final destination, the egg. They would turn into drops of pure Tao essences. The egg has been treating them as nutrition for countless years now. Buzz! Each drop fell into what seemed to be an ocean. The egg could easily absorb them. Both time and space rippled subsequently. Thus, the egg gave off the feeling of possessing immeasurable vitality and life force. Of course, this was indeed the case. The pure Tao essences were wondrous treasures. Normally, it would take millions of years for one drop to form naturally. Any knowledgeable soul would be in awe at the sight of a single one. These drops came from the source of the Tao itself and contained immense power. Nonetheless, this egg could instantly absorb the drop without requiring an absorption process. It looked as if it could handle something even greater. Beneath the egg was a special type ear of grain known as conqueror grain. This was rumored to be owned by immortals only. Alas, they were being used as bedding for the egg. It drank the essences of the grand Tao while resting on conqueror grain. Nothing else in the world had the same privilege. Thus, Li Qia only focused on the egg, not the essence drops and the grain. Despite looking as if it was made from gold, the shell gave off the feeling of being thin and brittle. One could imagine molten gold being poured on and gradually cooling outside, resulting in a thin layer. It seemed weak enough to break down after a single touch. Given the favorable circumstances, it wouldn't be surprising to see a phoenix coming out of the shell. Alas, for some reason, the feeble nature of the egg would make people think that the baby inside was flawed and deficient. The egg gently trembled every once in a while. The creature inside seemed to be alive and well. Li Qia came over and placed his hand on top of the egg. It shook once more, whether it be out of fear or simply being on guard. However, his touch was in tune with the rhythm of the egg right away. A silence took over the dimension and the breathing of the egg became audible. There seemed to be a tiny heart beating in there. Screech! An image appeared in Li Qia's head at the same time. A phoenix leaving a blazing trail in its path, traveling to the dangerous unknowns, sweeping through the realms. However, this invincible creature was ambushed one day and couldn't handle the unceasing barrages. It tried to fight the invaders during the Great Calamity but ended dying as a result. The golden egg was left behind afterward, protected by the hidden dimension. Its origin was no stranger to Li Qia. Unfortunately, it wasn't a perfect phoenix egg, the same with the creature inside. It had defects at the start and needed years of gestation and nourishment. Chapter 4380. Peacock Monarch's Arrival, Perfection from Refinement and Birth from Fire. Li Qia said, "Even your incredible gift can't resist the will of the heaven. If a phoenix could hatch from this egg, it would be a monumental event in history. Alas, heaven didn't allow for such a creature to exist. It would absolutely send down a tribulation, one strong enough to overcome the cycles of rebirth. He then sat down, raising one hand and summoning tiny laws. With the other hand, he created a unique Tao True Fire. It had a primordial origin and carried the warmth akin to a mother's embrace. Buzz! The tiny laws flew upward and mingled with the dimension's laws. It continued onward and aimed for the gigantic rune. Rumble! An unstoppable divinity descended as the rune attacked Xueqi with a phoenix flame. It instantly appeared above him while carrying enough firepower to incinerate myriad worlds. Screech! It assumed the form of a phoenix and engulfed the entire dimension. Boom! It certainly had enough power to burn all of 8 Desolaces into nothingness, eradicating every single sect and cultivator. Xueqi, on the other hand, chanted a mantra and became shrouded in a supreme light. He turned into a descending immortal capable of subduing the divine beasts. Even a true phoenix would be tamed by him. This current state allowed him to be completely untouchable. The hand that released the tiny laws earlier released a seal. Time came to a halt and the incoming phoenix stagnated, becoming 1,000,000,000 times slower than before while its flaws were magnified. This seal rendered everything else insignificant. Even a divine beast would be subjected to its domination. In this case, the phoenix flame. The bird let out a groan before falling down to the ground and turning back into strands of laws. Seal! Xueqi commanded, aiming for the rune. This rune represented the innate talent and Tao of a phoenix. Nonetheless, he still easily suppressed it. His own Tao manifested into reality above, signaling a return to primordial chaos. Primordial energy took over the entire dimension. Tiny laws shot out of the dimension and built a spatial passage through Phoenix ground all the way to the depths of ravaged land. All of these above factors caused the dimension to be engraved with something unique. The process was fully focused on the golden egg. Meanwhile, the flame from his other hand started surrounding the egg. It could sense that something was amiss and tried to resist, intending on breaking Xueqi's seal and escaping. However, Xueqi's Tao energy had suppressed everything, so struggling was futile. Sizzle! The flame began refining the egg and leaving behind indelible markings. His laws also spun around the egg like spiderwebs. He meditated for this goal. Time was not flowing in this dimension, so 1,000,000 years in here was no different than the blink of an eye. As he was occupied in the special dimension, clamor broke out in City of Demons and the capital. Buzz! A 5-colored radiance illuminated the sky above and shocked the inhabitants. Sect Master! The members of Dragon shouted in astonishment. Peacock Monarch! Everyone knew the source of the light and felt that something big was going to happen. Screech! Next came an ear-splitting phoenix cry that can be heard from anywhere in Dragon. It intimidated both beasts and men due to its supreme nature. The sky turned dark for a moment before colorful rays took over. Demonic gales gathered above and turned into a majestic figure. This wind-like entity flew towards City of Demons at a speed faster than lightning. He's coming! A spectator gasped. Normally, he never needed to visit this city because it already had the 3 branches. Ancestors and the other monarchs had administrative control, so he didn't need to worry. He rarely came back after becoming the sect master. Everyone in Dragon became emotional after seeing this. Even a fool knew his reason for coming. Chapter 4381. Competition's secret information networks flowed in full swing as a result. For example, it became public knowledge that Goldbird Monarch has entered isolated cultivation, leaving Phoenix ground to the ancestors. This caused members of Dragon and even external sects to gossip. Why did the monarch choose to train right now? A Dragon member wondered, since this was too much of a coincidence. I don't think it's related at all. The 3 branches do not interfere with each other and work together against external enemies. Peacock Monarch might be your leader, but he can't exert influence over Phoenix ground. He's from Dragon platform. The ancestors from Phoenix ground will not allow this. His friend from another sect speculated. In another conversation, a disciple from Dragon whispered, I heard Peacock Monarch conspired with the enemy. What the hell are you saying? Someone else who has just gotten back to Dragon found this unbelievable. Most felt the same way because Goldbird was one of the 4 monarchs on top of being the ladder of Phoenix ground. His status was only slightly inferior to Peacock Monarch. Don't you know?
He invited Li Qie to Phoenix Ground. Another quietly added, Li Qie. The person had no idea. The leader of a tiny sect who conspired and killed our young lord along with many members. The sect master has ordered for his death. Someone answered. Damn right, if he killed our brothers, then he's our enemy. I can't believe Goldbird Monarch is conspiring with the enemy. The listeners became unhappy. That is a serious offense. He's probably being put under house arrest. They might cripple his cultivation too. A disciple from Phoenix Ground became worried. In reality, many from Phoenix Ground truly respected Goldbird Monarch and didn't want to see this. Either that or death. Another interjected. Not quite. An older disciple shook her head. The problem between the sect master and Li Qie can be construed as a personal feud. The ancestors haven't stated their stance on this, and we don't have a rule forbidding members from interacting with enemies. Others exchanged glances. If Dragon wanted to go all out against a sect or a cultivator, this required the consensus of the three branches. If this was strictly a personal feud between Li Qie and Peacock Monarch, then Goldbird Monarch could still befriend Li Qie. This was not considered traitorous. Either way, we need to be united. Befriending an enemy is a bad look. One more supported Peacock Monarch. If we don't destroy the enemies, regardless of who they are, then others will not take us seriously. Yes, we have to take down anyone who offends us. One disciple felt his blood boiling. They thought that Peacock Monarch represented their sect. Offending him was the same as offending Dragon. All members should work together to help him. So who is this Li Qie? He actually dared to provoke us? Another became curious. Just an insect from Little Diamond. Someone answered with disdain. Just destroy this tiny sect. They must be tired of living. The third uttered coldly. If we don't do something about this, others might think we're easily bullied. They deserve it for challenging our authority anyway. The majority agreed with this point of view. It wasn't a big deal to destroy a tiny sect in their mind. Disciples of the three branches returned to the sect. Amidst the turmoil, Peacock Monarch gave this order. It became apparent that something big was going on. There has to be something going on. All three branches thought the same thing. The three branches only made up the core of Dragon, not everyone else. In normal circumstances, this command would only be given when Dragon was invaded. Is this escalation necessary over a nobody? One of them asked. Another piece of information traveled across the city next. I heard Li Qie escaped with his fellow members already. Someone from Phoenix Ground murmured. Escape. This surprised quite a few members. What else can he do? He killed senior brother Sky Eagle's group. I'm sure Phoenix Ground hates and wishes to destroy him. He would be dead if it wasn't for the Monarch's protection. Now that the Monarch is in isolated training, he obviously has to run away. Another elaborated. Is that all? I can't believe the overreaction then. An older disciple complained. Meanwhile, outsiders staying in the city had a different opinion. One of them said, looks like changes will be happening. This is actually part of an ongoing competition between the three branches. Dragon Platform might be taking advantage of this to take over Phoenix Ground. Impossible. The stalemate has gone on for millions of years. There is an implicit agreement to maintain the status quo. No one can break it. A cultivator from the last generation disagreed. But the personnel might change. The Gen has been in charge for too long. Not to mention Dragon Platform or Tiger Pond. Even some from Phoenix Ground are tired of this. The first speaker retorted. This made the crowd ponder quietly. The Gen has indeed been in charge for a long time now. The other demon clans in Phoenix Ground naturally wanted to see a change in leadership. If Peacock Monarch and Dragon Platform were to exert pressure, maybe they would agree to push the Gen down a notch in order to replace them. Therefore, the city found itself in the calm before the storm. Back in the pinnacle of the roost, the flames appeared again only for a split second. A figure appeared afterward. Li Qie. Young noble Li, you're back just in time. Someone was ecstatic to see him and rushed over. Li Qie slightly frowned after seeing Jian Qingzhu and said, What's the problem? She smiled wryly and nodded. There's a problem indeed. My father is under house arrest and Peacock Monarch has returned to City of Demons. The three branches are on the move right now. Is that so? Li Qie narrowed his eyes.
Don't worry, young noble. Father has already ordered people to take the members of Little Diamond to safety outside of Phoenix Ground. She said. What do you want then? He asked. Young noble, please help me save my father. She requested. Easy enough. You and I will go save your father and kill anyone who stands in our path. He smirked. That's not what I meant. She hurriedly waved her hand after hearing the bloodthirst in his voice. By this point, she knew that he could actually start a massacre. No? Do you have a better plan? He stared at her, amused. Chapter 4382. Long-armed Monkey King. She contemplated before answering. Father is under watch in a heavily guarded prison in Phoenix Ground. It's quite hard to enter. Not even a heavenly prison can stop my pace, it's fine. He chuckled. Of course. She didn't question his ability because he managed to understand the roost, something numerous sages have failed before. Father has praised your matchless ability before. She went on, however, just saving Father won't do anything about the chaotic situation in Phoenix Ground. That's not my problem, but go ahead and tell me your plan. He shrugged. I thought about finding our ancestor and asking him to stabilize the issue. She revealed. Nine-tailed god. Li Chia asked. She smiled wryly and shook her head. You think too highly of me, young noble. A regular disciple such as myself can't ask the demon god for help. Even if I want to, I'm afraid no one in the sect knows where he is. Communication is lost unless he wants to show himself. Nine-tailed god was Dragon's strongest and most talented ancestor. However, unlike his peers, he didn't bury himself or live reclusively in the sect. In reality, he hasn't shown up for a very long time now. No one in Dragon had a clue if he was actually dead or alive. Rumor has it that he preferred traveling the world and could appear anywhere in 8 Desolaces. Outsiders actually believed that he was still residing in Dragon. It's just that his disciples had no idea about it. Of course, some also believed in his demise from running out of lifespan. All in all, no one in Dragon could contact him. Jian Qingzhu knew that if he were to show up, he could take care of the internal problems in Dragon with haste. No other ancestors could oppose him. I'm thinking about asking an ancient demon ancestor for help. With his help, it should be enough to quell the current turmoil. She said softly. She was wise enough that saving her father alone wouldn't solve the problem. Li Chia's involvement would only result in a massacre and exacerbate the situation. Thus, she needed a powerful and prestigious ancestor on their side to stop Peacock Monarch from pressing further. Ancient demon? Li Chia casually asked. He is a senior known as Ancient Pheasant from our Phoenix Ground, most likely the strongest demon king we have. She explained. Ancient Pheasant was one of the 3 ancient demons of Dragon, and had enough prestige to stop Peacock Monarch. Thus, this was her goal, to stop the current issue in Phoenix Ground and prevent Peacock Monarch from causing more trouble. Go for it then. He didn't mind because, in reality, Dragon was powerless to stop him. Please escort me, young noble. You don't have to worry about the others because they are safe right now. She added. Sounds like you have no idea where this ancient pheasant is then. He chuckled. Yes. Jian Qingzhu smiled wryly and admitted. Father only gave me one possible location, but the ancient ancestor might not actually be there. However, many fellow sect members are looking for me, so I alone won't amount to much. She stared at him, looking both cute and pitiful. Others would find it hard to refuse. Your cute expression might not be enough to make me want to be a hero. He said. I am alone now, young noble, and can do naught if the ancestors pursue. Please protect me. She bowed deeply. She needed his help because Peacock Monarch was in charge right now, and wouldn't let her easily save her father. He certainly sent experts after her. She could take on many of them with the exception of the top ancestors. Fine, since we've met through fate and I enjoy your intelligence, something rather rare these days. He accepted since this didn't require any effort. Thank you, young noble, thank you. She happily bowed several times. Let's go find this ancient pheasant then. He said and headed for the roost's exit. Young noble, from what I know, he is right here in the city. She hurriedly gave chase, aware that the chance for success was high after gaining his protection. However, the moment they left the roost,
They immediately met pursuers despite her using a secretive passage. In the past, no one would dare to touch her in Phoenix ground. After all, her father and clan were in charge. Now, an old demon led a punitive force towards them. He had a long pair of arms reaching his knees. He had a hairy human body and a monkey head. Though he was up there in age, he was still spirited with a bright pair of eyes. Monkey King. She took a deep breath after seeing him. He was the strongest regular ancestor from Phoenix ground, long-armed Monkey King. He was not from their clan but still wielded ample authority. It was clear to her that her clan's ancestors were being held up by something. That's the reason why her father got captured. "Little one, come back with me," the monkey demon said calmly. She firmly shook her head. "I'm afraid I can't follow your orders, Monkey King. I have not done anything wrong. The sect master has ordered for the members of the 3 branches to return," he insisted. "I have yet to leave the city, so how can I return?" She retorted. "Enough talk." A muscular figure leaped forward and released his vitality and bestial aura. "Bear King." Her eyes narrowed after seeing the large demon, the master of Sky Eagle. Chapter 4383. Jian Qingzhu's Power Bear King was another top cultivator from Phoenix ground, but he wasn't from the Jian clan. A while ago, Li Qie killed his disciple, Sky Eagle. He tried to avenge him but Goldbird Monarch stopped him. Now, this was an opportunity he couldn't miss. "Bear King, do you wish to capture me?" she calmly asked the incoming demon. In reality, she was only worried about the Monkey King, not him. "Brat, return with me and we'll let bygones be bygones. However, I'm not here for you anyway." The bear always had a loud voice. "Then why are you here?" she still asked despite already knowing the answer. "I am here today to take his dog life. I'll offer his head to my fallen disciple." He pointed his thick finger at Li Qie. "I'm afraid you will be disappointed." She shook her head. "Young noble Li is our clan's guest. We naturally won't let you trouble him." She mentioned the clan instead of Phoenix ground since she could represent the former but not the latter. "Brat, don't ruin your own future over one boy. This is not only your father who is involved but you will be too, perhaps your entire clan." "Humph. Dragon will have no place for you if you don't stop now." Bear King glared at her, only wanting to deal with Li Qie. Ultimately, she was still a member of Phoenix ground and also a junior. They watched her grow older and didn't wish to make it hard on her. "Thank you for your advice." She shook her head. "I will also sincerely ask you to stop thinking about avenging senior brother Sky Eagle because it is suicidal." She implied that Li Qie was above his level but he interpreted it differently. I see. The Jian has chosen to abandon old friends for this boy. Come, let's see your cultivation." Bear King became livid and gestured. "Make your move, you won't be able to protect him." Meanwhile, Li Qie only watched silently without reacting as if this had nothing to do with him. She didn't relent and also stepped forward. "You leave me no choice, Bear King." "Excuse me then." "So be it." Bear King roared and became gigantic. His bestial aura rushed forward like waves and pushed many weaker spectators back. He was considered a great demon for a reason. Boom! He raised one foot and stomped down. The sky above them suddenly turned dark. The foot increased in size unceasingly. It became the sky vault falling down and prompted disciples to get far away. "Bring it!" Jian Qingzhu shouted. She leaped in the air and used celestial steps in order to strike at the bear's weak point. Bam! The massive giant lost its balance and fell to the ground. In this split second, she grabbed his foot and sent him flying. He smashed into a distant peak and crushed it in the process. He was furious and got up again, causing debris to fly chaotically. Despite the flashiness of the attack, he didn't suffer serious damage. Screech! A phoenix cry could be heard while he was trying to stabilize. She crossed through the sky and left behind after images due to her incredible speed. She appeared above and raised both hands. Her finger spread and released images of 10 blades. They combined into one for a vertical slash. Slash of the Luan. An expert recognized the move. Activate. Bear King's expression soured as he hurriedly placed his hands together to form a frontal barrier. Alas, the barrier was not enough and crumbled before the slash. The remnant power pushed the bear back down to the ground and made him vomit blood. Numerous cracks appeared beneath.
Spectators couldn't believe their eyes. Their shock was warranted since a senior had lost 2 consecutive exchanges.
Third brother, you've lost because you underestimated her.
A great demon standing behind the Monkey King shook his head. He would have lost even if he didn't underestimate her. She is simply stronger. Goldbird has a capable successor. The Monkey King disagreed. Senior sister Zhu is too strong. One disciple was left breathless. Bear King wasn't a top expert in Phoenix ground. Nonetheless, he was still strong in the eyes of the juniors. Jian Qingzhu has just shown that she was at the apex of the young generation. She's still the strongest genius from our area and can compete with Celestial Tiger and Crystal Dragon. Another said,
I think she's stronger than the young lord.
An older disciple added, Senior sister is the jewel of our sect, the current saintess, and as beautiful as can be. Why is she protecting that sect master? Someone else didn't understand. Many misunderstood the situation, thinking that she likes Li Qie and that this was the reason for her father and clan's current predicament. If her father didn't welcome Li Qie, he wouldn't be under house arrest right now and the Jian wouldn't be under pressure by the other 2 branches. Right, so many members of our sect have a crush on her. What makes him special compared to them? A younger one found this frustrating. Not just our sect, numerous geniuses in Sky Border were enamored with her from first sight. A senior brother said softly. They simply didn't understand. She was at the top for everything. Talent, power, beauty. Alas, she picked this sect master over all the geniuses. This was absolutely not a good match. Not to mention her, any regular female disciple in Phoenix ground wouldn't give him the time of day. Now, she risked everything to protect him, including potentially becoming the sinner of the clan. Chapter 4384. Mad Flurry Boom. Bear King leaped into the air, revealing his wounds. Nonetheless, he still looked dignified and ready to fight.
Not bad at all. He laughed and said, I see that our Phoenix ground has a capable successor.
Brat, you've proven yourself.
Let's go again.
Having said that, he summoned a weapon resembling a crescent moon spade, jet black from top to bottom. It appeared rather heavy, capable of crushing a mountain if he were to drop it. All the disciples took a deep breath. If this thing were to fall on them, they would be reduced to a pulp in the blink of an eye. Mad staff, he used his own source to craft it. It's very powerful. An expert whispered, Girl, let's see if you can handle my staff technique. He pointed the spade at Jian Qingzhu, exerting immense pressure. I've heard praises of your mad flurry before from the Demon Kings. I will overestimate myself and try to stop it. Qingzhu responded.
Very well.
The bear activated his vitality and entered a frenzied state, becoming even larger than before.
Take this. He roared and began spinning his weapon.
The gales coming from it alone horrified the spectators. Once he garnered enough momentum, the weapon looked like a spinning wheel blowing away winds and clouds. The swing resembled a torrential downpour heading straight for Qingzhu. She retaliated by also activating her vitality and true blood, creating the image of a divine Luan. Countless feathers materialized and created a multi-layered barrier in front of her.
Rumble!
The torrential swing smashed against the barrier repeatedly, causing sparks to go flying. He had smashed the barrier thousands of times in the blink of an eye. The world lost its colors as a result while spectators turned pale. Alas, this was still not enough to break the barrier.
Devil Frenzy!
Bear King roared again and the image of a divine bear appeared behind him. He became empowered and the intensity of his swing reached the limit. The spade turned red and left behind a blazing trail. It had enough power to destroy a mountain range. Boom! This smash penetrated the feathery barrier and made Qingzhu stagger backward.
Not bad at all.
Members of Phoenix Ground and those from Dragon appreciated the attack.
Luan Tail!
Qingzhu roared and the divine Luan behind her released its divinity, showing off its prestigious bloodline. Other beasts and birds would prostrate before it. A technique from Sacred Luan. The members of Phoenix Ground knew that this was a merit law left behind by Sacred Luan for the Gen. Clank! As the bird spread its tail, an ocean of blades manifested into reality and engulfed the air. Spectators gasped as the ocean of blades rushed toward the bear.
I shall become the devil.
Bear King grew 6 more hands and raised his spade forward. It became a windmill of sorts and blocked out the area. Clank! A contest between the countless blades and the crescent spade ensued. At first, the Demon King could withstand the incoming blades. Alas, the ocean was endless and he started sweating while retreating. Everyone could tell that he was put in a passive position. Senior Sister Zhu is insane, she's suppressing him. Someone from Phoenix Ground became emotional. Dao rise! He let out his chaos energy and Dao laws this time. They coiled together to create a majestic Grand Dao hovering around him. Inside this Grand Dao was a celestial bear god. This empowered him further and his size grew even more. His fiery eyes resembled 2 suns. A One Dao sovereign. Spectators saw his fate palaces and realized that he was going all out. Mad flurry. He took 8 steps forward and created 8 identical images, all using the same chaotic swing. They entered the ocean and smashed the blades to bits. Jian Qingzhu was clearly affected as her blades were being destroyed. Her body trembled as a result. If this continued, he should be able to defeat her technique. His mad flurry is impressive indeed. A senior from Phoenix Ground couldn't help but praise. Though he couldn't compare to Goldbird or Peacock Monarch, he was still above the reach of many juniors. My turn! She roared and became shrouded in a blue radiance. After a spatial fluctuation, she seemingly turned into a blue Luan with 2 halos around it. Screech! The halos were her Grand Dao. They stored the totems and power of the Luan. 2 Dao sovereign. The youths couldn't believe it. The Heavenly Sovereign title started at the Myriad Dao realm. It consisted of 9 levels to start, 1 to 9 Dao. 10 meant completion, so those with 10 became Golden Sovereign. Next were Myriad Dao Sovereigns and they were far superior to the previous level. In terms of cultivation, it seemed that Jian Qingzhu was actually stronger than Bear King. Pill Keeper Luan. She raised her hand and summoned a blinding light. Chapter 4385. Pillkeeper Luan. A screech resembling that of a phoenix penetrated the eardrums in a frightening manner. A blinding radiance flashed akin to the birth of a primordial star. The individual rays seemed to be solid and capable of piercing through all darkness. Next came an erupting inferno. A red pill could be seen inside with the same color glow, seemingly containing the essences of countless suns. The power of the pill swept in all 4 directions, completely unstoppable, and forced numerous disciples backward. The Luan behind her spread its wings and blotted out the sky. Its divinity made all the demons tremble and want to prostrate. This was an instinctive fear before a superior bloodline. Boom! She raised her finger and commanded the pill to shoot forward. It was only the size of a pigeon egg, yet it made the ground tremble. It wielded the power of numerous suns. The flames coming from it could ravage the entire region. The crowd couldn't believe it. How could such a mighty move be performed by the young girl? Wild flurry. Bear King didn't expect her to be this powerful and swung his spade to erect countless layers of mountains in front of him. This defense was his best and prevented anyone from taking half a step forward. Alas, the tiny pill simply had too much power despite its small size. The immensity of the suns smashed into the mountains and pierced through them. Cracks emanated from this hole before a total collapse. Bam! Pieces were scattered everywhere in a magnificent manner. The defense stopped the brunt of the attack, but the shockwaves continued onward. He formed several seals afterward, but they broke through and sent him flying. He smashed into the ground and created a large crater. This time around, he was seriously wounded despite having a tough frame. Blood could be seen all over. This second defeat made it clear who was stronger between the two. He was only at the first level while she was already at the second. The difference of 1 Dao, in this case, was insurmountable. The scene became quiet. The usual commenters kept their mouths shut. A senior had just lost to her, so the young ones couldn't criticize her. She won. An expert murmured. In reality, this was rather obvious the moment she showed off her 2 Dao. They just didn't expect Bear King to lose so quickly. She absolutely crushed him with that exchange. She'll be the pillar of the Jian in the future. A great demon became sentimental. Unfortunately, she's too stubborn. What a shame. Another from Phoenix Ground replied. Although they came to capture her, they had no intention of escalating the issue. The Jian has ruled for a long time now and the sentimental ties were still present. Some demons who weren't from the clan didn't harbor deep resentment. However, they didn't dare to show favoritism because of the sect's rules. Yes, her talent and personality are just like her father's. Another nodded. She would have had a chance to become the next sect master if it wasn't for this. In the past, numerous top demons and ancestors from Phoenix Ground had high hopes for her. They found her to have great potential, going as far as becoming the next sect master or at least becoming a demon monarch like her father. Alas, her relationship with Xueqi created a rift between her and the sect. They thought that this was truly regrettable. Boom! Suddenly, debris went flying and a figure rushed out. Watch out! Jian Qingzhu shouted instinctively. The figure was none other than Bear King, who seemed rather lively as he lunged for Xueqi. It could be his speed or Xueqi's lack of reaction. All in all, he had a firm grip on Xueqi's neck. The crowd didn't expect this at all since he was wounded. He ignored them and his status, resorting to a sneak attack. Junior, I will have your head no matter what in order to avenge my fallen disciple. He laughed maniacally. His face was twisted with anger and ferocity. Halt, Bear King, or I will not show mercy. She roared. Little girl, you might be stronger than me but you won't be able to save him today. Bear King abandoned everything in order to kill Xueqi. Stop, Bear King. This will harm Phoenix Ground's reputation. The Monkey King shook his head and disagreed. Everyone sympathized with him wanting to avenge his disciple. However, he was a great demon of Phoenix Ground and Dragon. They considered themselves an orthodox and righteous sect. A senior sneak attacking in this manner would incite disdain and criticism. It was fine for him to challenge Xueqi to a duel. Of course, he would be considered a bully, but this was far worse. Chapter 4386. My turn. All eyes were on Bear King. None appreciated the unbecoming conduct. Nonetheless, he put himself in a predicament. Unable to release Xueqi or just kill him. Monkey King, I can accept other requests but I must wring his head today. He shouted. The Monkey King furrowed his brows, looking dissatisfied. Brat, I shall offer your head to my disciple in heaven. He then glared at Xueqi. The audience watched with bated breath, believing that Xueqi was about to die. Of course, they didn't sympathize because he asked for it. Some snorted while thinking that this was the outcome for those who dare to oppose them. Xueqi's crimes were worthy of clan extermination. They needed to make an example out of him or the other sects might become too arrogant. They disliked Bear King's method but had no problem with the end result. Is that so? Xueqi still had a smile despite the fact that the demon could break his neck by adding a little strength. Yes. For some reason, the demon had a bad feeling about this and decided to end this quickly. Die now. He closed his fingers and channeled his energy in order to break Xueqi's neck. Alas, this didn't work and he felt that the guy's neck was tougher than the hardest metal in existence. Die dash. He roared and mustered all of his strength. This still didn't work. This neck seemed impervious to damage. His face turned red from straining to no avail. What is going on? Spectators realized that something was amiss. It's rather commendable trying so hard to avenge your disciple. Unfortunately, you picked the wrong enemy. Xueqi smiled. Xueqi, who was suspended in the air, suddenly floated upward. Strangely enough, the demon was being pulled up with him as well. This frightened him, so he immediately let go of Xueqi's throat. However, this didn't stop him from floating upward. He had lost control of his body and struggling was futile. Are you seeing this? Confusion struck the crowd. At the start, they thought that Bear King was pulling Xueqi up in the air before tossing the guy down. This wasn't right because Bear King had let go. The top demons here didn't have an answer either. This is bad. The Monkey King's expression soured after assessing the situation. What sorcery is this? Bear King bellowed. Tell me, how do you want to die? Xueqi asked with a smile. Having said that, waves of fire appeared behind him and turned into a pair of wings. Tao laws emanated in all directions and exuded unbearable heat. Screech! A phoenix cry made listeners tremble with fear. They suddenly felt the supreme power of a phoenix coming from Xueqi. It was as if the divine beast has taken over Xueqi and granted him immeasurable strength. What is this?
The great demon standing behind the Monkey King became startled. Their very soul was affected by his aura. An instinctive and primal fear. This was the feeling of subjugation all birds felt towards the phoenix. It had nothing to do with actual cultivation and power, only bloodline superiority. The grand Tao of the phoenix? Jian Qingzhu became emotional. She had the bloodline of Luan. Rumor has it that her ancestor, Sacred Luan, could reach atavism and evolve into a phoenix. In all of Dragon, her bloodline was the closest to the ultimate bloodline. Alas, she still felt the same fear as the others. Even the prestigious Luans would be subservient to a phoenix. One was a true divine beast while the other only had a bloodline with a touch of divinity. She then recalled how Li Qia lit up the roost. He was the only one to do so after divine Luan Dao Lord. He actually obtained something like this from the roost? The Monkey King could sense the noblest power of the demon race from Li Qia. As an ancestor of Phoenix Ground, he was aware of Li Qia being granted permission to enter the roost. Thus, it became abundantly clear that he had obtained something incredible from there. The winner takes all. Do your worst. I'm not afraid. Bear King couldn't escape this invisible power but still didn't beg for mercy. How courageous. Li Qia smiled and a wave of fire behind him turned into a fist. Bam! It struck the demon's chest and broke numerous bones. His gigantic body flew downward like a meteor, smashing into the ground and leaving behind a deep crater. The crowd gasped and couldn't make sense of this. Just a moment ago, Li Qia was completely helpless. Now, it was a perfect reversal. Chapter 4387. Dominating without lifting a finger. Everyone thought that Li Qia was dead for sure. How did a first Dao sovereign be so powerless? His opponent didn't lift a single finger from start to finish. Boom! The gigantic figure leaped out of the crater and let out a furious roar. The moment he was smashed onto the ground, he regained freedom. Though he was covered in wounds, he was still doing fine. Engulfing flurry. His staff became as thick and long as a mountain range, shooting upward and piercing the sky vault. He then smashed the entire mountain range downward and broke the fabric of space. Spectators gasped as a result. Some felt their knees buckling. This attack was enough to instantly destroy a small sect and its ancestral ground. Poof! Li Qia's fiery wings became resplendent just like a rising phoenix. The inferno turned into a massive foot heading straight at the staff. One had the immensity of a mountain range while the other was simply unstoppable. Boom! All entities within 10,000 miles were sent flying from the impact. The outcome was absolutely one-sided. The foot easily cut through the staff and hit the demon. Though he was shrouded by true energy, it still didn't prevent his bones from breaking. Ah! His chest completely caved in as he vomited blood. He fell to the ground and created another crater, one stained with his blood. Bam! The foot didn't stop there and stomped on him. Activate! The weakened Bear King still didn't want to give up. He raised both hands, wanting to lift up the foot. Alas, this ended with both of his hands being crushed. It then stomped repeatedly on the helpless victim, breaking more bones in the process. Eventually, he was on his last breath. His flesh pulverized. Even the great demons were left speechless. They thought Bear King would put up a better fight instead of this domination. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. Long-armed Monkey King beseeched. Li Qia glanced at him once without saying anything. Though there was no blatant expression of disdain, the Monkey King felt that he was an ant on the ground while Li Qia was a soaring true dragon. The dragon simply looked down on the ant once without giving it any thought. This froze him and even made his legs tremble. As a top ancestor of Phoenix Ground, he was not weaker than Goldbird Monarch. However, just a casual glance unaccompanied by any aura frightened him. He wondered if Li Qia would actually give him face and spare the bear demon. Young noble, please forgive Bear King's insolence and spare him. Jian Qingzhu asked Li Qia to show mercy. Though they had fought earlier, she wasn't one to hold a grudge. After all, he was a senior on top of not bearing that much malice towards her. Meanwhile, Bear King no longer made any sound outside of labored breathing. Fine, I'm in a good mood and will spare him, Li Qia lazily said. Having said that, the fiery foot along with a pair of wings disappeared. Li Qia assumed his normal appearance once more. The only thing that reminded people of what had transpired was the messy state of Bear King and the craters. Other great demons came to help and took him away. Eyes of astonishment fixated on Xueqi. How did he do it? It looked like a god was on his side. One disciple said. The pair of wings came out of nowhere and effortlessly defeated Bear King. Someone like Xueqi shouldn't have enough power to beat a heavenly sovereign. Alas, they all saw it with their own eyes, hence their confusion. He must have a treasure of the phoenix affinity or an immortal flame. One of them commented on the fiery wings. This was the only explanation since Xueqi himself didn't do anything. I just can't see what merit law or method he used. One expert didn't give up on observing Xueqi. Meanwhile, Jian Qingzhu came over and bowed her head. Thank you, young noble. The Monkey King also did the same. Both knew that Xueqi could have done whatever he wanted and that it wasn't a big deal for Xueqi to do so. You may do whatever you want. This is not my problem anymore. He told Jian Qingzhu. Grandpa, she said. He became sentimental because he watched her grow up. Alas, he couldn't stand on her side this time. I don't think you'll be able to leave the city, he warned. Chapter 4388. Just like that, I have never thought about leaving the city or betraying Phoenix Ground. I am always a member of Dragon, Phoenix Ground, and the Gen, not a deserter or a traitor. She shook her head. What is your plan? He asked. I want to save father. She replied, putting him under house arrest is a mistake, a detriment to the sect's well-being. You know this along with many others. The Monkey King only sighed. Currently, Peacock Monarch has garnered the support of Dragon Platform and Tiger Pond. The other branches and their ancestors also supported him. It could be said that his influence was untouchable right now. Goldbird and the Gen were no longer enough to deter him. Because of this, Goldbird was put under house arrest. The fact that he wasn't prosecuted was thanks to the Gen's power and authority in Phoenix Ground. Even Peacock Monarch couldn't go overboard against them. Nonetheless, it wasn't wise for her to go against Peacock Monarch right now. She could be just fine while staying in Phoenix Ground, but this might not be the case outside of it. I think you need to reconsider. Just one wrong move might result in banishment. The Monkey King glanced at Xueqi and then back at her. He implied that Peacock Monarch and the others wouldn't allow her to save her father, meaning that a battle was inevitable. It could be construed as betraying Dragon and killing fellow sect members. At that point, both the father and daughter, even their clan, would be in trouble. Ultimately, betrayal was a serious offense. The Money King thought that she was strong enough to break into the prison on top of knowing the defenses of Phoenix Ground. Moreover, Xueqi was unfathomable as well. There was a high chance of success, but what would come after saving her father? Grandpa, don't worry, I will not use force. She revealed, I want justice. We are a righteous sect, thus there will be places with reasonable people. His eyes narrowed, seemingly aware of her goal. Fine. Follow the rooster's crow. That is the place you're looking for. He nodded. Thank you. She bowed her head. He waved his hand and said, Go, we can open a path in Phoenix Ground, but once you leave, there is nothing we can do. She bowed again before leaving with Xueqi. Senior uncle, what now? A great demon nearby asked. What else can we do but watch? The Monkey King said. What about the monarch's eventual trial? The demon asked again about Goldbird. They were lost without their leader, who willingly put himself under arrest. They needed to be cautious of Dragon Platform and Tiger Pond wanting to take over. Ignore it for now, we're not that easily bullied and the Gen won't give up without a fight either. The Monkey King said. But the sect master has given the order. The demon became worried. Sure, but he can't make all the decisions here. The three ancient ancestors have yet to state their stance. It's too early to say. Wait for it. The demon found this reasonable. Normally, the sect master was in charge, but not for everything. The ancestors, especially the three ancient ones, had vetoing power. What if they will not interfere? Another demon asked. Then we have to ask the demon god to make a decision. A peer nearby answered instead. Nine-tailed god was even above the three ancient ancestors. Any decision from this being was final. We can't bother the demon god over something so trivial. The Monkey King shook his head. A trial for Goldbird would be carried out by the 3 main branches. There was no need to summon the demon god. Moreover, they didn't know where he was either way. No one stopped Li Qie and Jian Qingzhu along the way because the Monkey King had given the order. They turned a blind eye and ignored the duo. They left Phoenix Ground and returned to the city. There were peaks everywhere, but the peace of nature couldn't be seen. People were everything, flying and riding on beasts. The news of the duo had attracted everyone's attention. Regular disciples gave way but still gossiped quietly. Is senior sister Jian really a traitor? One of them whispered. Impossible, she is a pillar of the sect. The second was skeptical. But she left Phoenix Ground with that weak sect master. Most were noisy and wanted to learn more. What's so good about him? A female disciple who had recently joined couldn't understand. Official disciples like them never cared about the countless small sects under Dragon's jurisdiction. They were merely stepping stones before reaching the final goal. Dragon. I don't know, maybe there is something exceptional about him. An older disciple shook his head. I don't think so, I've met him before. There is nothing special about him. The female disciple responded. Is his cultivation brilliant? Another interjected. No, it's so strange though. He's weak but he still managed to kill senior brother Sky Eagle's group. I believe he has capable treasures. A youth who had seen Li Qie before joined in. Treasures? What are we talking about here? Many became spirited. This was the city of demons, a rather complicated area where crooks mixed in with the honest folks. Some might actually take the risk to try and steal Li Qie's treasures. Favorite. Chapter 4389. Choice. Though the duo left Phoenix Ground without facing any resistance, this didn't mean Dragon Platform and Tiger Pond would let this go. Thus, their location was always known. However, she had no intention of leaving the city or betraying Dragon. Therefore, she didn't try to hide her location along the way. A few disciples wanted to be risky for contribution points. After all, capturing either would be a noteworthy achievement. The sect and Peacock Monarch would recognize them for sure. Li Qie is over there. Many of them immediately shouted the moment they saw the duo. A dozen or so disciples surrounded the two. They had qualms going against Jian Qingzhu, so they only called out Li Qie's name. Li Qie only smiled while she glared at them. What do you think you're doing? She coldly uttered. They exchanged glances. None dared to step forward. She was still the current saintess of Dragon, still as prestigious as ever. Moreover, who among them could actually beat her? All of them here might not be able to win. Senior sister, we're not here to trouble you. We only wish to capture him because that's the sect master's order. One of them said without confidence. Do you know what you're saying? This is ridiculous. Are you stronger than Bear King? She chastised. The first disciple had no response. One female disciple wasn't convinced and fought back. Junior sister, you speak as if you're not a disciple of Dragon. You are siding with an outsider against your fellow sect members. Are you trying to rebel? Know your place. She unleashed a fiery palm strike with haste. The female disciple became startled and hurriedly blocked the strike. Alas, she wasn't fast enough and a print could be seen on her cheek. You! She was furious after being humiliated by the slap. Qingzhu glared at her and said, If I wasn't holding back, all of you would be corpses on the ground right now. In reality, she was saving them by acting harshly. If she didn't take the initiative, Li Qie would be forced to act. What would be the result? All of them would be laying in a puddle of their own blood. Li Qie wasn't one to show mercy and certainly didn't mind killing more disciples from Dragon. Forget about capturing anyone with your skills. Get out of my way right now. She continued. The group exchanged glances. They came in a hurry and didn't have a plan in the slightest. Qingzhu's words made them calm down quite a bit. As for Li Qie, he watched with a smile and had no intention of interfering. Eventually, the group slowly stepped aside and made way for the duo. Qingzhu didn't say anything else and moved on with Li Qie. What should we do now? One disciple asked while watching the departing duo. They had no plan because Jian Qingzhu alone was far stronger. Should we report this to the elders? One of them suggested. They already know,
It's a matter of taking action or not. Another responded. We should go find first brother. He can do it. Someone from Tiger Pond said. Many eyes lit up after hearing this. You're right. Let's find senior brother Celestial Tiger. The others nodded in agreement. Since the elders do not wish to interfere, he's the only one who can fight senior sister Jian. Jian Qingzhu headed for a mountain range inside the city, clearly aware of where to find Ancient Pheasant. Are you sure that this Ancient Pheasant can take care of this mess? Li Qie seemed amused. She halted her step and nodded. Yes, he is one of the 3 ancient demons and has considerable influence in our sect. Peacock Monarch and the other ancestors wouldn't be able to push the issue. He's only one of the 3. How do you know the other 2 ancient demons are on your side? He asked. Well, Qingzhu had no response. Ancient Pheasant was from Phoenix Ground, but the other 2 came from Tiger Pond and Dragon Platform. She understood this and responded. The 3 ancient ancestors have experienced the ups and downs of life. They are more insightful than us. She hoped that they would have a different opinion of Li Qie, and wouldn't be swayed by the current political struggle. This was the reason why she wanted Li Qie to meet one of them. I'm afraid age isn't a good indicator of wisdom. This applies to power as well. He said, the existences from the darkness are strong and old, not necessarily wise though. Therefore, making the right choice can be the deciding factor rather than wisdom. She didn't get the point right away. It is a contest between your intuition and their own branch. I hope they're as wise as you think they are. He smiled. She didn't respond this time because she knew very little about the 3 ancient ancestors. What do you think we should do then, young noble? She asked after a moment of silence. My method is naturally different from yours. I'll have to make a trip to Dragon Platform and Tiger Pond eventually since I need some things there. If they hand them over, I'll leave. Otherwise, I'll take them myself. Though Li Qie was being vague, she could still envision the carnage already. However, keep on trying. I don't mind accompanying you since I'm bored anyway. He added. Chapter 4390. Celestial Tiger Jian Qingzhu had gathered clues from her father and the Monkey King to know the location of Ancient Pheasant. Along the way, disciples were smart enough to get out of their way. The power disparity was apparent at this point. Only elders and ancestors could stop her. However, none has shown up so far outside of Phoenix Ground. Strictly speaking, she was not a traitor and no judgment has been given yet. Thus, they wouldn't even stop her from leaving Dragon. Members of Phoenix Ground could do so because that would be an internal matter. However, anyone else in the sect would need permission from the ancestors. It's right ahead. Qingzhu entered a mountain pass, then looked around and said with relative confidence. A village appeared before them with sparse houses. She saw smoke and heard the sounds of livestock. It was the perfect image of a rural area. This wasn't uncommon in City of Demons. These villages were either inhabited by mortals or owned by disciples. The moment they walked in, they saw someone seemingly sitting and waiting there for them. Moreover, there was a crowd watching from a distance too, consisting of both Dragon's members and those from other sections. The person sat beneath a pear tree. He was young yet still brimming with authority. His eyes were sharp just like that of a ferocious tiger. No one wanted to be the target of his attention. He gave the impression that he alone could defend a pass, not allowing anyone to get through. That's the first brother of Tiger Pond. One spectator quietly commented. Tyrant-eyed Celestial Tiger. We'll see this genius in action today. An outsider said. Yes, a competition of the leaders of the young generation. A friend responded. There were 3 primary leaders among the young generation of Dragon: Celestial Tiger, Jian Qingzhu, and Crystal Dragon Young Lord. In reality, most believed that the young lord was one level beneath his peers in terms of talent and power. He was considered a genius because of his influential father. Moreover, his father loved him and spent immense effort. He personally taught his son on top of using natural resources to boost the boy's cultivation. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't be considered to be one of the 3 geniuses. On the other hand, Jian Qingzhu and Celestial Tiger earned their current achievements. They didn't use the same number of natural resources and pills as the young lord. The main difference between the 2 was their conduct. Qingzhu kept a low profile while Celestial Tiger was famous for his love of fighting. He served as the first brother of Dragon as well, not just Tiger Pond. This was approved by all three branches. The successor of Dragon has yet to be determined. Thus, Celestial Tiger never hid his ambition before. He was virtually unbeatable in Dragon on top of entering Eastern Desolace and challenging many geniuses there. Of course, Peacock Monarch supported his son as the next successor. Nonetheless, Celestial Tiger kept on proving himself as a worthy candidate. Among the three, Jian Qingzhu had the lowest chance, especially when she was assigned as the Saintess already. Now, the young lord was dead, so the most likely winner became Celestial Tiger. The crowd was awfully interested in this development. This battle might show us who'll be the successor. One outsider whispered. Though Peacock Monarch was brilliant, growing old was inevitable. He would have to give up his position eventually. The majority believed in Celestial Tiger because Jian Qingzhu was teaming up with an outsider. If Celestial Tiger were to win, it would pave the way for his future ambition. Jian Qingzhu slowly walked over and Celestial Tiger stood up. "Long time no see, senior brother." She stopped and greeted. Celestial Tiger's sharp eyes fell on Li Qia, looking like a tiger descending from a mountain and searching for prey. "Indeed, your changes are startling, junior sister." He turned his sight toward her. "I didn't change." She shook her head. "You are a pillar of the sect, junior sister, yet you conspire with the enemy. Is it worth it?" He said with a serious tone and glared at Li Qia again. "You've listened to false rumors." She calmly explained, "I am still a member of Dragon and certainly not conspiring with anyone. The sect hasn't banished me." The crowd thought that this was true. The ancestors and the elders never mentioned anything about banishing her. That's perfect if what you're saying is true. You just need to hand over Sect Master Li Qia and his sect members. Celestial Tiger nodded. "I'm afraid I can't do so because they are my good friends. I will not hand them over." She refused. "Don't you know the consequences?" His eyes turned cold. "The sect master has declared them as our enemies. Protecting the enemy is a serious offense." "This is another misunderstanding." She elaborated. "The feud between young noble Li and the sect master is personal, not a sect matter. That would have to be decided by the ancestors. There is a clear distinction, and there are no rules forbidding me from interacting with Little Diamond's members." Celestial Tiger couldn't come up with a response. Sure, she wouldn't be able to befriend anyone who was deemed an enemy of Dragon. However, this wasn't official yet. Any disciple might have enemies outside. This didn't mean that their fellow sect members couldn't interact with the latter. Chapter 4391. Internal conflict. No need to dwell on this feud issue, just hand him over. Celestial Tiger demanded. "I won't make it difficult for you, junior sister. The elders will be the ones in charge. I just can't let him go." He was direct about this goal, coming only for Li Qia and not Jian Qingzhu. "Are you under orders from the sect master, senior brother?" Her eyes narrowed. "No, he did not give the order, but I can't forgive anyone who killed our fellow sect members. They can't die in vain. As the first brother, this is my responsibility." He shook his head. "Well said." The crowd members praised. Some even applauded or gave him a thumbs up. "That's first brother for you, the leader of the young generation. Those words alone are worthy of us risking our lives for his cause." One disciple felt his blood boiling. "It is an honor to have a leader like him since he cares about each and all of us. I am willing to offer my service." Another added. His comment just now earned him the love of the crowd. If they were to choose a successor right now, the majority here would absolutely pick him. "Comparison is the thief of joy." A female disciple murmured. "They're both geniuses, but first brother is righteous, ready to die for his sect. On the other hand, senior sister Jian is abandoning her principles for personal feelings." "Indeed." Someone else complained. "She's going against her own sect for this nobody, truly ungrateful of what the sect has done for her in the last decade." Everyone gossiped quietly. Some cursed Jian Qingzhu because they viewed her as a traitor who was not worthy of being the saintess. Qingzhu didn't mind the insults and calmly stood there. She knew exactly what she was doing. If Celestial Tiger was here for the sake of the sect, so was she. Nonetheless, They only knew about his noble intent, not hers. Senior brother, you must get through me first if you wish to capture young noble Li. She shook her head and infuriated the crowd again. A few outsiders couldn't understand. One of them muttered, "Why is the Saintess of Dragons so hell-bent on protecting this guy?" The only explanation is stupidity. She's betraying her sect because of this man. Someone from Dragon answered, "What a waste of resources." Another girl said with disdain. Celestial Tiger stared at her and asked, "Junior sister, think about this carefully. Is this little sect master worthy of you betraying the sect?" "As I've said, this is a misunderstanding. Everything I'm doing is for the sake of the sect," she replied. "Ridiculous." He didn't buy it. "All right, shouldn't you two fight already? Otherwise, I'm leaving since I don't have time for this nonsense dragging out. I have some stuff to grab." Such impudence. Celestial Tiger glared at Li Chia again, but the guy was unaffected. "Not to mention your previous crime, your comment just now deserves death," he threatened. This was not an empty threat since he was a capable cultivator. He proved his power after traveling to Eastern Desolace and defeating many geniuses there. "Plenty of people want to kill me. Adding one more is not a big deal. It depends on your ability though." Li Chia shrugged, not giving a damn about Celestial Tiger as if he was absolutely superior. Both Celestial Tiger and the crowd couldn't handle this. "This dog is so brave and haughty." One disciple was livid. "First brother can kill you with one move." Another shouted, "Ignorant fool, who do you think you are? First brother, cut off his legs first and avenge our fallen members." The crowd was furious and wanted to see Li Chia being cut down to pieces. Celestial Tiger felt the same way. Lightning coursed within his eyes in an intimidating manner. "So be it. I heard you have incredible treasures and sorceress abilities. I don't buy it though. We'll see if you are qualified to act haughty in Dragon." Though he despised Li Chia, he still insisted on a duel. "Young noble, let me fight instead. You can take action if I lose." Qing Zhu interjected. "I believe others are blind to your kind intention," he told her with a smile. "But fine, go for it." She bowed after receiving approval. "Humph, Dragon is humiliated because of her." A female disciple saw the bow and found it unacceptable. Why is she debasing herself? The Saintess of Dragon need not show respect to anyone. A neutral party didn't like it either. "She must be sick in the head. This is ruining our reputation." This sentiment echoed among them. Their contempt for her grew as they watched her subservience. "Senior brother, please give me points." She stepped forward and challenged. "Junior sister, you have disappointed the sect and ruined its reputation." Celestial Tiger shook his head. "Worry not about ego and vanity. You should be worrying about yourself since you are a pillar of Dragon. Losing you will be regrettable," she replied. The reason she asked to fight was to prevent Li Chia from killing Celestial Tiger. It wasn't easy for the sect to train someone like him. Plus, she didn't want to see more sect members die. "You are a pillar as well, yet you are acting like a sycophant to this sect master. Even if I were to drop this, I'm afraid the sect will persecute you. What is your justification?" he said sternly. "Yes, we demand an answer," one crowd member shouted furiously. Chapter 4392. Tyrannical Dragon Spear. Jian Qingzhu showed zero emotion before the unceasing criticisms. She said, "I'm aware of your kind intent. I shall be responsible for my conduct and will answer when necessary." Despite her civility, she clearly had no intention of changing her mind. The crowd didn't know what to do. Some thought that she had lost her mind and wouldn't repent. She doesn't appreciate what she has and prefers to be a maid. How disgraceful. One disciple sneered. "What a shame, how a genius has fallen." A neutral member regretted this development. In reality, Jian Qingzhu was previously well loved by the members of Dragon. Thus, some found this rather regrettable. What is his charm? Does anyone see any? A senior sister asked after taking a good look at Li Chia. The girls thought that Jian Qingzhu had everything already. Being the golden daughter of the Jian and the Saintess of Dragon, she was also gifted in terms of cultivation as well. Alas,
She was throwing all of this away for a man. Most importantly, there was nothing special about him. His appearance was average. He had no aura and power. He didn't come from a prestigious clan either. All in all, nothing about him was worth mentioning. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that any random disciple from Dragon would be superior to him. Hence the illogicalness of her choice. It's like she's under a spell. There is no other explanation. A younger girl murmured. Humph, I have to educate you in the sect's stead then. Celestial Tiger scowled thunderously. His eyes could pierce the soul. I will try my best to contend against your top arts. She calmly responded, a stark contrast to his aggressive demeanor. His eyes became serious. Though he talked about educating her, he didn't take her lightly at all. He has always considered her a rival, one far stronger than Crystal Dragon Young Lord. He had never given a damn about this guy before. If it wasn't for his father, the young lord wouldn't be qualified to compete with him. This wasn't the case for Jian Qingzhu. He knew that she was quite capable despite her lack of fame. I will try my best as well, junior sister. I have heard of your brilliant spirit feather saber art and can't wait to see it. He roared. You're too kind. You have learned the tyrannical dragon spear that is extremely hard to stop. You will surely surpass the previous generations. My saber art is not worth mentioning. She entered a battle state despite not unsheathing her saber. He summoned a silver spear with a dazzling glow. The tip was white and resembled a sharp bone ready to pierce the heart. Tyrannical dragon spear. Senior brother created it himself. One disciple commented. Right, he found a Dao bone of a king-level beast in a dangerous location. A senior brother from Tiger Pond nodded. That's not all, he learned a special Dao there to match the spear. It has 12 variations. Another youth chimed in. How brilliant, creating his weapon and learning his own art. The crowd was impressed while looking at the soul-devouring spear. Ready your weapon, he told his opponent. Clank. She didn't dare to underestimate the enemy and revealed her saber. It had blue feathers attached to the hilt while the blade also glowed brilliantly. It seemed sharp enough to cut down the moon without a problem. What is this saber? The crowd hasn't seen her weapon before. Celestial Tiger's spear had an impressive origin. If her saber was inferior, she would lose for sure. Even those from Phoenix Ground haven't seen it previously. Its name is Phoenix Feather. Holding the blade emboldened her. I don't believe I've heard of it before among the weapons of Phoenix Ground. He stared at the saber and said, It is there now. She didn't explain. So this is what you obtained after visiting the palace, junior sister? His expression suddenly changed. Both members of Dragon and outsiders became emotional. Is he right? A saber from Demon Realm Palace? One disciple blurted out. The palace was a place filled with fortunes. Alas, few were qualified to enter and even fewer could get fortunes from it. In history, geniuses normally comprehended the Tao in there. Only a negligible number of cultivators obtained actual rewards. In recent generations, Nine-Tailed God was one of them. If Celestial Tiger was right, then it would be quite a shocking revelation. You think too highly of me, senior brother. She shook her head. I've only found the Dao bone of a blue luan. It was used to craft this saber and was finished recently. The crowd exchanged glances. Some even took a deep breath. A Dao bone of a blue luan, how lucky. One person became emotional. Being rewarded by the palace was a huge deal. Those geniuses normally had boundless potential. This might be why she was given the saintess position. An outsider speculated. Among the three, the young lord was an exception since he had the backing of his father. Jian Qingzhu and Celestial Tiger were considered equals as well. However, she was given the saintess position by the ancestors while Celestial Tiger didn't have the saint position. Now, it seemed that the ancestors had thought very highly of her after being aware of her fortune inside the palace. Incredible. This saber must be amazing. Celestial Tiger showed no sign of fear or jealousy. He knew that she has benefited from the trip to the palace. Alas, the ancestors didn't make this public. He assumed that she made progress with the Tao there, not actually obtained a treasure. Chapter 4393. Three birds mantra. The crowd didn't expect Jian Qingzhu to be given a reward from the palace. This was a big deal. Any disciple capable of this would be heavily groomed by the three branches. In fact, this was close enough for her to be appointed as the next successor. If they needed to make a decision right now, the elders would certainly pick her. Impressively enough, this great achievement was kept under wrap. Even the seniors had no idea, a testament to her lack of ego. Anyone else would have tried their best to make this known throughout the sect. After all, being highly valued by the seniors would pave a smooth road for the future. Thus, the experts here were startled at first, then after thinking about it, they were impressed by her personality. Junior sister, your restraint is admirable. Let's start our duel then. Celestial Tiger took a deep breath. Yes, senior brother. She posed her saber horizontally in front. He focused his gaze and raised his spear forward. The white tip could pierce any heart with haste. Clank! As he channeled his power, the light of the spear surged brightly and intimidated spectators. Rah! Its ringing resembled the cry of a dragon. People had the illusion that he was wielding a furious dragon, not a spear. Qingzhu didn't change her stance. She held her saber in front of her and looked to be full of openings. However, they appeared to be traps for her opponent. A stalemate ensued because both sides tried to search for an opening in order to deliver a decisive blow. Activate! After a while, Celestial Tiger finally roared and released his palace, one by one. Boom! A total of 12 appeared along with 2 Grand Dao. They coursed around him like a galaxy. 2 Dao sovereign. Some had expected this but were still shaken. He no longer held back and let his aura run wild, freezing weaker cultivators in the process. They found themselves being stuck in a storm. Drowning in his Dao power was inevitable. That's dragon for you. An outsider from a smaller sect commented. Even a young disciple is still a sovereign. That's why we can't compete. Heavenly sovereigns were considered to be standing at the peak. Few in the entire world could reach this realm despite a lifetime of effort. Not to mention a small sect, the great power sovereigns were all seniors and ancestors. Dragon, on the other hand, had sovereigns among the young generation. This is why they dare to compete with Lion's Roar. Another added. Buzz. She also activated her vitality. This resulted in a visual phenomenon of a divine Luan flying up into the air. Screech. Next came the image of a screeching phoenix. It spread its wings and its flames surrounded Jian Qingzhu. 3 birds mantra. A spectator shouted. This was a secret art of Phoenix Ground. It could boost other merit laws in an unrestrained manner. This was an indicator of how serious Phoenix Ground was in training her. Celestial Tiger was undeterred. The dragon-like spear suddenly had pieces removed, revealing the draconic scales beneath. While he changed the shape of his spear, she took the initiative to attack and swung her saber. The slash was rather simple, akin to an easy calligraphic session. However, because of the mantra and the phoenix flames, the slash carried the power of Dao elucidation. It could solve Grand Dao and break through defenses. Tyrannical dragon. He roared and thrust his spear forward, releasing a wild dragon with its claws raised. It pierced through the slash and aimed straight for her throat. He was not holding back. Meanwhile, spectators became frozen because they could see his superiority after just one thrust. Instead of panicking, she relaxed her body and leaped into the air for another simple slash. It managed to repel the spear while adding an indiscernible shockwave towards her opponent's head. Rising Dragon. He gripped his spear tightly and swung it upward, commanding the tyrannical dragon to shoot up instead. The audience felt the world being lifted up from his momentum. This saved him from the slash, but nonetheless, he staggered 4 steps backward. So strong. Everyone took a deep breath. Most believed that he was stronger than her due to his fame and battle experience. Alas, he was at a disadvantage during the last exchanges. This caught all of them by surprise. How is she so strong? One disciple murmured. She looks like the champion of the young generation. An outsider commented. She gained a fortune from the palace for a reason. It's just that she has always kept a low profile. Someone else praised. Chapter 4394. Bamboo Feather Art. None expected Jian Qingzhu to be so strong. Not even the members of Dragon. Is senior sister Jian the strongest youth in our sect then? One of them asked. Certainly looks that way. One whispered. The strongest genius of dragon was obviously between these two combatants since they were both sovereigns. Qingzhu had the upper hand right now, so her odds looked better. What a shame, such power, talent, and luck. She could have inherited our legacy. A member of the previous generation sighed. The older cultivators lamented her betrayal, picking Li Qie over her sect. Her achievements no longer mattered because Dragon would not pick her as its successor. After all, no sect could tolerate a traitor. Dragon was already being merciful by not persecuting and executing her. Well done again. Celestial Tiger's spirit didn't diminish in the slightest. His true fate released unending light and made his two Dao resplendent. Rah! His spear's aura ran wild and poured down true dragon laws. He finally activated the power of his weapon's Dao bone. Meanwhile, one of his Dao coiled around the spear like a galaxy. Spectators saw a true dragon swimming in this bright galaxy and empowering the spear. A pillar of light pierced the sky vault right away after the full empowerment. Lunging tiger, soaring dragon. A disciple from Dragon recognized the Dao right away. This was another powerful mantra from Dragon, embodying the ferocity of a tiger and the agility of a dragon. Next came the power of a king from the Dao bone. Chaos energy woke up the beast. His own Dao was fusing with the spear's Dao, a method to exert the true potential of the weapon. This was more effective for him than using another Dao Lord Merit Law. Suitability often trumped the sheer ability of a Merit Law. Skybreaker. He unleashed another devastating thrust. Boom! The crowd felt as if he had just pierced through the earth and all of its inhabitants. Some looked down at their chest and screamed in horror. Not to mention the horrified youths, even older cultivators gasped because they knew that it could actually kill them. This thrust from a two-Dao sovereign could easily destroy a small sect such as Little Diamond. They would be completely powerless to stop him. In this crucial second, she elegantly swung her blade again. Once again, it lacked flashiness and its Dao didn't show. Nonetheless, it wielded the efficiency akin to that of a veteran butcher cutting meat, swift and accurate. The arc and angle were flawless, allowing it to solve any incoming attack regardless of their magical transformations. This was akin to a master capable of destroying a great dam by throwing a rock at the right spot. Clank! Though this thrust was far stronger and faster than the previous one, it still couldn't overcome her slash. He was struck by the remnant energy of the slash and was sent flying. Blood gushed out from his chest and stained his robe. It pierced his Grand Dao and defenses, albeit his life was in no danger. The scene became silent right away and people became dumbfounded. That thrust earlier was tyrannical and dominating. They thought that he would be able to turn the tides with this attack. It might not be able to defeat her but should be able to push her back and allow him to regain momentum. Unfortunately, her elegant slash akin to a calligrapher swinging his brush easily dismantled the thrust. Isn't her strength a little ridiculous? One disciple asked. This fight was far from being even because Celestial Tiger's blood was spilled after just 3 moves. They're both two Dao sovereigns. How is the gap so large? One youth didn't understand. Their Dao are different. An expert elaborated. Their cultivation power should be rather even, but the same can't be said about their personal Dao. One is either more perfect or the other still has flaws. Many understood the situation. It seemed that her saber art was more polished than his spear art. Since their cultivation was even, the strength of their personal Dao decided the match. Incredible saber art. The wounded combatant couldn't help but praise. Junior sister, your art is simple yet it contains the mysteries of the Dao. He accepted that his Dao couldn't match up to hers. Chapter 4395. Omniscient Eye, you're too kind, senior brother. I'm only one step ahead right now. With time, your tyrannical dragon spear will certainly surpass me. She showed no sign of complacency. I don't think so. He shook his head then said, however, this does not mean that you'll win today. She wasn't surprised and nodded. I'm aware that you've cultivated the omniscient eye since youth. You have an innate gift allowing you to do so. This is your true ace card. Omniscient eye. Many members of Dragon became emotional. Some even gasped. Is that our legendary merit law? One of them asked. Yes, It is a secret law of our sect created by none other than Myriad Eyes Tao Lord.
An older disciple answered with a solemn expression. A Tao Lord secret law. The outsiders nearby found this horrifying since secret arts were one step above regular Tao Lord merit laws. I didn't know he was cultivating a Tao Lord secret law. A member of Dragons said. Yes, secret laws aren't easily passed down. Few can cultivate them, but he has the right physical structure and gift to do so. The older disciple nodded. The Omniscient Eye was a secret technique left behind by Myriad Eyes Tao Lord who came from Tiger Pond. The sect in Tiger Pond naturally kept this a secret. Even top disciples weren't allowed access, but Celestial Tiger was special. He possessed a special bone in front of his chest with a divining affinity. Thus, he was groomed by Tiger Pond at a young age before being given the Omniscient Eye technique. There's a reason his full title is Tyrant-Eyed Celestial Tiger. It means that when his eye is activated, he'll dominate the entire world. A senior sister elaborated.
Ah, I see. The others finally understood.
This secret Tao Lord technique is very effective, or so I've heard. An outsider took a deep breath. They haven't seen this technique in action before, only having heard of its wondrous tales. This saves time if you already know, junior sister. Please prepare well and don't blame me for using it. Celestial Tiger shouted.
I am ready.
Qingzhu commanded her 12 fate palaces to line up in front of her. They formed a separate domain with clouds, mountains, and rivers. It separated Qingzhu from the current dimension. Clank, clank. At the same time, she raised her saber and released countless feathers and sharp rays. She erected 2 formidable barriers in just a split second. Moreover, she suddenly disappeared from sight. I see, Fate Palace Domain and Feather Saber Illusion. Celestial Tiger recognized the techniques. He then pulled down his robe and revealed his muscular frame brimming with energy. His skin suddenly cracked in a rather frightening manner. What the hell is this? Many became startled after seeing the cracks. Once the cracks opened fully, blue eyes could be seen. His upper half was completely covered in them. Pop! His entire ribcage opened as well, and a larger eye could be seen, as blue as the water in the ocean. It was rather animated and always darting back and forth. Its gaze could steal the soul of his opponent.
So that's the Omniscient Eye?
The crowd found the largest eye to be rather creepy.
How is this a bone? He has so many eyes.
An outsider shuddered.
The other eyes are from cultivation. The one in the middle of his chest used to be a bone. It was then molded by the secret technique and became an eye.
An expert from Dragon explained.
Don't look at his eyes.
A top cultivator from a different sect warned his juniors. The expert from Dragon shook her head. It doesn't matter whether you stare at them or not. It's not coming through your vision, it is aiming directly at your true fate. Sealing all 6 senses won't do either, the best way to deal with it is running. Having said that, she started retreating from the battlefield. Many others followed her advice and got out of the eye's area of effect. Pop! The large eye moved ever so slightly and glimmered. This was enough to frighten the crowd.
Omniscient Eye!
He roared and finally activated his technique. All of the eyes shot out bright rays towards Jian Qingzhu's defenses. Boom! The defense created by the Fate Palaces illuminated the entire region and overshadowed everything else. This included the incoming rays. Activate! Celestial Tiger roared and caused the rays to explode like the death of stars.
My God!
Although spectators have closed their eyes and sealed their senses, they were still affected by the eruption. Several hundred cultivators were rendered unconscious and fell to the ground. Even ancestor-level beings felt their true fate being affected by the gaze. Fortunately, their cultivation was enough to prevent any negative effects. Boom! The explosions destroyed the light created by the domain, leaving nothing left behind.
Clank! Next came the ocean of energies created by her saber.
They intended to stop the explosions of light. Alas, they seemed rather feeble as well, just like cicada wings. Jian Qingzhu was forced to show herself once more and the brightest ray struck her. Chapter 4396. Impressive might the frightening omniscient I could render others unconscious even if they weren't the primary target. Only the strong standing from a safe distance was lucky enough to escape.
This wasn't the case for Jian Qingzhu despite her two powerful barriers. She was forced out of her hiding spot and started falling down. At this crucial moment, her saber suddenly turned into countless feathers and wrapped around her like a cocoon. Seal! Celestial Tiger tossed out a treasure net in order to capture the cocoon. It pushed the cocoon down on the ground and fully sealed it. Dragon Catcher Net. A member of Dragon immediately recognized the treasure. This was a high heaven-level treasure left behind by a top sovereign of Tiger Pond. Escaping once caught would be a difficult task. It seemed that this battle was over with Qingzhu's defeat. The crowd exchanged glances and started reflecting on the result. The omniscient eye is indeed unbeatable, an outsider said emotionally. Jian Qingzhu's saber Dao was absolutely fantastic. It easily defeated Celestial Tiger's spear Dao and proved her superiority in terms of Dao comprehension. However, he had a special bone that qualified him to learn a secret Dao Lord Law. This was enough to guarantee his victory. Those who saw the power of a secret law for the first time became stunned. The Dao Lords were still unfathomable existences, and so were their techniques. First Brother's eye is enough for him to make a name for himself. No wonder why he defeated the geniuses in Eastern Desolace. One disciple said softly. I don't think anyone among the young generation can beat this technique. An older disciple added, aware of their next successor. It seemed that Celestial Tiger had firmly grasped the successor spot after defeating Jian Qingzhu. No one else could change this. Some spectators eventually woke up and looked around, realizing that they needed to be farther away. Staring at him left them frightened because of that eye technique. They were completely helpless before it. Celestial Tiger had all the momentum right now. His spear pulsed brightly in an intimidating manner. Your turn. He glared at Li Qia, prompting the crowd to stare at him with bated breath. This will be over soon. A member of Dragon quietly said. It's time to end this sect master. He has brought too much trouble to our sect. Cutting off his head isn't unreasonable. We don't know who will win yet. Another responded. What do you mean? First Brother will win for sure. How can that guy compare to First Brother? A supporter disagreed right away. Not necessarily. Li Qia defeated Bear King before, also a sovereign. A senior sister was slightly worried. I heard he obtained an amazing artifact in Myriad Sect Mountain. Not sure if this is true or not. A senior brother felt the same way. Li Qia glanced at the challenger and smiled. Go for it if you wish. It's best if you just surrender and save everyone's time. Celestial Tiger uttered coldly. You're quite confident. Li Qia chuckled. Of course. Celestial Tiger said fiercely. Be obedient and you won't suffer needless injuries. Is that so? Have you ever thought about how you would die? I'm a merciful person and will let you pick. Li Qia said with a smile. You. Celestial Tiger turned red after hearing this. Ridiculous. Show him the might of our sect, First Brother. One listener was furious. That's right. Teach him a lesson. Others from Dragon chimed in. Celestial Tiger currently represented the young generation of Dragon. Thus, Li Qia's arrogance was unacceptable to the crowd. Li Qia stretched and yawned. I've heard these lines so many times already. Space Dragon Emperor left behind a legacy for a bunch of idiots. It seems like the proverb is right. Quantity does not trump quality. Fool. You deserve clan extermination for this comment. Celestial Tiger's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. No one enjoyed criticisms about their sect from outsiders, especially a behemoth like Dragon. Go, my patience grows thin. Li Qia smiled. Die. The furious youth released a dragon with a spear thrust. The sheer power and bloodlust made others shudder. Rah! The dragon left behind deep trails and cracks on the ground along its path. It only took the blink of an eye for Celestial Dragon to appear in front of Li Qia. Li Qia didn't bother looking at the attack and simply flicked the spear, changing its direction. Celestial Tiger's hands were numb from the vibrations stemming from the flick. He nearly dropped the spear as a result. Whoosh! Li Qia grabbed the spear and pulled hard, seizing the spear from his opponent. He then thrust the spear straight at Celestial Tiger's chest. It traveled like a venomous serpent lunging at its prey. Celestial Tiger reacted quickly and performed a movement step to cross through space. He dodged a fatal blow, but it still tore his robe and left behind a flesh wound. Alas, his mental state was affected as he became drenched in cold sweat. He couldn't stop Li Qie from taking his spear away and nearly killing him with it. Chapter 4397. Easy dismantlement. Jaws dropped to the ground after the fact. This can't be. One disciple from Dragon couldn't believe his own eyes. This was understandable because Celestial Tiger was a 2-Dao sovereign. His spear technique was impressive, but it couldn't injure Li Qie at all. The guy easily seized the spear and turned the tides of the battle. All of this happened quickly and easily, as if he had handed his weapon over to Li Qie. Nonetheless, this was indeed the truth. Even the experts had a hard time believing it. They activated their heavenly gaze again in order to assess Li Qie's cultivation. In their opinion, he couldn't hide anything from their pulsing gaze. Impossible, he's not strong enough. Those from other sects also tried and came up with the same conclusion. Li Qie could only be in the myriad form realm at best. There was an unreachable gap between myriad form and myriad Dao. Moreover, Celestial Tiger was at the 2-Dao level, not just a new sovereign. A myriad form cultivator beating a sovereign was virtually unheard of. Celestial Tiger himself staggered backward while being covered in a cold sweat. He felt a bit dizzy because everything happened in an instant. Li Qie's action was too smooth and precise. After all, he personally created the spear. The two of them had a connection, so even a stronger foe shouldn't be able to obtain it in this manner. He wasn't famous for no reason. He had defeated numerous disciples from Eastern Desolace before. Thus, he had ample abilities and battle experience. Alas, this foe truly frightened him. He had used his heavenly gaze before and found Li Qie to be weaker. This simply didn't make any sense to him. You may have it back. Li Qie glanced at the spear and casually threw it forward. Rah! The Dao bone was activated and released the dragon totem. It roared loudly with surging draconic energy. It seemed to be alive as it ravaged everything along the way. Celestial Tiger gasped after seeing this. He knew the full extent of the spear's power since he was its creator. Li Qie was actually using the spear to its limit, and this shook him to the core. Moreover, the throw was rather casual as well. Li Qie didn't activate his power in the slightest. This was something even Celestial Tiger couldn't do. However, he didn't have time to think and needed to defend himself. Activate! He summoned a square shield to stop the incoming spear. It created countless peaks and allowed him to hide among them. Myriad Peak Aegis. An expert from Dragon recognized it. This was a famous defensive treasure from Tiger Pond. It has been passed down from one cultivator to another, and gave off the impression of being impregnable. The crowd had more confidence in the shield being able to stop the spear than otherwise. Boom! 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 The dragon's spear roared and pierced through several peaks without a problem. The thick layers couldn't even slow the spear down. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing this. The spear seemed to have tapped into its hidden potential. Boom! The last explosion hurt the listeners' eardrums, stemming from the spear piercing the final peak. Nonetheless, the shield successfully absorbed the power of the throw. The tip of the spear stopped after it pierced through Celestial Tiger's robe and touched his flesh. He turned pale since he could feel the coldness of steel. He felt completely overwhelmed and confused. How could his spear break through the Aegis? Though he was a genius, it was a great treasure far superior to his own creation. Today, the shield seemingly showed its true value. Alas, it wasn't because of him. At the same time, he nearly died to his own creation as well. This was far from ideal. Of course, spectators were speechless and stunned. Not to mention disciples from Dragon. Many outsiders could tell that the Aegis was superior. How did the spear manage to break through? How did he do it? One disciple asked. Celestial Tiger himself couldn't break that Aegis. An outsider took a deep breath. There has to be something else going on. It's sorceress. One senior sister trembled. Li Qie might have an artifact capable of boosting all of his techniques by thousands of times. One expert speculated. Those nearby found this explanation to be reasonable. Chapter 4398. Again Celestial Tiger lost all confidence in capturing Li Qie. His previous exploits have emboldened him. He heard about Li Qie defeating Bear King previously but didn't think much of it. He could defeat Bear King as well. Someone of Li Qie's background was limited and couldn't be that much stronger compared to the geniuses of the East. The worst-case scenario should have been a hard-fought battle, eventually ending with history. Unfortunately, he felt fear right now while trying to understand the situation. The destruction of the Aegis made him feel something ominous. All eyes were on him, waiting for his next move. His ace card was still available. The Omniscient Eye. He narrowed his eyes and looked serious. His ace card was indeed stronger than the spear technique. Back during his battle with Jian Qingzhu, he didn't waver despite losing in terms of Grand Dao comprehension. This didn't apply currently because he wasn't sure of defeating Li Qie even with a full-force attack from his special eye. The guy's mysterious nature horrified him. He knew nothing about Li Qie's other techniques. Got anything else? Li Qie gestured provocatively. The hand wave was naturally viewed as contempt. If this was the beginning of the fight, Celestial Tiger would have been livid. However, he didn't have time for that since the opponent was unfathomable. Senior brother, use the Omniscient Eye. A disciple lost his patience and shouted. Right, render him unconscious. Another loudly chimed in. Most members of Dragon believed that the eye had a high probability of knocking Li Qie out. I shall do my best if you wish to continue. Celestial Tiger put the spear down and said seriously, no longer possessing the haughty attitude seen previously. Show me your brilliant techniques. He took off his top robe. The crowd became tense since he was about to use his Omniscient Eye. Only a secret Dao Lord technique could defeat someone as bizarre as Li Qie. Alas, if Li Qie were to win, their sex reputation would take a large hit. This was unacceptable for these prideful disciples. Clank! Suddenly, a saber slash cut through the air. Energies and clankings could be heard as rays spread outward like a blossoming flower. Boom! The net-sealing Jian Qingzhu was cut apart by her saber. She appeared and stood in front of Li Qie then said, Senior brother, I'm your opponent. She showed no sign of being dizzy any longer. Her saber energies were still rampant like before. It seemed that the eye failed to deal significant damage. Everyone knew that she was quite strong. The problem was that she didn't have a solution for the Omniscient Eye. Junior sister, your courage is commendable, but I'm afraid your brilliant saber Dao still can't stop my eye. You need to use a secret Dao Lord technique to contend. He said. The crowd respected her power, but they didn't disagree with his comment. Alas, the second part piqued their interest. Jian Qingzhu had cultivated a secret art as well? Some members of Dragon became envious since they never had access to one. She and Celestial Tiger were highly prized geniuses. Thus it made sense for them to have these arts. Right, I'm sure Divine Luan Dao Lord left some behind. One disciple said. Divine Luan Dao Lord had strong ties with Phoenix Ground. If she had left some of these arts behind, they would certainly be under the possession of Phoenix Ground. It wouldn't be surprising for Jian Qingzhu to train with one of them. I have not cultivated a secret art. Qingzhu answered honestly. The crowd didn't expect this response. If that's the case, junior sister, I don't think you have a chance of beating me. Celestial Tiger said. The same outcome seemed rather likely. Her being unable to stop the eye. She took a deep breath and said, Your Omniscient Eye is peerless indeed, but I still wish to overestimate myself and try again. All eyes turned toward Celestial Tiger. He put on a serious expression and said, Junior sister, weapons do not have eyes. It won't be good if I overdo it and injure you. Don't worry, senior brother. I will only blame myself for being weak even if I die in battle. She took a deep breath and said solemnly. This surprised everyone. They didn't know why she insisted on fighting again. The odds were insurmountable. I shall give you a gift. Li Qie lazily interjected. Chapter 4399. A gift. Everyone's full attention returned to Li Qie, not knowing what he meant. A few thought that Li Qie was too cavalier with his words. Both Jian Qingzhu and Celestial Tiger have surpassed many members of the previous generation at this point. He spoke as if he was a supreme existence capable of passing the Dao to a weak junior. Can he do it? One disciple remained skeptical. I think he might give the saintess a treasure capable of reversing the tides. One expert speculated since he had heard about the event at Myriad Sect Mountain. Moreover, the simplest and fastest way to help Jian Qingzhu was to give her a peerless treasure capable of stopping the omniscient eye. After all, teaching someone the Tao was too difficult in the middle of battle. One wouldn't be able to boost their power or Tao enlightenment in a short time. The chance was slim to none. Jian Qingzhu was surprised to hear this and stared at him. She couldn't come up with an answer either. He raised his hand in order to pluck something out of the air. It looked natural and smooth, as if there was really a fruit tree growing there or an embedded grand Tao. In the eyes of the spectators, he was merely putting up a show and trying to be mysterious. However, they suddenly felt the world becoming tense. There were invisible ropes that were pulled together by Li Qia's touch, or so they thought. Pop! Next was the feeling of a primal law being pulled out of the world. Though no one could see or sense this particular law, this was the feeling that they got. An unbelievable scene came next. Strands of true chaos energy poured down from his hand like waterfalls. Crimson sparks appeared around his fingers and exuded considerable heat. The crowd heard a faint screech of a phoenix. Despite its hushed tone, it still pierced the eardrums painfully. They endured the pain and focused on his finger. A group of red wisps was there, seemingly made of countless intertwining tiny laws. This was an independent world made of laws. At the center of the entwinement was a special strand. This seemed to be a force existing from the beginning of all existences. An immortal phoenix could be seen floating like a lord of the Grand Tao. As the crowd was still confused, this red strand floated towards Jian Qingzhu's forehead. She didn't resist at all after seeing this. Pop! A ripple could be seen as it penetrated her skin and entered her mind. Loud detonations and tsunamis erupted within her mind. Her two main Grand Tao and the other laws shot into the air from her ocean of knowledge, looking like two halos surrounded by countless particles. She immediately felt her true blood boiling along with her vitality and life force. These affinities flew up into the air and turned into a screeching azure yuan. It was shrouded in an ancient aura, seemingly coming from the past. This was Qingzhu's bloodline, one passed down by the sacred Luan. It was mighty and had the chance of evolving into a phoenix bloodline. The red group of wisps then entered the bird without facing any resistance. The bird trembled, seemingly in agonizing pain. Primal Tao laws as big as pillars pierced through it and started recreating its body. Poof! It became engulfed in divine flames. This burned its chaos energy and replaced it with something else in her mind. A phoenix. Birth via fire. This was the way of the phoenix. The fire began burning and refining her true blood. This resulted in unbearable pain. She gritted her teeth violently during the process. Of course, no one else saw this internal manifestation. Only Qingzhu. They only saw the red light entering her forehead and how she started twitching and trembling afterward. Her surging vitality started becoming chaotic and rampaged in all 8 directions. The power of a 2-Tao sovereign sent the crowd flying. The smart ones hurriedly pulled back to a safe distance. Her 2 Grand Tao appeared again and protected her. An expanse of chaos energy manifested around them. Eventually, an azure lone showed up in the outside world as well. Her bloodline. Every member of Dragon was aware of this lineage since it was no secret. However, her current bloodline was far from reaching the divine level of her ancestor. Boom! A flame of the Grand Tao surged violently and engulfed her before astonished eyes. Everything of her was being burned and replaced, prompting her to scream despite her best effort. Eventually, a pair of fiery phoenix wings appeared behind her and a screech could be heard. The Luan was finally placed by a phoenix. Screech! Its screech shocked all the demons and forced them into submission. Chapter 4400. Bloodline Evolution. Indeed, the aura of a phoenix was actually sweeping through the region. All demons and animals had no choice but to submit regardless of their status. The stronger demons could at least endure it because she wasn't aiming the aura at anyone in particular. This was an inadvertent release during the transformation. If she focused it on a single point, even a demon monarch would have a hard time withstanding it. This had nothing to do with offense and power, just an instinctive and primal fear embedded in all demons. A phoenix. Members of the last generation couldn't believe it. Weaker disciples from the demon race lost control of their body. What happened to the Lwan? Someone else said. The Lwan was suddenly replaced by a phoenix. The presence of this divine image completely dominated their bloodline. This primal suppression was impossible to resist, far worse than one stemming from a disparity in power. Evolution. An old demon explained. How? A demon king didn't understand why. Bloodline evolution was difficult and rare. Many top demons tried repeatedly only to fail while the process happened so quickly in Jian Qingzhu's case. Most importantly, her bloodline wasn't evolving into something common. This was a phoenix. Though she had an impressive bloodline before, there was still an enormous gap between a Lwan and a phoenix, one akin to the separation of heaven and earth. Now, it seemed that her bloodline has reached the initial level of the phoenix bloodline. All the top demons understood the significance behind this. Is it an actual phoenix bloodline? One of them became emotional. How did he do it? Did he feed her a peerless pill just now? Another whispered. No, this seemed like a catalyst because her bloodline was already quite pure. Sacred Lwan had entered the initial step as well. Maybe the girl had inherited this nature and just needed a nudge. A big shot from Dragon has arrived and joined the conversation. Does this count as comprehending the Tao while battling? A young genius became frightened. Kind of, her bloodline had just evolved. A friend answered while feeling the same dread. Li Qie must have broken something under these circumstances and helped her break through. One expert commented. Because of the aura and the wings, everyone knew that the evolution was going to finish. First brother, you have to attack now. This is your chance. One disciple loudly reminded. Many turned towards Celestial Tiger. If he were to take advantage of this and interfere, she might fail the evolution and even die. Moreover, no one would criticize him for doing so because the duel was still ongoing. She was the one who chose to break through and push herself in a precarious situation. In a sense, this was a God-sent opportunity for him to defeat her. However, he didn't do so in spite of the repeated egging from his supporters. He stared at Jian Qingzhu and occasionally glanced at the crowd. His goal was to defeat and capture her, not kill her. He disagreed with her action but still didn't view her as a mortal enemy. Boom! The phoenix flames intensified and continued to ravage the battlefield. However, it left just as quickly as it came. It converged back into her body and disappeared from sight. Her aura slowly dispersed as well. She stood there, looking as normal as before. The only difference was a hint of sacred divinity hidden deep in her eyes. Though she recalled her aura and power, she still couldn't hide the prestige of her bloodline. The suppressed demons could finally stand up. They were covered in sweat because their very soul and bloodline had submitted to her just now. That was scary. This was Meni's first time experiencing this level of bloodline suppression. She herself was emotional but still remembered that it was due to Li Qie. She took a deep breath and bowed toward him to show gratitude for this wonderful gift. Congratulations, junior sister. You have reached a new height. I won't be able to catch up any longer. Celestial Tiger cupped his fist. Thank you, senior brother. I appreciate your support by not interfering. She politely said. Celestial Tiger deserved this for waiting during the battle. This was gentlemanly and righteous. He certainly didn't have to do so. It was for the sake of the sect. He answered, but our battle isn't over yet. I still need to carry out my responsibility. I understand. Please give me pointers. She cupped her fist. This was a strange development. A fierce battle has suddenly turned into something resembling a friendly spar. In the beginning, she insisted on fighting him in order to save him from Li Qie. Now, he had returned the gesture without being aware of her kind intention. Chapter 4401. Gentle Wind, Spirit Saber, Prepare Yourself. Celestial Tiger took off his top robe again and cracks appeared with eyes inside them. The spectators had no choice but to get the hell away from the battlefield again. They had witnessed the power of the omniscient eye already. Those affected were traumatized by the event. Even the top demons here had a hard time dealing with it since his cultivation was quite impressive now. Buzz! Countless eyes opened and shot their rays towards Jian Qingzhu. The largest eye also opened and released a ray more resplendent than anything else. Their brightness made the rest of the world seem dark, Quite a fascinating phenomenon. This was because they began absorbing all other lights, so they became the only light left in the region. Boom! The strengthened beams could tear the world apart like paper. Screech! Jian Qingzhu attacked with her saber, releasing a phoenix hymn. The slash was accompanied by myriad Dao, changing the fundamental structures of everything in its path using Dao laws. It swayed back and forth like a willow branch. A phoenix could be seen flying around the Dao of the saber, capable of shifting the cosmos. Willow-born slash! She roared and the phoenix screeched alongside her, ready to offer her its service. It spread its wings and unleashed an inferno along with a myriad Dao in order to stop the incoming beams of light. The world shook once the two forces collided. The combined effort of the inferno and the saber Dao actually stopped the brilliant beams. They created an eternal barrier consisting of worldly Dao and laws with no gap to speak of. Rumble! The beams had to directly break through, resulting in continuous explosions. Even the all-penetrating beams couldn't take it down in a short time. She stopped it. She actually stopped it. One spectator shouted after seeing her finally being able to stop the beams. Is this the power of a phoenix bloodline? The crowd was shaken because a secret Dao Lord Law was stopped. This wasn't the end. Celestial Tiger continued to use all of his power to channel the beams for an unending barrage. This was still not enough to break through the fiery Dao barrier. His vitality and energy were depleting because this technique required a monstrous amount of chaos energy and Dao power. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead and the beams weakened. Gentle wind. Spirit saber. She stated the name of her next move. As she raised and swung her saber, the phoenix also closed its wings and dispersed from sight along with its flames. This slash was gentle and seemingly powerless. However, it could cut the yin and yang along with the reincarnation cycle. Spectators felt themselves being cut into two pieces and shuddered in horror. Activate! Dragon Ascension! Celestial Tiger felt a mortal danger and thrust his tyrannical spear again. An energy dragon soared upward and destroyed the sky vault. Clank! Everything came to a halt in the next second. The crowd became frozen as a result. Even the wind stopped blowing. The slash decapitated the dragon and severed Celestial Tiger's favorite spear. It could have also split him into two halves, but it stopped just after making contact with his hair. No one had anything to say. Especially not the members from Dragon. Celestial Tiger had lost to this single slash and was shown mercy. The victor between the two geniuses was clear. Jian Qingzhu was now number one after her bloodline evolution. I've lost. Celestial Tiger was pale and devastated. Nonetheless, he composed himself and said, "You can finish it now." He didn't beg for his life after losing and accepted the outcome. Clank. Qingzhu returned her saber to the scabbard and shook her head. "You went easy on me. I've only won by one move with luck." Though she was humble, everyone knew that Celestial Tiger had no chance of overcoming the newly evolved Qingzhu. I wholeheartedly accept this defeat. You may continue, junior sister. Celestial Tiger bowed slightly and left without delay. Members of Dragon exchanged glances and also left. None dared to stop her any longer. Chapter 4402. Phoenix's innate gift. This battle had more significance than just deciding the number one genius of Dragon. Jian Qingzhu seemingly obtained a phoenix bloodline, something with unmatched potential. If she could cultivate this bloodline to the apex, she could absolutely become a demon god. This made many think about the strongest existence of Dragon, Nine-Tailed God. For many eras now since his appearance, Dragon hasn't produced a similar being. Even if Jian Qingzhu wasn't going to become a Dao Lord, it still didn't diminish her importance to Dragon. Moreover, Nine-Tailed God was missing as well. Who knows if he was still alive? If Qingzhu could become a demon god in the future, she would be able to fill the vacancy and make Dragon stronger. Thus, although many of them criticized her action before, they didn't dare to say anything now. Even the top demon seniors couldn't speak up. If her bloodline is truly Phoenix, what will happen once it reaches grand completion? An outsider asked. Isn't that what Sacred Luan had? His bloodline evolved and reached the Phoenix level. I'm not quite sure on the grand completion part. An ancestor responded. Sacred Luan was the Gen's peerless ancestor who was competitive against the Tao Lords despite not being one. The Gen rose under his leadership and gained an everlasting foundation. It became the strongest clan in Dragon, and was in control for a long period of time. In the present, it still had an influential position on top of being in control of Phoenix Ground. This was mainly due to Sacred Luan's legacy. One thing to note was that his bloodline evolution came after a lifetime of effort. As for Gen Qingzhu, she had gained it during her youth. Thus, it wouldn't be impossible for her to surpass the ancestor. The rivalry between Dragon and Lion's Roar was no secret. However, most thought that Dragon was still missing something. The appearance of a new demon god might shorten the gap. Dragon has to keep a disciple like her around. A high elder from another clan said softly. In reality, the demon experts felt the same way about Gen Qingzhu. In everyone's opinion, unless she has committed an unforgivable sin, they should do everything to salvage the situation. A future demon god could take Dragon to the next height. As for Gen Qingzhu, she and Li Qia entered the village since no one else tried to stop them. As the crowd thinned out, she bowed deeply and said, "Young noble, my life is yours. I would jump into a boiling cauldron if you wish me to." The gift was truly priceless and changed her fate entirely, hence her deep gratitude. Most importantly, she had enough sense to understand the implication. Li Qia was able to casually give away this fate-changing opportunity. The crowd assumed that she was close to an evolution already. They didn't get to witness the internal process at all. However, she knew exactly what happened inside her body. His gift was something their clan pursued for eras now. Only one ancestor was successful. Sacred Luan. His ability to do so was more astonishing than the incredible gift itself. "My gift is one thing, but how far you go is up to you," Li Qia said. "No one else can help you on this path." "I understand. I will train without complacency and bring this bloodline to grand completion," she said respectfully. "If that's all you'll do, it's rather unambitious." Li Qia shook his head. She was surprised to hear this and asked, "Could you elaborate, young noble?" From her point of view, becoming a great demon similar to her ancestor was amazing enough. In the past, she was a top genius of Dragon, but her talent wasn't considered supreme. She didn't have a chance of becoming a demon god. There have been plenty of geniuses like her in the long history of Dragon. However, with her new bloodline, becoming a demon god wasn't particularly difficult. This made her a supreme genius, not an ordinary one. Thus, her next goal was to perfect this bloodline and become an apex existence. Strangely enough, this didn't seem to be enough for Li Qia. "What did I give you?" Li Qia stared at her. She answered right away, "You gave me a bloodline evolution, from an Azure Luan to a Phoenix bloodline. The bloodline evolution is supplementary." He smiled. "For example, learning the arts and techniques of Buddhism is supplementary to Buddhist cultivation, merely byproducts of the process." "Only a byproduct?" She became stunned again. The bloodline evolution would probably be her crowning achievement, the defining legacy of her life. Now, it was only a byproduct in his opinion? "You young noble, what did you gift me then? Please excuse my foolishness and guide me." She broke out in cold sweat since she found her assessment to be inaccurate. She didn't understand the true meaning of the gift. "What I gave you is the innate gift of the Phoenix," he explained. "What would that be? I have never heard of it before, young noble," she inquired again. "It's not your fault. The world has never seen a phoenix before, let alone knowing more about it." He chuckled. Chapter 4403, Truth of the Gift. "So what is this innate gift?" she asked again. "Divine beasts do not exist in this world, so you haven't seen them," he said. "Yes, true dragons and phoenixes." She had heard about the divine beasts before. There are different names for them: dragons, phoenixes, kuanpangs, and many others. We simply don't see them in 8 decimalaces, but they are around. Where do you think their power comes from? Their bloodline. She blurted out the most obvious answer before correcting herself. "Ah, you're referring to their innate gift?" He nodded and said, "That's one way to put it when we're talking about their source." "So the innate gift of the phoenix is," she murmured. "It is rebirth.
It is not limited to the bloodline. It'll serve as the source of your Tao and power. He elaborated. So this innate gift is greater than the bloodline. She seemed to be understanding more and more. The power of the bloodline stemmed from this innate gift. It is everything, the source of what is considered a phoenix. If you were to only learn the grand completion bloodline, that would be a superficial level of knowledge. He nodded. Superficial. She shuddered after hearing this. The grand completion bloodline alone was enough to make her a peerless demon god. How could this be superficial? What would be the result of actually learning the gift in totality? She asked. I'm sure you haven't met a divine beast. He brought this up. No. She shook her head. I don't think anyone has seen them before. They are considered the strongest beasts, far beyond the reach of this world. Can you imagine how powerful they are? He elaborated. This was something she couldn't answer due to a lack of knowledge. However, it seemed that just obtaining a bloodline was incredible enough. Their ancestor had accomplished so much by obtaining the phoenix bloodline. What about the real divine beast with all of its arsenal ready? They must be unbeatable, she said. He chuckled in response. The innate gift is in your mind, a treasure awaiting your excavation. You don't need to focus on anything else. Just this alone is enough. She gradually understood that her phoenix bloodline right now was not worthy of pride. It was only the beginning. There was still a long way to go in the future. It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes to receive your grace, young noble. She prostrated, thinking that words weren't enough to show her gratitude. He accepted her grand gesture and said, I fancy those with intelligence and wisdom, they allow one to reach the Tao. Talent and power alone do not elevate one above the rest. She memorized his guidance and led him into the village. It only had several dozen households or so. There must be countless villages like it around City of Demons. They walked around and searched the houses for ancient pheasant. Strangely enough, the villagers didn't find the presence of their saintess surprising. They acted rather indifferent toward her. It was because these mortals have seen demons and disciples of dragon before. However, they didn't know anything about ancient pheasant. Thus, the duo searched the entire village to no avail. What should we do? Father was certain that we would be able to find him here. Qingzhu mused. Try his method. Li Qie smiled and wasn't in a hurry at all. Qingzhu then remembered the Monkey King's advice. Follow the rooster's crow. I'll give it a shot. She sat down in the meditative pose and focused. She entered a state of zen and everything became silent. As for Li Qie, he closed his eyes with a smirk on his face. He didn't care if they could find ancient pheasant or not. After a while, she suddenly heard a crow. It didn't come through the ear but rather, through the mind. Over there. She stood up and pointed over yonder. Let's go take a look then. He opened his eyes and agreed. Suddenly, war horns interrupted them. It wasn't overly loud but everyone in the city could hear them. Qingzhu stared in the direction of the city and became startled. Other disciples felt the same way and stopped their tasks. It's a summoning horn. They calmed down and assessed the situation. This was a unique horn to dragon. Its purpose was to summon all nearby disciples. They were required to run back regardless of their current mission. What is happening? This question was on everyone's mind. It's been decades since the last summoning call. One expert said, Are we under attack? A junior asked around for information. However, this certainly didn't seem to be the case. Dragon is recalling its members. Outsiders took note of this as well. Something big must be happening, one disciple said as he ran back to the sect. Chapter 4404. A rooster. Gen Qingzhu was stirred as well because it has been several decades now. For a powerful sect like Dragon, only an all-out invasion or an unprecedented crisis would necessitate this summoning call. For example, the death of an ancestor or the coronation of a new sect master. Hesitation arose because her current perspective didn't align with the sect's. However, she was still a member of Dragon and would support it if necessary. As disciples speculated while running back, another war horn sounded along with drums. Lights appeared among the 3 branches and the city became illuminated. This felt like a celebration more than anything. Wait, it's something good?
Returners became curious after they saw colored banners and lanterns. A prestigious guest is coming. Someone spread this message. Everyone became curious right away. The three branches were working together for the reception? This was rather astonishing. Given Dragon's current status and power, few were qualified for this treatment. Prestigious sect masters were usually only taken care of by one branch at a time. Not even the King of Lions' roar warranted this reception. Who is it? Outsiders became curious. A top master is coming? Even disciples from Dragon couldn't find the answer. I think it has to be the King of Lions' roar. An older cultivator stated. I don't think so, a big shot from True Immortal, 3000 Dao, or Central Ground is more likely. I'm sure it is someone exceptional for Dragon to put so much effort into the reception. This was the consensus. Dragon, one of the strongest sects in Eastern Desolace, has hosted plenty of top masters before. Ordinary ancestors couldn't enjoy this treatment. Jian Qingzhu heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. She didn't need to worry since no invaders were attacking. Over there. She headed deeper into the village. The duo arrived at a hill at the end of the village. It had verdant trees but didn't look special otherwise. It lacked spirituality and an impressive appearance. However, she noticed an old hut on top of it. It has been there for who knows how many years. There was no lock and it was creaking to the wind. She entered and didn't see anyone, only a kitchen stove made out of clay. She went back out and saw a few chickens. Some were searching for food in the grass. Others rested beneath a tree's shade. More were just playing around. They were certainly having a good time. There's no one here. She released her divine intent throughout the hill and couldn't find anyone. But this is the right place. Though disappointed, she still didn't give up and tried to search again. I'm sure this is the right place. Both the Monkey King and her father had guided her to this village. Phoenix Ground is in a crisis. I, a member of the Gen, respectfully ask for an audience, ancestor. She got on her knees and bowed in all four directions. She was certain that he was in the village and watching. He just didn't wish to interact with them. It wasn't a rare occurrence at all. Most top ancestors were buried in the sect. Only the big shots could come to visit them. However, a few roamed freely in the sect and didn't interact with anyone. Not even the strongest members of the sect had a clue. For example, this was the case for Nine-Tailed God. Dragon had lost contact with him completely. Fortunately, the three ancient demons weren't so elusive. The demon monarchs still knew their current whereabouts. The issue was whether Ancient Pheasant would take the time to talk to disciples. Ancestor, please grant me an audience. Qingzhu didn't give up. Li Qi'er eventually lost his patience and said, Enough, let me do it. Boom! He raised his hand and released the power of the Grand Tao. Laws manifested around his palm as he reached for a rooster sitting on top of a tree branch. Boom! The rooster suddenly pulsed with 5 different colored lights. All right, stop. The rooster suddenly spoke with an ancient voice. Ancestor. Qingzhu immediately kneeled again. Rise, no need for formalities. The rooster shook its head. Chapter 4405. Ancient Pheasant. The 3 ancient demons were the strongest sovereigns in Dragon right now, putting Nine-Tailed God aside. One came from each of the 3 branches, forming a balance of power for eras now. Ancient Pheasant naturally came from Phoenix Ground. Some believed that he was from the Gen and had an Azure Luan bloodline. Though it wasn't at the Phoenix level, it was still immensely mighty. These turned out to be false rumors. He was not from the Gen nor was he a descendant of the Phoenix bloodline, just a simple pheasant born on a treasure peak. However, there was an ancient bloodline sealed within him. Because of this, an old ancestor from Dragon brought him back to Phoenix Ground and taught him the Tao. This went on for several generations and the pheasant's bloodline eventually awakened. He became intelligent and gained a human form. He didn't let down his natural constitution and the effort of the demon ancestors. His cultivation soared instantly and he swept through his peers. After he made his Tao debut and left Dragon, he defeated numerous masters. Eventually, his title became Ancient Pheasant, one of the 3 ancient demons of Dragon. Jian Qingzhu had heard about his legends before. She thought that he would have an impressive appearance and aura.
For example, her father had a divine and intimidating glow with many colors. However, this ancestor looked like a regular rooster. There was no surging vitality and energy. No one from Dragon would think that he was their ancient ancestor, only livestock belonging to a villager. This was a testament to how well Ancient Pheasant hid his aura. Nonetheless, Xueqi still spotted him. "Come inside, everyone." Ancient Pheasant invited the two back into the hut. The rooster spoke while strutting forward. Jian Qingzhu, who followed right behind, found this rather amusing. After they were inside the hut, Ancient Pheasant waved its wing and the hut suddenly changed position. Once Qingzhu regained her wits, she found that they were standing on a peak with clouds, fog, and ample spirit energy just like a paradise. "Wow, this place is," she murmured. "It's my true home." The hut was only an entrance. Ancient Pheasant said. Without Ancient Pheasant's guidance, Qingzhu wouldn't have been able to find this place. The peak was refreshing and bright. The occasional breezes made it quite pleasant and carried the aroma of the freshly brewed tea prepared by Ancient Pheasant. Qingzhu hurriedly poured the tea for both Xueqi and the ancestor. This was her duty as a junior. "The tea might not be up to par, but please still give it a taste, sir," Ancient Pheasant invited. Xueqi didn't show any reservation and took a sip. He then nodded approvingly. The two of them enjoyed the tea for a bit before Qingzhu spoke. "Ancestor, my father is imprisoned." "I'm aware." The demon waved his sleeve and said, "He only lost his freedom and isn't in any danger." "You knew." Qingzhu was surprised at first, but then again, Ancient Pheasant was still staying in the sect. He had enough power to know everything that was going on in Dragon. "Ancestor, do you mean that we can't save him right now? He is absolutely loyal to the sect and has contributed greatly for years now." She wasn't exaggerating his accomplishments. Phoenix Ground has prospered under his reign without facing any danger. It's not a big deal to release him. Ancient Pheasant said. "Sir, what do you think about this?" "This is your sect's problem. I'm not interested in offering advice." Xueqi smiled and took another sip of tea. "Ancestor, you've figured everything out already?" she asked. "Don't flatter me, little one. I know you're smart already." The demon smiled wryly. "What should we do to solve the current conflict then?" Qingzhu bowed. "The imprisonment of Goldbird Monarch has created a rift between Phoenix Ground and Dragon. It appeared that Dragon was challenging its sovereignty, and this could escalate at any moment. In order to prevent needless bloodshed, Goldbird Monarch willingly put himself under house arrest, hoping to quell any potential issue for now. Goldbird is wise. It's just that Peacock has been too famous and ambitious recently. He's reckless and arrogant, not knowing that there is always a higher mountain." Ancient Pheasant said. "Only wisdom can maintain peace." Xueqi interjected. "You're right, sir, it's just that Goldbird can't influence Peacock's eye." The demon smiled wryly. Qingzhu could tell that Ancient Pheasant held her father in high regard, maybe going as far as supporting him to be their sect master. It's just that he wasn't as strong as Peacock. His talent exceeded the other three demon monarchs. He had power, talent, and even contributions to the sect. If Goldbird had been chosen as the sect master, Peacock and many other disciples wouldn't accept it. Moreover, Dragon Platform certainly had supported him in the past. Everything about Peacock is excellent, with the exception of pride and arrogance. The demon said, "The sect has high hopes for him since he is the most likely among the young generation to break Myriad Dao." "Myriad Sovereign?" Qingzhu asked. "Yes. I don't think Goldbird has a chance." The demon responded. Myriad was the level above Golden. 10 Dao were originally perfect, hence the name, Golden. The difference between these two levels was immense. The difference between 10 and 10,000. Most sovereigns could never reach this level despite trying for a lifetime. Chapter 4406. I wanted there was no end to Peacock Monarch's Grand Dao currently. He still had plenty of years left, unlike most ancestors. Their vitality weakened, hence an inability to improve their cultivation. On the other hand, the young monarch still had plenty of room for improvement. There was a chance for him to reach the myriad or even the supreme level. He would live longer than the three ancient demons and would assume this position later on. The sect master post was only temporary.
Because of these advantages, the upper echelon held him in high regard. He became virtually untouchable in Dragon. Jian Qingzhu naturally understood this as well after listening to Ancient Pheasant.
So we should leave my father be for now?
Qingzhu asked. She didn't care about the political contest, only wanting to save her father and preserve his reputation. It's not a pressing matter right now. Ancient Pheasant said, taking him out is easy but it'll escalate the situation. He shook his head after saying this.
He then stared at Li Qie and asked, "What should we do, sir?"
As I've said, I'll just be killing whoever is in my way. I'm here with matters to take care of and don't mind killing a few. Li Qie smiled. Ancient Pheasant smiled wryly, not knowing what to say. The juniors were blind and have offended you. Could you forgive them? He asked. It's just a peacock. Just kill him. Talents are useless if he'll bring nothing but trouble to the sect. Li Qie smiled. Well, Ancient Pheasant didn't expect such a blunt response. As an ancient ancestor, the demon didn't agree with everything Peacock Monarch did. Nonetheless, he still considered Peacock to be a good seed and a pillar for the future. However, Li Qie was right. Pride and arrogance could be a source of downfall not only for Peacock but all of Dragon. In this split moment, he also got the feeling that Li Qie was unstoppable. They or any other behemoth had no chance of stopping him. A peacock has limited future. I like her more. Li Qie pointed at Jian Qingzhu. Just this one phrase alone has changed Qingzhu's fate. The demon started thinking. In terms of raw talent, Qingzhu was obviously inferior. However, she had gained the peerless phoenix bloodline. This might be enough to influence the current train of thought in Dragon.
Kill him and let the girl take his spot.
Li Qie concluded. This nonchalant comment sounded as if he was talking about the weather. Alas, it prophesied a potential massacre and would change everything about Dragon. Only those who understood his power would know that he was not messing around. For the larger sects, changing the sect master was a monumental event. In Dragon's case, it required the approval of numerous ancestors. The balance of power was rather delicate, so such a thing wouldn't be easy. This didn't stop Li Qie from being decisive in changing Dragon's future direction. It was either to obey or face destruction.
We mustn't.
Ancient Pheasant became startled. Killing Peacock would create an unfixable rift. Dragon would suffer serious losses, being unable to rise for a long period of time. Of course, this didn't matter to Li Qie.
Young noble, please don't.
Qingzhu joined in. She had no ambition of wanting to replace Peacock. Her only goal was to save her father. Moreover, she didn't want to embark on a path filled with bloodshed. One could say that becoming the sect master required stepping on the bones of fellow sect members. I've been rather patient with your sect's internal problems. I'm only here to take what I want. No question. He said.
What do you want, sir?
Ancient Pheasant asked. Outside of entering Tiger Pond's secret area, I also want the thing left behind by your progenitor in Dragon Platform. Oh, and the palace as well. He revealed. Ancient Pheasant was at a loss for words. Entering the secret area was acceptable. However, the legacy left behind by their progenitor was the ultimate treasure of Dragon. They would never share it with an outsider. Furthermore, Li Qie even brought up the palace. This was another unreasonable request. Such demands could be considered a declaration of war. I think this will be difficult. He shook his head and smiled wryly.
As I've said, I will not be negotiating.
Li Qie responded, making his point clear. If Dragon were to refuse, he would kill his way in. Either way, Dragon was about to suffer heavy losses. Young noble, could you let the ancestors talk it out? Qingzhu said. Yes, it pertains to the foundation of the sect. I alone can't decide. Please give us time to deliberate. No need for violence. Ancient Pheasant took a deep breath. How about this? Please go see the geezer from Tiger Pond with me so we can negotiate. Sure, negotiate all you want. Li Qie chuckled. Chapter 4407, Future Potential. I can certainly give you more time. Just be aware that my patience is limited. Once it runs out, don't complain that I didn't give you a chance. Li Qie smiled. Perfect, perfect. Ancient Pheasant heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the situation taking a turn for the better. Keep in mind that things might happen with the palace. This is an early warning. Li Chia added. Sir, please don't take our palace away. Ancient Pheasant's heart skipped a beat. Demon Realm Palace, in a sense, served as a spiritual totem for Dragon. If it were taken away one day, it could signal the decline of the sect. Its value was impossible to gauge. Numerous top existences had tried before, but for a myriad of reasons, Dragon was able to keep it in the sect. Now, he wasn't sure whether Li Chia was strong enough to take the entire palace away. However, this was terrible news for the sect. If possible, he would try his best to prevent Li Chia from doing so. The palace has an incredible background. Your progenitor was very lucky to obtain it. However, I don't need to take it with me. I'll just be taking a look. Li Chia elaborated. Ancient Pheasant felt much better. Curiosity also took over. Sir, you actually know its origin? What is it? He asked. There were ample explanations and records regarding the palace. Alas, not a single one was considered to be the truth. The palace was mentioned repeatedly as the cause of the fight between Feng Qi and Jiu Bian, resulting in mutual destruction. The ancestors of Dragon only knew that their progenitor had sealed it in the sect. No knowledge was left behind on its actual origin, only that the progenitor had dragged it back from a different dimension. It does not belong to this world. Li Chia kept it vague, then added, This girl, let her enter. Jian Qingzhu heard this and immediately responded, Young noble, I've received the love of the sect and had entered before already. She had obtained a Dao bone during the previous entry and crafted a saber with it. She was very satisfied with this result. You can't compare the present with the past, try again. Li Chia said. I see. She agreed because she felt a great change after receiving his gift. That's fine. We can absolutely arrange this. Ancient Pheasant agreed right away. In his opinion, Jian Qingzhu was already a top talent. Moreover, her recent transformation would make her a future pillar. They needed to put more effort into grooming her, so it was fine to let her enter the palace again. In fact, Li Chia didn't even need to ask. The ancestors would have deliberated this issue and let her come in again. Ah, sir, didn't you bring disciples from Little Diamond with you? Ancient Pheasant laughed and suggested, If you don't mind, they can also enter the palace and give it a shot. He wanted to please Li Chia and make the guy owe them a favor. It would make it awkward for Li Chia to do anything overly drastic later on. Furthermore, the members of Little Diamond were just common cultivators. They might not get anything from the palace, so, in reality, Dragon would lose nothing while Li Chia would owe them one. Thus, Ancient Pheasant made this decision himself without informing the other ancestors. One becomes quite crafty after living long enough. Li Chia commented. You're too kind, young noble. Ancient Pheasant naturally knew that Li Chia could see through his plan. There was no point in denying it. Your disciple must be unique as well. He should also enter. Jian Qingzhu suggested. It doesn't matter that much. Li Chia smiled. Qingzhu found this strange. Li Chia was acting rather nonchalant about his own disciple and didn't give him anything special. On the other hand, he gave a stranger like her an incredible fortune. He's different from you. Li Chia explained, an unsculpted Grand Dao embarking on an endless journey. All he needs to do is maintain his conviction and Dao heart. His future achievement will be far greater than yours. A disciple of yours must certainly be a true dragon. Qingzhu had no problem with this assessment. However, she was still confused because she had seen Wang Weiqiao before. He was only a regular cultivator at best. She didn't understand why he recruited him as a disciple. Other top masters only picked the best possible geniuses, not Li Chia. Others might criticize him for mistreating his own disciple while favoring outsiders more, that he wasn't performing his duty as a master. Furthermore, she wondered about Li Chia's assessment. How successful would Wang Weiqiao be in the future? She believed that she had a chance of surpassing her ancestor, Sacred Luan. No one else would think that Wang Weiqiao could outdo Jian Qingzhu. I hope to see your disciple soon. Ancient Pheasant became interested as well. Li Chia only smiled in response. Sir, do you wish to go to Tiger Pond to see the old geezer now?
Ancient Pheasant ordered Jian Qingzhu to return to the sect and wanted to travel to Tiger Pond with Li Qiye alone. The older geezer was known as Ancient Lion. With his permission, Li Qiye would have no trouble entering the secret area of Tiger Pond. Li Qiye agreed since he had no problem with this arrangement. Meanwhile, the grand ceremony was still commencing back in the city. Clouds appeared in the sky along with fluttering banners. They came together to form a path spanning 1,000 miles above and stretching towards the horizon. Disciples of Dragon stood to the side while holding their sect's banner. Spectators became emotional after seeing this. Dragon was truly going all out with this reception. "The esteemed guest is coming," someone murmured. "That's putting it lightly. I've been here for a century and never saw anything like this before," an expert said. "Must be a prestigious big shot." A high elder commented. "I think less than 10 people deserve this type of treatment in all of Sky Border." Another counted with his fingers. "I know who it is." A cultivator with a good information network found the answer. Chapter 4408. Five Sun King is the guest. He revealed this to the group. Five Sun? From Eastern Desolace? The group became emotional. Seriously. Disciples from Dragon shuddered as well. "We get to see Five Sun King today?" The youths became excited. This went double for the female disciples. One of them nearly jumped up and shouted, "We're going to see Five Sun King. He's one of the most brilliant geniuses right now, a true conqueror of this generation. A true dragon among men. Why is he here? Maybe he wants to pick a queen from Dragon." Another female disciple's eyes turned into hearts. Gossips could be heard everywhere. The members of Dragon were truly ecstatic and considered this a great honor. Why is he visiting Dragon? A last-gen expert from another sect became startled. Is he that strong? Someone from a small sect didn't know anything outside of Southern Desolace. He can be considered the supreme in Eastern Desolace. An ancestor explained. Yes, he is the rising sun there right now. A clan member added. A cultivator from Eastern Desolace became sentimental. He is absolutely unmatched right now. He has united the fragmented land once more. Many ancient clans from there have decided to support him in becoming the next Dao Lord. A member from a clan there added. Eastern Desolace was the oldest continent in Sky Border. It used to be the most prosperous with numerous behemoths and Dao Lords. For example, the Pure Yang clan had dominated for eras. The 3 schools of void imperfection were invincible as well. Then there was Skyvine Citadel and Eternal River School. The golden age of this continent belonged to the Pure Yang clan and its founder, Pure Yang Dao Lord. They protected the world from many ominous events and entities. This clan had the same position in the east as Lion's Roar did in the south. As time passed, it produced fewer and fewer insightful descendants. Later on, the clan suddenly decided to close its doors and stopped interacting with the outside world. They fell into obscurity as a result. The other behemoths eventually followed suit and disappeared from sight. Keep in mind that this continent was once known as the continent of mortal emperors. Alas, the disappearance of these behemoths caused quite a blow to this old land. Though more talents and sects rose up afterward, none could compare to the Pure Yang clan. This meant that the land was divided and lacked a central authoritative figure. The rise of Five Sun King gave them hope again. He came from Five Sun School, a lineage with 2 Dao Lords. Rumor has it that he was blessed with a peerless constitution, possessing the legendary Sky Eagle bloodline at birth on top of a heaven-level true fate. He was certainly the heaven's favorite and he lived up to these gifts. At a very young age, he was already in the golden avatar level and became a potential heir to the throne of the Dao Lord. Moreover, he visited many ancient clans in Eastern Desolace and impressed them with his intelligence. Many ancestors appeared to support him. Because of this alliance, it didn't take long before he became the Lord of Eastern Desolace. Is he here to form an alliance with Dragon? One expert analyzed. That's a possibility. One high elder responded, the East and South are connected and he's here with many ancestors too. Looks like he is representing Eastern Desolace on this trip. Others agreed with him. The current force of the king could certainly represent Eastern Desolace. An alliance would solidify Dragon's status in the south. Another elder whispered.
Others exchanged glances. This alliance could boost Dragon's influence enough to potentially replace Lion's roar. In fact, this has been a relatively popular opinion in recent years. So we got ourselves a fun show. One spectator concluded. I heard some big shots came along too. A member of Eastern Desolace said. The Three Saints? A clan member asked. Not sure about the Three Saints, but I know some from the 8 Paragons are here. The member had good sources. 3 Saints, 8 Paragons, 36 Sovereigns. These were the strongest groups under 5 Sun King. The 3 Saints were 3 ancient ancestors from the various clans. The rest also belonged to the top powers in Eastern Desolace. This was a testament to his popularity. Well, if any of them are here, then something big is definitely happening. Everyone in the city was talking about this event. How many in all of Skyborder can actually compete with 5 Sun King? A young fan said with full admiration. Well, he's one of the 5 young conquerors right now. He does have rivals and might not become the ultimate victor. For example, true immortal conqueror is matchless. A knowledgeable expert responded. Oh dash, a loud horn in the 3 branches sounded. This was the greeting horn. 3 battalions from the 3 branches emerged and lined up in a magnificent manner. Thousands and thousands of demons floated in the air at the end of the pathway to greet their guests. What a grand ceremony. Outsiders were in awe, especially those from smaller sections. It's not just 5 Sun King but many other big shots from Eastern Desolace too. This welcoming ceremony makes sense. One of them said, Look, the ancestors from the 3 branches are up there. Another whispered, realizing how big of a deal this was. Chapter 4409. Esteemed Guests' Arrival, Rumble. Continuous detonations came from the horizon. Flames and lights took over along with billowing clouds. An expedition appeared before the spectators. They looked like they were moving slowly but in actuality, they were traveling at astonishing speed. The vanguard consisted of 8 rows of cavalries. The horses galloped and crushed the sky, leaving behind hoof prints. There was only 1,000 or so cavalries, but it still gave the appearance of being a tsunami of steel, capable of crushing all resistance. Next came the main force. They were accompanied by auspicious clouds and green mists while marching in a classical style. It consisted of 100,000 troops hailing from various sects, evident by the diverse banners blotting out the sun. There were fierce beasts and birds, ancestors with incredible auras, chariots with ultimate offensive potential. One unique group had elephants with pagodas placed on their back. White-haired men could be seen sitting on the balconies. Another had a gigantic red hawk. The gaze of its red eyes resembled crimson rays. The gales emanating from its flapping wings could tear the flesh off bones. 5 red-robed ancestors stood on its back, looking rather intimidating. One group of auspicious clouds had a great demon king meditating in the center. A treasure sword was placed on top of his knees. It had a chilling aura, always ready to pierce the heart. So many representatives from Eastern Desolace. The spectators below were shocked to see the force. This was grander than their expectation. Moreover, these powers brought influential characters and ancestors, not just regular disciples. It became apparent how important this visit was and the reason why Dragon took it so seriously with the ceremonious reception. Rumble. One particular chariot was pulled by 9 pairs of radiant auspicious beasts. Their glow fully radiated the surroundings. One could tell that they were incredibly powerful. The chariot itself had countless engraved runes and jeweled tassels. The laws echoing from it were harmonious just like a Tao melody, enough to make others immerse in it and forget themselves. On top was an old man sitting cross-legged. His outfit was a golden robe with a 5-clawed dragon. His expression was dignified and commanded respect. That's the previous master of 5 Sun School. Someone from Eastern Desolace recognized him and said softly, 5 Sun King's father. Another added, he wasn't an exceptional sect master at all, not one worth remembering. However, there was one thing he did that would be remembered by everyone. Fathering 5 Sun King. He had great pride in his matchless son. Thus, he abdicated his position and let his son take over instead. The boy didn't let him down and the sect prospered under his leadership for the last several decades, looking to become the top dog of the East. What an entourage! There can't be a greater representation of the East than this. Many spectators were in awe. This is Five Sun King's brilliant charisma. Even the ancient clans are willing to send their members southward. A demon said with admiration. Even the reclusive high elders and ancestors from the ancient clans have shown themselves in public for the king's sake. Where is Five Sun King? One spectator asked. He's coming later. A clan member in the know answered. The atmosphere brimmed with excitement due to the rare event. Screech! A colorful radiance appeared and a peacock flew out of it. It had a long tail and spread its wings, leaving behind an afterimage. The bird then turned into a middle-aged man with rays behind him arranged in the shape of a peacock spreading its tail. He had an imposing gaze and a billowing regal aura, looking as if he was the only significant person in the world. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing this wondrous cultivator. Peacock Monarch. Many shouted his title. Sect Master. The members of Dragon kneeled. No ancestors dared to look down on this rising genius. Though many of them were stronger, he was far younger and more talented. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. He personally appeared to greet this envoy. The ancestors from the other side also got out of their carriages and stood straight up. Even the previous sect master of Five Sun did the same. It is an honor to be your host, fellow Taoists. Peacock Monarch cupped his fist, acting quite appropriate to the occasion. They returned the gesture. The previous sect master of Five Sun came over and grabbed the king's hand. My horizon is broadened after seeing you, Monarch. You do live up to your reputation. You're too kind, ex-master. Five Sun King is the peerless genius of our time. Peacock Monarch said. The sect master became spirited after hearing such praise. He arched his chest and said, No way. He is far from being peerless since he's only one of the 5 conquerors. He has the disposition of a Tao Lord already. Peacock added. The sect master was ecstatic to hear such a famous cultivator praising his son and pride. Chapter 44:10. Five Sun King's arrival. The force of the East received a grand reception from Dragon and Peacock Monarch. Spectators have seen something unprecedented before, but unfortunately, they still felt unsatisfied. We haven't seen the conqueror yet. What a shame. One youth complained. Yes, the future Tao Lord, it would be nice to catch a glimpse. Even a last-gen cultivator agreed. After all, Five Sun King was an official heir, qualified to become a Tao Lord in the future. Seeing a Tao Lord during his youth would be the topic of a lifetime. Alas, it seemed like he wasn't part of the current convoy. Don't worry, something good will happen soon. A crowd member said. What are you talking about? Those nearby became confused. The king wants to preach the Tao. The guy revealed, causing the crowd to clamor. Sure enough, a message came from Dragon Platform a while later. Five Sun King will preach the Tao in the front square. All guests are welcomed. A storm immediately took over the city after this. A public Tao lecture? The whole world will benefit from this. One cultivator became excited. Everyone in City of Demons became eager to come and listen. Is this actually worth it? One skeptic said. An expert nearby immediately retorted. Absolutely, this is an heir of a great power, a being capable of becoming a Tao Lord in the future. You will benefit from listening, no doubt about that. Yes, it's not just that. Dragon is very generous this time too. One big shot from the last generation said. First, Five Sun King was qualified to perform a public Tao preach. He had surpassed the young generation and many ancestors in terms of grand Tao comprehension. Most wouldn't want to share their enlightenment with the rest of the world. Thus, this was rather selfless of him. Furthermore, Dragon was letting him use the square in front of Demon Realm Palace. This square was large enough to accommodate countless cultivators. It was completely packed before the start of the lecture. Spectators could see the palace floating in the air. The area was perfect for a Tao lecture, a combination between a priceless treasure and a peerless genius. This Tao lecture was too tempting, so everyone came early in order to grab a good spot, awaiting the event. It included members of Dragons and even outsiders, whether it be those from large or small sections. The latter didn't want to miss this opportunity and tried their best to come. This was a rare chance for them to learn. Clank! On the right date, a ceremony also started with Peacock Monarch leading the way. The esteemed guests from the east followed right behind him. Powerful auras swept through the square and made everyone put on a serious expression. It was incredible for so many big shots to come only to listen to Five Sun King. The crowd no longer dared to speak loudly. Of course, this wasn't an issue of giving face. Five Sun King's lecture could actually benefit them. Many ancestors were far older than him, but he might actually be stronger. Time passed slowly and the sun rose. However, Five Sun King was still nowhere to be found. Initially, everyone waited patiently due to the dignified nature of the event and the big shots present. Alas, some started becoming impatient. Why isn't he here yet? One youth asked. Be patient. A senior pushed his head down and glared at him. The junior knew better than to test the wrath of his senior, so he kept his mouth shut afterward. Peacock Monarch frowned slightly after seeing this. Though Five Sun King was one of the 5 conquerors, Peacock Monarch was also a supreme genius worshipped by many. He asked the previous sect master of Five Sun, "May I ask when virtuous nephew is coming?" "Soon, very soon." The sect master responded despite not actually knowing the answer. Boom! Suddenly, the sky was treated like a golden gong. Something massive struck it, resulting in a blast waking everyone up. Space rippled and a Tao portal manifested into reality. Several dozen armored men appeared and lined up like an impregnable wall of steel. They were tall and completely covered in plates. Only their eyes could be seen. Their weapon of choice was the sword. Though they simply stood there, their aggression and bloodlust were palpable. They resembled heavenly soldiers and demanded others to look up at them. 5 Sun Iron Guardians. One cultivator shouted in astonishment. The king is coming. Others knew what was going on. These men were personal guards of 5 Sun King. They had accompanied him to numerous battlefields. Their presence meant that he was here as well. The area in the center of the formation became engulfed in lightning bolts. This made it hard for people to keep their eyes open. Boom! Eventually, a great figure landed on the square, causing a violent quake. A devastating aura blew away the clouds and shocked the audience. Everyone felt an unbearable pressure pressing down on them. 5 Sun King. All eyes were on this figure. Chapter 44:11. 5 Sun King's divinity. 5 Sun King's lightning eyes made others tremble. He seemed to be the lord of the myriad Tao and all living beings. His aura was ancient and majestic. One could sense a noble bloodline right away. Thus, the birds and beasts in the region had to come and greet him. The celestial eagle bloodline. Many were threatened by his aura and his bloodline, especially the demon cultivators. Their own bloodline trembled helplessly, forcing them down on their knees. Prior to this, the evolution of Jian Qingzhu's bloodline had threatened the demons here. However, the pressure emanating from 5 Sun King was far more powerful due to his cultivation. Celestial eagles were divine beasts as well. Thus, no need to elaborate any further on their divine bloodline. He stood there with a glow consisting of 5 layers, each a different color. From a distance, it felt as if there were 5 firmaments that he was responsible for upholding. 5 Sun King. Many bowed out of either respect or fear. They then looked up and saw just how magnificent he was. Can't ask for more out of a sun. A last-gen expert became sentimental. None can match him. One youth said with the utmost admiration. Top geniuses were always prideful. Alas, those in the audience had no choice but to lower their head in this case. One ancestor gave him a thumbs up and said, "Worthy of a being respected by all of Eastern Desolace. This is the making of a Tao Lord who will make the continent prosperous." Most members of the audience believed that he was rather likely of becoming the next Tao Lord. It would be an honor to witness one's maturity process. He then gazed at the crowd. As his eyes swept back and forth, they felt their soul nearly leaving their body and became immobilized. "I apologize for making everyone wait so long." His words were the opposite of his divinity. Others found it rather pleasing because, after all, hearing a supreme being acting polite was not a bad experience in the slightest. "You're being too polite, virtuous nephew. Everyone is eagerly anticipating your lecture. Waiting a bit is no problem." Peacock Monarch laughed since he wasn't petty. Five Sun King then turned towards Jian Qingzhu and said, "Congratulations on your peerless bloodline, Saintess." The crowd turned towards Jian Qingzhu. Most have found out about her bloodline by now. Some were surprised to see her participating in the lecture instead of being punished by Dragon, Phoenix and Celestial Eagle. A spectator murmured, "Yeah, both have a divine bloodline." Another said softly. Everyone could tell that this was a rare moment. Two cultivators with divine bloodlines standing in the same place. Though they didn't know about the pureness of the bloodline, the two were still heaven's favorites. Imagine an offspring between them. One expert had this bold thought. Though he kept his voice low, those nearby still heard him and exchanged glances. One was the Lord of the East. Another was the Saintess of Dragon. Now when taking their bloodline into account, wouldn't they be a perfect match? Even the big shots from the East and ancestors from Dragon caught wind of this conversation. However, someone from the East muttered, "But there is already a candidate for the queen position, she has to be a concubine." The demons and members of Dragon glared at the speaker. How could their prestigious saintess be someone else's concubine? Dragon would never accept this. Jian Qingzhu looked at him and calmly said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Alas, I've only obtained the very bare surface. It's not worth mentioning." Five Sun King nodded slightly and didn't continue this conversation. He turned towards the crowd and said, "Fellow Taoists, I've made progress with the Tao recently and would like to discuss its mysteries with everyone here today. If I made some mistakes, please correct me." The crowd became attentive again after hearing this. No one wanted to miss a single word from this supreme genius, especially those from small sections. Tao follows the heart, the soul seeks the origin, he began and spewed out the sound of the Tao. Harmonious words echoed across the area and grasped the audience's mind. Even elders and ancestors became immersed in the lecture. It seemed that his reputation was truly deserved. His Tao enlightenment exceeded many ancestors. Golden lotuses and flowers manifested into reality as he continued. Whenever he came across a profound topic, his words echoed for days. The celestials, yin and yang, and the five elements seemed to be rotating around him. However, no one saw these wondrous visual phenomena because they were fully immersed in his Tao lecture. Even Peacock Monarch and the ancestors from Dragon couldn't help but praise him whenever he got to an interesting part. Five Sun King had earned his current achievements through his own talents and power. He didn't only follow the footsteps of those before him. Some had toiled for a lifetime and didn't know as much about the Tao as him. Chapter 44:12. My son has the disposition of a Tao Lord. The Tao lecture was wonderful beyond words, evident by the accompanying visual phenomena and Tao harmony. Peacock Monarch himself praised the king repeatedly, and so did the other ancestors and high elders. The embedded profundities truly benefited the listeners. It seemed that the myriad laws of the world were summoned during the speech as well. People thought that he was certainly worthy of being one of the five conquerors of Sky Border. He won the crowd over and made them realize the reason why he became the leader of Eastern Desolace at a young age. The people of his continent believed that he has a high chance of becoming the next Tao Lord. Not far from there was Demon Realm Palace. It started changing during the Tao lecture as well and issued bright rays. Whenever he got to a profound part, the rays would intensify. This was truly a magical combination. Those from Dragon nodded approvingly, realizing that the king's understanding of the Tao has been approved by the palace. Eventually, he finished, yet everyone was still drowning in the mysteries of the Tao, unable to calm down. Buzz! Halos expanded from the palace and made it look even more mysterious than before. Creak! The thick and heavy gate slowly opened. Inside was a bright expanse. Crossing it meant entering a different dimension. All the spectators naturally wanted to rush there. The members of Dragon took a deep breath. Fellow Taoist Five Sun, you may come in to learn. An ancient voice came from the palace. He got permission. The crowd became stirred right away. Even those from Dragon couldn't enter the palace, but now, it opened its gate for him. I apologize for my hasty departure. Five Sun King nodded and told the crowd. He then flew up and disappeared into the gate. Creak! The gate closed again. That's Five Sun King for you, always an exception to the rule. One expert said. He's a deity. A prideful disciple of Dragon admitted.
Few outsiders in the history of Dragon had the privilege of being invited into Demon Realm Palace. Let's not make a big deal out of this. He's a future Tao Lord anyway, so it makes sense. One Dragon member said. I'm sure he'll learn something amazing in there. Another added. You're right, senior sister Qingzhu obtained a Tao bone. He should get something like a supreme law or Tao. One fan said. Thus, although the lecture was over, people still stuck around in order to see his harvest. On another side, people came to congratulate his father, who was happily smiling. Fellow Taoist, I'm sure virtuous nephew will do great in there. An ancestor from Dragon said. Thank you. My son does have the disposition of a Tao Lord. He will find the last mystery of Demon Realm Palace. The ex-sect master looked quite pleased with himself. None could refute this because his son was indeed talented. His comment wasn't unreasonable since his son was an heir, a true competitor to the future competition. Buzz. The palace exuded halos and phenomena during the king's visit. Screech. People saw the various divine beasts, phoenix, dragons, kuan-pungs. There were grand images of the cosmos as well. The crowd was in awe and had a hard time keeping their eyes open. He is learning something special. One dragon ancestor said. These phenomena exceed the demon gods back then. One expert quietly whispered. He was referring to Nine-Tailed God. Yes. He might be able to learn the last mystery of the palace. An ancestor from the east added. Boom! Eventually, the gate opened and released wondrous rays again. People saw Five Sun King walking out. This time around, he was brimming with chaos energy and countless Tao laws. It seemed that he had learned a grand do from the primordial. I shall be entering isolated cultivation, he said, and took one step forward, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the crowd stood there in a daze, not expecting him to leave so quickly. They had no idea what he obtained from there. Nonetheless, they still remembered the visual phenomena earlier. Did his grand Tao reach the next level? He wants to try and become a Tao Lord now? Someone blurted out and made the ones nearby gasp in astonishment. No. One ancestor saw it clearly and shook his head. But it should be a great harvest. His form looked like the beginning of the grand Tao, a shocking state. He must have seen an ancient grand Tao in there. Congratulations. A dragon ancestor told the ex-sect master of Five Sun. The latter returned the gesture and said, Thank you for your support. Dragon and Five Sun should forge an alliance. No need to be so reserved with our speech. We're on the same side now. Peacock Monarch laughed. Since you've put it that way, Monarch, may I shamelessly suggest an engagement? The ex-sect master asked with a smile. That's fine, please speak. Peacock didn't find this surprising. Your sect saintess is the jewel of the south, a perfect match for my son. I, in my son's stead, ask your sect for permission. The ex-sect master said. Everyone became startled and stared at Jian Qingzhu. Chapter 44:13. Engagement. The ex-sect master of Five Sun has officially asked for an engagement between his son and their saintess. Jian Qingzhu became the center of attention right away. Though her status was inferior to Five Sun King, her future was awfully bright. This is a match made in heaven. An outsider commented. Someone from the east whispered, You're right, but putting the two aside, it's a great development for both Dragon and Five Sun. Many agreed. The alliance wasn't looking bad at all because it would create a bridge between the east and the south. As for Dragon, it has been wanting to replace Lion's Roar. A marriage alliance here would make it seem as if Dragon was the representative of the south. Its new allies would boost its power and influence. None could come up with an argument to oppose this alliance. The combination of two divine bloodlines should be enough to guarantee Five Sun's future in the east. One expert said. Currently, Five Sun King was doing an amazing job. Many ancient clans have decided to support him, so Five Sun was on the way to being the leader of the continent. Alas, regardless of its meteoric rise, its starting point was far inferior compared to the ancient lineages. Thus, an offspring between these two would become an ace card. This nobler bloodline would pave a stronger foundation for the sect. I can't fathom how incredible the child will be.
Some started speculating on the form and power of the combined bloodline. Thus, eyes shifted between Qingzhou and Peacock Monarch, wondering about the decision. For Dragon's sake, it would be foolish to refuse because the marriage was absolutely advantageous. Didn't someone say that there is already a candidate for the queen position? One cultivator asked. Yes, but given 5-Sun King's status, it's fine for him to have more than one wife. An Eastern cultivator said. The Saintess is the jewel of Dragon. How can she be a concubine? One dragon disciple didn't appreciate this. Sure, the marriage alliance carried numerous benefits. However, Qingzhou was Dragon Saintess and had an impeccable background. They naturally didn't want her to be a concubine. That queen position should be hers. Peacock Monarch coughed once and said, I appreciate your enthusiasm, Sect Master. We feel honored as well. He didn't refuse and answered cordially. So it is decided, Sect Master? The ex-Sect Master pushed the issue, wanting to confirm it right now. The pair is undoubtedly a good match, but we do need to deliberate and also ask our Saintess for her opinion. Peacock smiled. The crowd opinion thought that Dragon should just agree. Numerous princesses and saintesses wanted to marry a talented cultivator like 5-Sun King. Now, his father was here asking himself. Nothing could be better. An excellent match indeed. This is fine. An ancient voice sounded. The crowd noticed an emaciated Treant sitting nearby since who knows when? His eyes had a frightening murderous intent, seemingly capable of draining people dry. The ancient ancestor from Dragon Platform. An audience member revealed. Ancient ancestor. The members of Dragon kneeled. Ancient Treant, he's here too? Outsiders found this surprising. So the engagement is decided? Another whispered. One of the 3 ancient demons had spoken about this matter. It seemed rather inevitable at this point. Thank you for your approval, Senior. This is great news for our sect. The ex-sect master became ecstatic since he cared about Qingzhou's bloodline, not just Dragon's power. Who would dare to go against an ancient ancestor? Very well, I also agree, ancient ancestor. Peacock Monarch nodded happily. On one hand, it might be better for Dragon to keep her in the sect due to her bloodline. But for him and Dragon Platform, it was best to send her away. He was young and could rule for 2 or 3 eras. However, if Qingzhou were to stick around, she might challenge his status eventually due to her bloodline and potential. Therefore, marrying her off to 5-Sun School was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I refuse. A confident voice interrupted them. The happy atmosphere suddenly became frozen and intense. The opposer was none other than Jian Qingzhou herself. Normally, this type of engagement wasn't rare. Even saintesses and princesses needed to contribute to the sect when necessary. A marriage alliance was one way to do so. Chapter 44:14. One of the 2 parties decided to oppose the rather favorable marriage alliance. The crowd stared at her in confusion, especially the various ancestors. Even noble girls would need to make sacrifices for the sake of their sect. This particular engagement was full of pros and not a single con. In reality, the sect would make the decision here. Her opinion was meaningless. The future of the sect was far more important than the girl's happiness and consent. Moreover, an ancient ancestor and Peacock Monarch have publicly agreed. Even if Qingzhou were to oppose, she should have protested in private. To do otherwise meant putting the sect in a tough position. Ahem, we'll talk about this later. Peacock Monarch cleared his throat. The ex-sect master smiled and added, Young one, you can decide later. My son will certainly prove his Dao and become a Dao Lord. He'll help you embark on the path of immortality. This wasn't a small promise. 5-Sun King being a Dao Lord could certainly prolong Qingzhou's life and help her on the next path. Pursuing immortality was one of the core goals for cultivation. This included the weak and the strong. It seemed that the ex-sect master was very serious about the engagement and valued Qingzhou greatly. Though she wouldn't be the queen, the promise was still indicative of her status. 5-Sun King is a unique being nowadays, completely peerless. Marrying such a man means living a life with no regrets. Moreover, he might become a Dao Lord too. Being his wife is an honor, let alone the immortality thing. A young female cultivator murmured. Right? I would love to be his concubine. I don't even care about becoming immortal. A female fan added. Thank you for considering me, senior, but I am just a nobody, not a good match for the king. Please take back the request. Qingzhu cupped her fist. She spoke calmly yet firmly. This made it difficult for the ex-sect master and peacock monarch as well. Who the hell does she want to marry then? Humph, let me marry him instead. Does she think she's a fairy or something? A saintess from a different sect complained. A female noble from a clan said, I would agree right away, this saintess is not making sense. Maybe she has someone she likes already. One expert speculated. Who that Li Qie? Members of dragons started gossiping. That sorceress fella? Humph, doesn't matter, he still can't compare to a future Dao Lord. A fool knows the right choice. A female disciple said. My son can become a Dao Lord, virtuous niece. It is a joyous event if you two can get together. The ex-sect master repeated with a firmer voice. It is decided. Ancient Treant spoke as well. Though his voice wasn't loud, he had enough authority to deter anyone from speaking up. All eyes were on Jian Qingzhu. Resistance seemed futile now. Ancient ancestor, thank you for caring, but our clan does not need your help on this issue. An impressive voice came from a distance. The crowd became tense and stared in that direction. They saw none other than Goldbird Monarch, the leader of the Jian. Is Dragon about to split? This became the main question. No, the three branches have always been together. An expert with a good understanding of dragons said. Brother Goldbird, focus on the grand scheme of things. Peacock Monarch's expression darkened. The youths might be naive, but you're a demon monarch. Goldbird, it has been decided. Ancient Treant narrowed his eyes and intimidated everyone. The pressure caused Goldbird to stagger one step back. Demon Monarch, Five-Sun King is a peerless genius. When this engagement goes through, your name will go down in history because you'll be a Dao Lord's father-in-law. How wonderful! An old man tried to persuade Goldbird. Ancestors from the East nodded approvingly after hearing this. Feather Hat Paragon. Someone recognized him, one of the 8 paragons, very influential. Let us know why you're against it. I, Treasure, Myriad Sword, and many others will help solve your issues. The paragon continued. Yes, tell us why you object to this wonderful marriage. Treasure Ancestor said. The ancestors from the East began persuading Goldbird as well. It seemed that the upper echelons of Dragon and the East wanted this alliance to happen. Failure was unacceptable. The crowd believed that Goldbird would cave to the immense pressure. Most wouldn't be able to handle it. Chapter 44:15. Yes or no? The crowd sympathized with the awkward situation these seniors have been put in. The ex-sect master of Five-Sun publicly asked for a marriage alliance. In theory, this should have been easy because Five-Sun King was indeed popular. Moreover, he has just shown his worth by successfully gaining a fortune in the Demon Palace. Peacock Monarch and Ancient Treant have agreed as well. No other disciple would have refused. Thus, none expected Jian Qingzhu to oppose the engagement in such a resolute manner. This put Dragon in such a tough position. Peacock Monarch and Ancient Treant lost face as well. Now, even Goldbird Monarch has joined in. The ancestors from the East have voiced their support. It seemed like the rest of the world was against the father and daughter duo. If they insisted on refusing the marriage, they would be antagonizing everyone on top of severing the new alliance between Dragon and the East. One could say that her stubbornness would make her into a sinner of the sect, being reviled by all. Most thought that their effort was futile given the circumstances. Saying no would only make them appear to be ungrateful for ruining the sect's future. Goldbird and Jian Qingzhu's expressions soured since the tides were against them. These great powers were pressuring and forcing them into submission without using force. This marriage will be a song for the East and South to sing. This is a monumental event for Dragon, one supported by all of its members. Peacock Monarch jumped in, telling them that they would be going against the sect for refusing. Their status and reputation would go down the drain as a result. I oppose as well. Suddenly, a disciple interrupted him. Oh! The crowd clamored as a result. It was obvious that this disciple has chosen the wrong side. Peacock Monarch and the ancestors might hold a grudge. The punishment could range anywhere from imprisonment or even expulsion. He's the first brother of Tiger Pond. Some spectators became startled after seeing the man. No one expected Celestial Tiger to oppose this marriage. Jian Qingzhu was a powerful rival and they had just fought earlier. It ended with his defeat. Thus, he should be the one wanting this marriage the most. She would be sent away to the east. His chance of becoming the next successor would rise as a result. In other words, her presence in Dragon prevented his ambition. Therefore, for both personal reasons and taking the sex future into account, he should absolutely support the marriage. His contrarian decision surprised everyone. Peacock Monarch's expression darkened. It was one thing for Jian Qingzhu to refuse since she was an involved party. Celestial Tiger. Leave. Ancient Treant spoke with enough force to freeze the youth. Few dared to oppose the three ancient ancestors in Dragon. It would be considered disrespectful and expulsion might be the punishment. Ancestor, Sect Master, Junior Sister Jian will be our pillar in the future. He took a deep breath and mustered courage. Moreover, our sect allows for freedom in love. She might be the saintess but she still has the right to decide. First brother is right. Some whispered among themselves. An older disciple mused for a moment before responding. He's right, if senior sister Qingzhu can't decide her own partner, none of us can. It set a terrible precedence. Peacock Monarch was visibly livid. Ancient Treant narrowed his eyes. I disagree. Featherhat Paragon smiled and said, Niece Jian is the Heaven's daughter who has inherited the Phoenix bloodline. Only someone as capable as Five Sun King is worthy of her hand in marriage. Furthermore, because of her prestigious bloodline, she has a great responsibility to pick the right husband. His Majesty is the perfect choice. Well put, Paragon. A saintess and a Tao Lord, a song to be sung for eras to come. An Eastern ancestor said. Another capable cultivator from the East laughed and said, No one else in the world is a better match for the saintess, let alone just Dragon. This comment offended the young generation of Dragon. Though they knew that they weren't on the same level as Five Sun King, they couldn't let others talk down to them in this manner. What did you just say? One of them shouted. I'm merely speaking the truth. The cultivator smiled and said, Not to mention His Majesty, I'm confident sparring with any of you. He spoke as if he alone could sweep through the young generation of Dragon. You! This further infuriated the youths. Not convinced? Then come, I'll show you. The cultivator sneered. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and combative. Some members of Dragon were angry enough to think about drawing their weapons. However, their seniors stopped them. Chapter 44:16. Shenfan. The geniuses of Dragon swallowed their pride before Five Sun King, a potential Tao Lord. This didn't mean that they were afraid of those from the East. After all, they were the second strongest sect of the South. They have always walked the world with arrogance and pride, thinking that they were superior. Some wanted to fight the provoker but their seniors held them back. The seniors of Dragon, especially the ancestors, didn't want to see more trouble. Even if an alliance couldn't be formed, they didn't have to become enemies. Fellow Taoist Shenfan, you're out of line. Celestial Tiger stepped forward. As the first brother of Dragon, he didn't allow outsiders to insult them. I disagree. Shenfan Tianjia was one of the 36 sovereigns under Five Sun King, a genius capable enough to sweep through his peers. How many in Dragon are actually worthy of the saint's hand in marriage? The youths of Dragon became ashamed and angry while the ancestors watched silently. The former found it hard to retort because this was indeed the case. None of them had a bloodline on the same level as Jian Qingzhu. Of course, they didn't appreciate the blatant contempt. Her marriage is her personal matter, not for us to worry about. Celestial Tiger uttered coldly. You have insulted us several times now. Although you are an esteemed guest, you will have to apologize since this is unacceptable. Damn right. The young members applauded. Outsiders nodded in agreement, thinking that Celestial Tiger was doing a great job as the first brother of Dragon.
That's why he is our representative. The youths appreciated him standing up for them. Seems like you wish to fight for your sect member's honor. Fine, let's duel. If you win, I'll take back what I've said earlier. If you lose, don't blame me for not holding back. Shenfan Tianjie proudly said, completely confident in his own power. This was a blatant challenge. Celestial Tiger couldn't refuse. I can't back down before your challenge. He wasn't one to be afraid of trouble either. His tiger eyes became fierce. Let's see what you can do then. Shenfan Tianjie stepped forward and said, I've heard how you have defeated the geniuses of our continent. It's a shame that I was away from home and didn't have the chance to fight you. Well, today is as good a day as any, let's do this. There is no need to cause a rift by fighting a guest. An ancestor from Dragon wanted to stop this fight. However, Treasure Ancestor from the East spoke, It's fine, let the youths fight it out. Peacock Monarch slightly frowned after hearing this but didn't stop Celestial Tiger from fighting. Fellow Taoist, let's see who is stronger between the two of us. Shenfan Tianjie took out his weapon. An ancient banner made from the Tao bone of a primal chaos beast. Obscured runes were embroidered on the cloth, forming a divine spider spitting out webs. It looked animated, seemingly on the verge of leaving the banner. Soaring Spider Banner. The members from the East became surprised. Tianjie used this weapon to beat many geniuses before losing to Five Sun King and joining him. One cultivator commented. This was the weapon that helped Tianjie become famous. The Shenfan clan was renowned for their banner-making ability. Everyone desired to have one made, but it wasn't so easy. Shenfan Tianjie started with his top weapon right away, clearly taking Celestial Tiger very seriously. Clank! Celestial Tiger summoned his tyrannical spear and uttered coldly, I've heard of your battle feats long ago. Today, I will overestimate myself and see how I fare against you. Don't worry, you'll be utterly convinced. The reason why you won against the East was that you didn't see me or His Majesty. Otherwise, you wouldn't have returned triumphantly. Shenfan Tianjie arrogantly declared. We'll see if you live up to your reputation. Celestial Tiger uttered coldly. Since you're the first brother of Dragon, if you lose, I hope your fellow members will shut up from now on and know their place. Only His Majesty is worthy of marrying a divine bloodline. Shenfan Tianjie barked back. The annoying insult carried an undeniable truth. No one else in Dragon had a similar bloodline. Thus, they were mere frogs wanting to eat swan meat if they wanted to court Jian Qingzhu. Go! Celestial Tiger didn't want to keep on talking. It was hard to argue against someone who kept on bringing Five Sun King up. Very well. Shenfan Tianjie gathered his power and released 12 fate palaces. He became engulfed in chaos energy with haste. Buzz! 2 supreme Grand Tao appeared and circled around him. Visual phenomena emerged behind him. A banner blotting out the sun and the celestials. Beneath the banner were roaring beasts, deep abysses, bloody moons. He had fused the laws of his weapon into his own Grand Tao to reach utmost proficiency. A 2 Tao sovereign. The crowd was impressed due to his age. My turn. Celestial Tiger also roared and became engulfed in chaos energy. A gigantic dragon image coiled around him with an impressive aura. His spear became resplendent as well. Chapter 44:17. Ancient Banner. Celestial Tiger and Shenfan Tianjie glared at each other while preparing their weapon. Spectators watched with bated breath during this tense atmosphere. It was a relatively significant battle. Dragon versus the East. First brother got this. The members of Dragon were furious at Shenfan Tianjie. If their first brother were to lose, they wouldn't be able to keep their head up again. Moreover, Dragon would lose a justification to stop the engagement. Shenfan Tianjie is exceptional. A neutral expert from the East tried to be objective and said, he was given the name Tianjie, a testament to the boy's talent. Right, the two should have fought back then. An Eastern clan member said. Celestial Tiger had traveled to the East and defeated numerous geniuses there. However, Shenfan Tianjie was not around. Otherwise, a fight between them would have been inevitable. Fellow Taoist, watch out now. Shenfan Tianjie's eyes pulsed coldly. Boom!
He slammed the pole of his banner into the ground, nearly penetrating the entire thing. The banner started fluttering and expanding upward. The sky immediately turned dark and caught spectators off guard. The banner seemingly turned into the sky vault and encompassed everything. He's strong indeed. The ancestors from both sides couldn't help but praise. It was obvious that he has surpassed the majority of the young generation. His clan has true masters of creating banners. They have been doing this for eras now. The banner in his hand is definitely made with the clan's top secrets. A big shot from the east said. For the Shenfan, creating banners wasn't only a way to create weapons and treasures. This was also a type of merit law for cultivation. If you lose while being trapped under my banner, I'm afraid you'll die because I might not be able to control it from refining you into a puddle of blood. Shenfan Tianjie's voice echoed in the darkness. He disappeared and became part of the night sky. Don't hold back. Celestial Tiger wasn't afraid in the slightest. If I turn into a puddle of blood, I can only blame myself for being weak. However, the opposite applies as well if I kill you. Both sides didn't hide their animosity and brutality. Neither would hold back in this fight. Good. Sky obliteration. Shenfan Tianjie began right away. The audience felt violent trembling. Some turned pale as a result. The entire sky seemed to be falling down. The start of an apocalypse. Dragon Ascension. Celestial Tiger roared and thrust his spear into the sky. Boundless golden radiance rushed out and turned into a dragon's head with a tsunamic aura. This naturally impressed the audience and made them bellow in astonishment. Rah! The dragon head smashed the falling sky. Numerous pieces scattered downward as a result. Tyrannical dragons. He roared and focused more energy onto the tip of the spear. 9 dragons fully materialized and clawed the sky. Sky Shower Banner. Shenfan Tianjie retaliated by releasing 9 banners large enough to coil around the dragons. Boom! The dragons struggled and tried to tear the banner to pieces. Alas, this proved to be futile. Dragon Inferno. Celestial Tiger ordered the dragons to open their bloody jaws, seemingly wanting to devour the world. They spewed out endless lava, assaulting every conceivable direction. This successfully burned the restrictive banners. Devil Wind Banner. Shenfan Tianjie waved his hand and tornadoes descended, destroying both the ground and the fiery torrents. The auras of 2 sovereigns ravaged the entire battlefield. They exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye, not holding back in the slightest. The weaker cultivators had a hard time keeping up. Some became paralyzed from the pressure of this even fight. Nonetheless, this was an eye-opening experience. Most were completely immersed in watching their impressive techniques. Some loudly blurted out praises. Ancestral Coil Banner. Shenfan Tianjie took it more seriously and summoned numerous god fiends. They turned the world into a blanket with Celestial Tiger stuck in the center. It wrapped tightly and immobilized him. There is no escaping this technique. He'll be refined into a puddle of blood in there. An expert from the east was horrified by this technique. Really? Those nearby became startled, especially the ones from Dragon. Watch out, first brother. One of them shouted. Fellow Taoist, you're in trouble now. Shenfan Tianjie was glad to see Celestial Tiger unable to dodge his technique. He had seized the upper hand. 1. Tianjie means heavenly hero/talent. Chapter 44:18. Ace Card Ancestral Coil Banner was a top technique of his clan, capable of trapping everything inside. It was the embodiment of the clan's mysteries and enlightenment. Some believed that it was impossible to dodge or oppose this move unless there was a significant power disparity. His clan relied on it to dominate the region and propel its fame. What an amazing technique! No wonder why others spoke so highly of it. One ancestor said, "A very small number of cultivators in history can escape this trap." A big shot from the east praised. "Is it our loss?" One dragon member murmured. The youths from Dragon naturally didn't want to see this humiliating outcome. Looks over to me, Celestial Tiger can't solve this technique. A high elder observed Celestial Tiger being trapped by the technique. Fellow Taoist, you will be reduced to blood in less than 10 minutes. You were lucky not meeting me during your conquest. Shenfan Tianjie couldn't contain his excitement and gloated. We'll see about that. Activate. Celestial Tiger remained calm in face of adversity. Buzz. Something seemed to be open and caused space to tremble once. His chest became resplendent and numerous spots emerged. Not good. Ancestors and influential characters from the East certainly felt a sense of danger from the incoming waves of power. Boom! Countless rays shot out from his chest and pierced through the containment, turning the blanket into a sieve and destroying it. Omniscient Eye! Those from the East could tell that something was happening. They then saw eyes opening on his chest, the sources of the rays. A Tao Lord secret technique. The power and aura of the Tao Lord type made this rather obvious. I can't believe how strong it is. An Eastern ancestor shouted. Bulwark banner. Xinfan Tianjie waved his banner. An ancient spider appeared and spewed out enough spiderwebs to surround the entire battlefield, creating a cocoon around him. This was enough to stop the incoming rays. Though they did break through several layers, more web came out of the banner and created additional ones. The defense seemed endless and unbreakable. It didn't matter how many layers of web went down because more would be erected right afterward. Break! Celestial Tiger was undeterred. He resorted to using his largest eye and released a beam. The world turned dark as a result. Many cultivators lost their vision and didn't know what was going on. This time around, the multi-layered cocoon couldn't stop the tyrannical beam. It pierced through all of them and struck Xinfan Tianjie's chest. Shit! Some Eastern cultivators bellowed since a Tao Lord secret technique might be able to kill Xinfan Tianjie. On the other hand, the members of Dragon cheered loudly after seeing the reversal. Just when everyone thought that Tianjie was dead, he summoned a treasure and swung it forward to stop the beam. Rumble! A magnificent exchange occurred next. Celestial Tiger's main beam and all the other rays focused on a single point. Alas, Tianjie was able to stop it by using a little banner the size of a palm. It was ancient and embedded with inscrutable runes. It looked rather tattered yet wielded immense power, one capable of shifting the cosmos. Nonetheless, the concentrated beam didn't stop from attempting to break through. His clan's ancestral banner. An Eastern ancestor shouted. Yes, he had summoned his clan's heirloom. It shouldn't be underestimated despite its tiny frame. This was the pinnacle of all banners. Xinfan Tianjie's own power couldn't stop Celestial Tiger's omniscient eye. However, this wondrous treasure had no problem doing so. He had used the ancestral coil banner before, but this was only a technique. Now, he took out the real heirloom, one created by a peerless ancestor of his clan. Even the omniscient eye can't break it. One spectator noticed that the beam was being stopped. Your eye is impressive, but it can't beat me. Xinfan Tianjie heaved a sigh of relief, realizing that he would have died without the ancestral banner. Nonetheless, now that he had used it, victory was his for certain. We'll see about that, go. Celestial Tiger roared crazily and kept on attacking his complacent opponent. Chapter 44:19. One shot, boom. Celestial Tiger summoned a treasure that immediately released immense Tao Lord power. A crystal eye appeared above him, seemingly alive. Its presence felt the same as if a Tao Lord was here in person. A Tao Lord weapon. One ancestor shouted. Its aura swept people off their feet or forced them down on their knees. They trembled and couldn't look straight at the eye. Padash! The eye suddenly opened and froze everyone. They could see a Tao Lord standing there in the void and looking down at everyone. It could see the outlines of everything in existence. Nothing could hide from its all-seeing gaze. Omniscient God Eye. An ancestor from a different sect couldn't believe it. An expert from Dragon whispered, "Looks like Tiger Pond truly values Celestial Tiger as its successor." This was a supreme treasure left behind by Myriad Eye Tao Lord. He created it by using his unique ocular merit law. The ancestors of Tiger Pond were in charge of it, but now, it was in Celestial Tiger's possession. This was decided ever since he lost to Jian Qingzhu. They worried about his safety and wanted to boost his power. After all, he had done a great job learning the omniscient eye. With this treasure, he became a tiger with wings. Boom! The rays and beam coming from his chest suddenly disappeared. Now, the eye shot out a ray only as thick as a thumb. However, it had a crystal form and looked to be tangible. All spectators felt themselves being penetrated despite not being its target. Ah! They bellowed due to a sharp pain in their eyes. Weaker cultivators' eyes started bleeding profusely. Go! Shen Fan Tianjie was astounded to see the crystallized ray. He immediately channeled all of his power into the ancestral banner. Its power reached the limit and poured down divine flames. Gods and ancestors appeared to protect him with the mysteries of the Tao. Alas! This Tao barrier was still not enough to stop the crystallized ray. After all, the ray consisted of the power of a Tao Lord on top of Celestial Tiger's special eye technique. The astonished crowd thought that this move was unstoppable. Only death awaited the target. Boom! It became obvious that the Tao barrier wouldn't be able to stop this attack. Be careful! An ancestor from the east bellowed. Those from Dragon felt the same way. Peacock Monarch shouted, "Hold back!" Unfortunately, it was already too late. Damn! Shen Fan Tianjie felt the threat of death and used his best evasive maneuver, soaring away like the wind. His swift reaction and speed weren't rewarded this time. Pop! The ray pierced through his chest, causing blood to splash everywhere. No! He bellowed in horror and screamed while his body fell to the ground. Bam! The corpse smashed to the ground. Its blood stained the soil red. Sileni took over the scene as people stared at the bloody hole on the corpse's chest. The victor was obvious. Celestial Tiger. He couldn't stop the Tao Lord weapon. One ancestor quietly commented. In terms of power and cultivation, perhaps even talents, the two were rather even. Both were two Tao sovereigns. Shen Fan Taijian had the upper hand when he used his clan's techniques. Even a Tao Lord's secret law couldn't defeat him. This all changed the moment Celestial Tiger took out his Tao Lord weapon and decisively settled the match. The Shenfan's peerless banners and merit laws were still inferior to a Tao Lord weapon. The Crystal Eye and Celestial Tiger's innate gift made the attack similar to one of a Tao Lord. It would be strange if Shen Fan Tianjie could actually survive. It's a matter of ace cards. Dragon is still above a regular clan. One High Elder commented. We shouldn't underestimate Dragon. A big shot from the east told his fellow members. In fact, Celestial Tiger didn't have access to all of Dragon's resources, only Tiger Pawns. If he could become the next sect master, he would turn considerably more powerful. He's dead. This is a bad development. Someone from Dragon whispered. Death occasionally happened during duels. The loser could only blame themselves for lacking skills. However, this circumstance was different. Shen Fan Taijian was considered an esteemed guest. This might negatively impact the relationship between Dragon and the East. Five Sun School and the Alliance have lost face. An elder from Dragon shuddered and became worried. The atmosphere reflected this. The ex-sect master of Five Sun and the other ancestors' expression darkened. Chapter 44:20. Forceful. The stench of blood wafted in the air. The crowd exchanged glances, aware of the potential complications. The East came with good intentions, hoping to form an alliance with Dragon. Now, one of their 36 sovereigns has been killed. He was an influential character, being the successor of the Shenfan, an ancient clan of the East. How could the alliance return and tell the clan about his death? The other clans wouldn't appreciate this either, since it appeared that their continent was being mistreated and looked down upon. Sect Master, your disciple is out of line. The ex-sect master of Five Sons said with a serious tone. We came as guests, but now, blood has been shed. We demand an explanation. Without his son, he was the leader of the alliance. It would be difficult for him to return to the East and tell the other clans. Peacock Monarch slightly frowned. Death during a duel was normally not a big deal. Alas, this could destroy their alliance. Monarch, your disciple was too cruel. Killing an emissary is detrimental to our friendship. Feather Hat Paragon shook his head. The members of Dragon naturally disliked their accusation. Their first brother won fair and square. Moreover, Shenfan Taijian was the one pushing the issue. He could only blame himself for lacking skills. Celestial Tiger spoke up. Virtuous nephew, you're still too hot-headed. What if you were the one who was killed during your trip to the East? Feather Hat retorted. It was a friendly spar, not a fight to the death. It should have stopped much earlier. Does dragon want an enemy instead of a friend? Another ancestor from the east said. Are you sincere in forming an alliance with us? Treasure ancestor, an influential character, asked. Peacock Monarch couldn't answer right away. As the sect master of dragon, he naturally wanted to form an alliance with these powers. It would be a great contribution to the sect. We will give you a reasonable answer. Peacock Monarch ordered his underlings, capture Celestial Tiger. Dragon sect members exchanged glances of confusion. They wouldn't want to capture their first brother. However, the worst-case scenario could be war with the East. Some of them had to obey and surrounded Celestial Tiger. Who dares? Celestial Tiger roared and intimidated them. Putting his impeccable power aside, the group didn't want to capture him because he killed Shenfan Tianjie who insulted them. Celestial Tiger, stay home and ponder your mistakes. No better than to rely on brute force all the time. Ancient Treant spoke. First, no one would dare to challenge this ancient ancestor. Moreover, he was actually protecting Celestial Tiger by placing him under house arrest. Yes, ancestor. Celestial Tiger was furious about the situation and stomped his foot, albeit still obeying. We will make it up to you. Peacock Monarch cupped his fist after Celestial Tiger was taken away. He knew that reparation was necessary in order to quell their anger. Let's come up with a date for the engagement then. We come with full sincerity. The ex-sect master of 5 sons said, not wanting to miss this opportunity. Jian Qingzhu's bloodline was extremely important for their clan. Of course it would be great if 5-son king can become our sect's son-in-law. Peacock Monarch smiled. We'll be waiting for your saintess then. The ex-sect master agreed. Ex-sect master, please reconsider. Qingzhu humbly interjected. An ordinary girl such as myself is unworthy of 5-son king. The ex-sect master's expression became unsightly. He said, virtuous niece, marriage is arranged by the parents. In this case, leave it to your sect. Ha ha ha, you don't need to worry about us. I, her father, don't dare to climb up your branch. Goldbird Monarch laughed. This naturally humiliated the ex-sect master. Featherhat Paragon jumped in. Monarch, His Majesty will become invincible later on. You will soar along with him. Think about your daughter's future. Nothing is better than being married to a Dao Lord. Peacock Monarch said. In reality, the experts and ancestors agreed with this viewpoint. They would love to have a female disciple eligible to marry 5-son king. I appreciate the thought, but if my daughter doesn't want to marry, that's final. Goldbird refused. Gold, reconsider. Ancestors who had a good relationship with him came over and said, in theory, this marriage alliance should be a cause for celebration. Moreover, to refuse meant not giving face to 5-son sect and a potential Dao Lord in the future. This carried significant implications. Brother Gold, think about it again. Goldbird, focus on the sect instead of your own whim. Ancient Treant finally spoke. Take your leave now. He then increased his aura and froze everyone. Even Goldbird staggered backward from the pressure. Ancient Treant believed that only good could come from this marriage, so he has made up his mind. Thus, the atmosphere became extremely tense for the involved parties. Chapter 44-21. I decide Goldbird Monarch couldn't oppose Ancient Treant for he lacked power. Though he was a demon monarch, there was still a considerable gap between him and the ancient demons. Putting pure might aside, Ancient Treant was obviously influential in Dragon. The other ancestors also shared the same sentiment regarding this engagement since the pros far outweighed the cons. The two parties were indeed a good match, especially in terms of their bloodline. There was a chance that their offspring could come back to Dragon as well. It would certainly boost the sect's foundation. The future of the sect was more crucial than the personal desire of a single disciple. Moreover, as a saintess, Jian Qingzhu should be more willing to sacrifice. Therefore, her objection was futile. Very good. The ex-sect master of 5-son became happy and said, our sect will immediately pick an auspicious date for the wedding. What a joyous event, the coming together of two families. Peacock Monarch smiled, satisfied with this ending. Putting his personal agenda aside, this move was indeed beneficial for Dragon. The historical annals would have this deed of his written down. Another accomplishment among many. What is going on here? Is forcing marriage a new trend nowadays? A leisure voice suddenly interrupted the joyful atmosphere. Everyone looked over and saw a trio entering the field. A youth accompanied by two old men standing to his left and right. Young noble, ancient ancestors. Jian Qingzhu finally saw her savior and heaved a sigh of relief. Li Qie. Someone immediately recognized Li Qie but not the two old men. Who are those two? Ancient ancestors. The ancestors of Dragon bowed their head while the juniors got on their knees. Peacock Monarch lowered his head while Ancient Treant stood up. Ancient Pheasant and Ancient Lion. An expert took a deep breath. The three ancient demons. The crowd became emotional as a result. These famous demons were all present today. Ancient Lion had an impressive figure and looked rather intimidating, like a lion ready to lunge. The members of the East became startled after seeing this. "You two are here?" Ancient Treant came over to talk to them. "You're Li Qie?" However, Li Qie ignored him and told the ex-sect master of Five Sun, "Okay, this engagement is nullified, effective immediately." What? The crowd clamored. This was a grand matter between two sects, yet Li Qie chose to interfere? Did he want to antagonize both sects? Such impudence. Who do you think you are to run your mouth like this? The ex-sect master rebuked. "Junior, this is Dragon's official matter. Watch what you say, I'm not done with you yet either." Peacock Monarch became emotional. "Peacock, back off." Ancient Pheasant uttered coldly. "Ancient Ancestor." Peacock Monarch didn't want to yield and turned towards Ancient Treant. The latter came from Dragon platform, so he would naturally support Peacock. "This engagement is of paramount importance, don't play around." He told the two ancient ancestors. "Old Tree, the chicken and I vote against this marriage. Thus, it is over." Ancient Lion spoke powerfully and silenced the crowd. Since two ancient demons have taken a stance against it, the marriage alliance was over. Peacock Monarch turned red as a result. This was his great plan to help Dragon. Alas, it was all over now. His authority was challenged as well. "Forget it." Ancient Treant stomped the ground and didn't say anything else. Dragon had rules for official businesses. He and Peacock Monarch wanted to finish this as quickly as possible. Once the matter was decided publicly, it would be too late for Ancient Pheasant and Ancient Lion to stop. However, the two came just in time to cast their vote. "Dao brother, please reconsider." Feather Hat Paragon tried to persuade the two. "Our alliance from the East came with sincerity." The proposed marriage alliance between Dragon and Five Sun is absolutely perfect. Yes, Five Sun King is the heaven's favorite and will be a Dao Lord in the future. We should be supporting them. Treasure Ancestor chimed in as well. "Enough, she's not your daughter, stop caring so much. She doesn't want to marry, so that's the end of it, stop blabbering and leave." Li Qie waved his hand. "You!" The Eastern members glared at him. "Junior, you don't speak for Dragon." Feather Hat retorted. Peacock Monarch also glared at Li Qie. "An outsider needs not to interfere with Dragon's business. This place doesn't welcome you." He thought about killing Li Qie right now to avenge his son. Alas, Dragon's official business was more important, so he calmed down. "The little girl is under my protection now. If I say no, then it's no. Those with no sense of propriety will be courting death." Li Qie smiled and made an overbearing statement, offending the supporters of the marriage. Chapter 44-22. Choi's eyes turned cold after the contemptuous comment. The members of the East viewed Li Qie as a nobody who spewed nonsense in front of them. "Who is this impudent brat?" an Eastern cultivator asked. "He's Li Qie, the sect master of Little Diamond." Someone from the South whispered. "Little Diamond? Never heard of it." This was a foreign title to the East. "Just a tiny sect." A member of Dragon smiled wryly. "Humph." An Eastern expert was unhappy and said, "Just an insignificant character then. Why is Dragon letting him run his mouth? What a joke." The disciples of Dragon smiled wryly and didn't say anything else.
This is just Li Qia's style, not caring about others' feelings. Someone in the know said. Those who have been paying attention to Li Qia thought that he was just being consistent. Junior, which sect are you from? Tell your seniors to come out. An ancestor from the east shouted. Li Qia smiled and said, a bunch of shameless old men who consider themselves paragons. Such thick skin. The ancestors from the east were livid after hearing this insult. As famous big shots, even the nicest among them couldn't stand for this. Ignorant brat, do you know who we are? The ex-sect master of 5 Sun shouted aggressively. No idea. Li Qia casually responded. I am the previous sect master of 5 Sun. My son is 5 Sun King, a supreme genius. The gentlemen and ladies here are peerless ancestors. He is treasure ancestor. He went on to introduce the various characters. This would be enough to frighten most, especially younger cultivators. However, Li Qia lacked interest and waved again. Never heard of any of you or even your ancestors, no point in telling me. The ex-sect master thought that their fame would be enough to make Li Qia piss in his pants. Alas, there was no reaction from the guy. It felt the same way as punching with full force and only hitting air. A truly infuriating sensation. Scram already, I'm busy. Li Qia ordered and gestured as if he was swatting a fly. Is he insane? He's offending all of the Eastern envoys. An audience member took a deep breath. This alliance consisted of numerous ancestors from prestigious clans. Offending them was rather unwise. Junior, you are courting death by interfering with the marriage alliance. The ex-sect master shouted. Still haven't given up hope? Must I take off your head before you understand? Li Qia retorted. This is ridiculous. The entire alliance could stand this no longer. You deserve death. One ancestor bellowed. They didn't come to Dragon to be humiliated. That's not enough. As punishment for his insult, my son will enslave his clan for generations. The ex-sect master roared. Your son this, your son that, is that all you do? Looks like your son is at least capable enough for you to be your pride. I wonder if I kill you now, will he be capable enough to avenge you? The crowd became frozen and confused right away. They thought that Li Qia didn't know that he was messing with the father of a potential Dao Lord. Only Jian Qingzhu gasped because she could smell the stench of blood already. Ha ha ha, a junior like you is talking about killing me? The ex-sect master laughed heartily. Last chance. Scram or your head will roll on the ground. But I guess I wouldn't mind that either. We'll see if your son can do anything about it. Sect master. Kill him for questioning His Majesty's prestige. Featherhat Paragon uttered coldly. Sever his limbs, crush his meridians, then flay him slowly. The ex-sect master ordered 3 nearby elders. They immediately rushed over and surrounded Li Qia in a triangular formation. 5 Sun King was a powerful sect, so they were mighty cultivators. The 3 ancient demons from Dragon didn't say anything. As for Peacock Monarch, he has been wanting to kill Li Qia but restrained himself due to the circumstances. It wouldn't be bad if 5 Sun School would do it for him. Brat, consider this the greatest honor in your life. I can't believe you'll get the chance to be killed by us 3. One of the elders threatened, thinking that this leader of a tiny sect had no chance against them. Saber. Li Qia didn't bother to stare at them. Clank. Jian Qingzhu's saber flew out of the scabbard and landed in his grasp. You may start. Li Qiat then pointed the saber at one of them and said, otherwise, once you're all ghosts, you'll complain about how I didn't give you a chance. Ha ha ha. The young ones nowadays are so bold. The 3 turned red with anger. Chapter 44-23. Swift/, start. I'll only need 1 swing to behead you 3. Li Qia ignored their rage and nonchalantly said, 1 swing. The 3 elders became livid. Their anger exploded like erupting volcanoes. Did I hear that right? The audience felt that he was being too unreasonable. The elders couldn't compare to the ancestors currently present. However, they were still famous cultivators, far stronger than the young generation. Li Qia's statement could only be construed as ignorant arrogance. His ignorance is nauseating. A member of the East shouted.
Is it possible? No way. One cultivator answered his own question. Right, 5 sun is a great power. Their 3 elders should be capable enough. It's impossible for him to decapitate them with one swing. Ancient Peasant and Ancient Lion exchanged glances. Ancient Treant also observed the development carefully. The 3 elders could endure this contempt no longer. It had nothing to do with their personality or temperament. Anyone would be infuriated after hearing this. We swear to obliterate you today. One of them roared. I'm afraid you lack the ability. Lichia said, then playfully flicked his saber. The elders gritted their teeth and decided to make their move. Boom! One of them raised a fiery cauldron. The flame billowed in the shape of a primal beast licking its tongue, ready to devour Lichia to pieces. Another elder waved his hand and summoned a black gale consisting of countless sharp fragments. Their targets were none other than Lichia's internal organs. The final elder spread his fingers and then summoned a black bowl with murderous intent. Millions of spirits seemed to be wailing in there after being sucked in by the bowl. They have been tormented for countless years, unable to enter the reincarnation cycle. Devouring Pot, Drill Gauntlet, and Soul Crush Bowl. Many from the East recognized these treasures. They're not holding back. These are ferocious treasures. The weak-hearted trembled after seeing the elders in action. They clearly despised Lichia and wanted nothing more than to annihilate him. Thus, even though they were from a prestigious sect, they still attacked mercilessly. Die! They no longer cared about appearances right now. Boom! Fiery flames poured down like serpents, ready to lacerate and burn his flesh. The second elder sent the fragmental gale towards Lichia, wanting to destroy his bones and organs. The third used his bowl in an attempt to seize Lichia's soul and torture it for an eternity. They're not holding back at all. One youth felt his legs trembling. That's more like it — one expert sneered, but he couldn't finish his sentence. As spectators waited to see Lichia's defense, all they saw was a bright flash. Time came to a halt as this light crossed through space and time. They felt themselves being completely sealed. The single slash settled everything, capable of determining life and death. Once they regained their wits, they saw 3 heads flying into the air. Pluff! 3 streams of blood gushed out like the spring before blossoming like flowers. The 3 elders couldn't believe it. Alas, they also saw their headless body and blood gushing out. Once their head rolled on the ground, their body also fell down. They wanted to try and roll back to their body, but this was naturally impossible. A few seconds later, they closed their eyes after their lifespan came to full depletion. From start to finish, they never saw how Lichia decapitated them. They had never seen such a quick draw despite their battle experience. There was no technique and energy, only pure speed. Even lightning seemed as slow as a snail in comparison. Its speed could travel across 10,000 years in the blink of an eye. Once fast enough, a slash could overwhelm the mysteries of the Grand Tao and the greatest treasures. This rendered the crowd speechless. Even the 3 ancient demons gasped with narrowed eyes, aware that they couldn't have been able to stop it. Chapter 44:24. My sun blood once again wafted in the air and lingered at the tip of the nose. Once the crowd could think again, they realized the implications of the situation. What the hell is this saber art? Even an ancestor became startled. In reality, calling it a saber art was an understatement. The ancestors of the East and the demon monarchs of Dragon had only one word to describe it: swift. Impeccable swiftness. One of them commented. How did he do it? This became the next question. Merit laws and the Grand Tao couldn't explain it. In terms of cultivation and power, Lichia couldn't take on any of the 3 elders. Moreover, they all attacked at the same time without holding back. Alas, he easily decapitated them. Whatever he did, it didn't cause any power ripple. He didn't channel his vitality and chaos energy either. The attack didn't seem to be a part of cultivation or any other Tao in existence. Incredible! Ancient Treant sighed and said. The members of the East couldn't believe what they were seeing. On the other hand, a southern expert who has been paying attention to Lichia shrugged and said, That's Lichia for you. No one else can treat dragon like crap and replicate the same feat here. Of course, he kept his volume awfully low. Lichia has been making a name for himself in the south.
For example, numerous witnessed the spectacular fight between him and Celestial Tiger. These men knew just how devilish and inscrutable he was, akin to an abyss always ready to devour people. Your turn. Li Qie smiled and swung the saber in order to clear off the blood. Only one drop slid off in a beautiful fashion. You! The ex-sect master staggered backward. Alas, he realized that this was unbecoming of him and took one step forward, arching his chest forward. He couldn't show weakness due to his status but most importantly, his renowned son. Insane villain, you dare to kill our elders? He shouted, thinking that he must weather all storms. His son would become the next Tao Lord, so as his father, he would need to experience enough tribulations and defeat them all. He must never relent not only for his own sake but for his son's prestige. And Li Qie didn't think that it was a big deal. Others would have thought about it carefully because they would risk becoming enemies with Five Sun School and a potential Tao Lord. My son will exterminate your clans and enslave the survivors, the ex-sect master uttered coldly. I know, your son. We've been over this. I will kill you right now and wait for him to come. However, I'll let you in on a cruel truth. If he dares to seek revenge, I'll decapitate him too. Li Qie smiled. You! The ex-sect master nearly vomited blood from anger. His face turned red as he bellowed. You shameless fool! My son will be a Tao Lord, completely invincible and unbeatable. Once he does, he'll use your bones as stepping stones. Got it. Li Qie gestured. Now that we got that out of the way, it's time for you to go on your way. Having said that, he walked towards the ex-sect master. Fellow Taoist, know when to stop. You are an incredible talent and so is our majesty. Would you be interested in? Feather Hat Paragon interjected, wanting to recruit Li Qie instead. Not interested, keep on blabbering and I'll decapitate you too. Li Qie interrupted. Feather Hat turned red as well. He was a famous ancestor before joining Five Sun King as one of the 8 paragons. He appreciated Five Sun King's talent and potential for the future, hence his support. He had never experienced being treated with contempt before. I will give you the chance to go first. Li Qie raised his saber. All eyes were on the ex-sect master of Five Sun. The atmosphere became heavy once more. They saw Li Qie's swift slash earlier, or at least they knew that it was a slash. Even the ex-sect master didn't see it clearly. None thought that they could stop the same quick draw. The ex-sect master was no exception, hence his hesitation. Alas, he couldn't jump off the tiger right now. Running before the fight would mean destroying his sect's reputation and his son's prestige. As for the spectators, the powerful ones wanted to use him as an experiment. They hoped to see the attack again in order to gain a greater understanding. Can he stop it? One expert asked a friend. Hard to say. The ex-sect master isn't that exceptional but he's still stronger than those elders. His treasures should be better too. The friend shook his head and paused for a moment before continuing. Well, the elders also didn't take their foe seriously enough. He won't repeat this mistake. Those nearby agreed with this assessment. Would a fast or inscrutable stepping technique be enough to dodge the slash? The ex-sect master at least knew what was coming. Let's see how fast your blade is. The ex-sect master bit his teeth and made up his mind. He would rather die than surrender and shame his son. Moreover, he still believed that he could stop Li Qie. Speed alone shouldn't be enough. Well, it doesn't matter how fast it is since it won't save you. I'll flay you alive. He added, seemingly wanting to give himself more confidence. You won't have the chance, I'm afraid. The same for your son if he isn't smart enough to tuck his tail between his legs. Li Qie smiled. Chapter 44-25. Five Sun Lotus. The Eastern Coalition became agitated because the majority of the ancestors in this group worked under Five Sun King. His Majesty shall not be sullied by your dirty tongue. Feather Hat Paragon rebuked. Today shall be your last day in this world, and it shall be a long day. The ex-sect master became livid. His vitality erupted continuously as he was ready to unleash his wrath. His son was everything to him, so what Li Qie had done was unforgivable. Insulting himself was one thing, but to speak ill of his son? He would do anything to make them pay since he cherished his son more than himself. Li Qie ignored the threats and pointed the saber forward with the blade slanting horizontally. Perish! The ex-sect master activated his Dao halos as well. Rumble! 12 fate palaces rushed to the sky along with the halos. They circled around each other in harmony. A total of 7. 7 Dao sovereign. An expert said. Those nearby weren't that frightened. 4 ordinary cultivators. A 7 Dao sovereign was an apex existence. However, the sect master of a great power was only at the 7th level. Not even a golden sovereign? This was awfully disappointing. No wonder why he didn't accomplish much during his rule outside of siring a capable son. Boom! After he fully channeled his Dao power, he formed a Madra and summoned a treasure. Activate! 5 colored particle beams shot out from the ground beneath him. They came together to form a 5-colored lotus, as radiant as can be. As more particles rushed out, the flower gradually blossomed and raised him up. The petals resembled indomitable walls. The entire flower served as the safest fortress. 5 Sun Lotus! An Eastern master shouted. This was a defensive artifact with petals as tough as divine walls, capable of stopping numerous waves of attack. Some believed that it could stop the majority of offensive techniques in existence. Clank! He summoned a crimson spear with flames coursing through it. It had the intensity of the sun and could incinerate anything. 5 Sun Spear! This was another weapon recognized by the Eastern Coalition. Such magnificent pieces of equipment! An ancestor from a great power murmured. The 2 artifacts offered both offense and defense. His possession of them made others feel envious because other ancestors at the 7th level wouldn't have something similar. Junior, come accept death. He became emboldened after brandishing his artifacts. Li Qie chuckled after seeing the awe-inspiring old man and chuckled. Make your move already, no need to be proud when you're only at the 7th level. The ex-sect master nearly vomited blood again. He then bellowed. 5 suns incinerating the heaven. The spear in his hand released numerous spear images with 5 embedded colors. They also were blessed with incredible heat. This raging inferno swept towards Li Qie like an ocean, wanting to drown him. Each single spear was deadly sharp, capable of piercing all defenses. Quite strong. Many ancestors were surprised to see this. The power of this move far exceeded the reach of a 7th Dao sovereign. This was due to his artifacts empowering him. The young ones, on the other hand, were horrified by the attack. They knew that they would have no chance of blocking it. What do you think? The outcome was still up for debate due to the disparity in cultivation. Li Qie is always unpredictable. Some were always confident in Li Qie despite his opponent's powerful artifacts and technique. Not bad. Li Qie casually commented and instantly made his move. A gentle saber hymn could be heard. He did it. Everyone gazed intensely at Li Qie's saber, the 3 ancient demons included. The previous draw was virtually imperceptible. However, this one was disappointing in comparison. The last flash resulted in a triple decapitation. This time, the swing was awfully simple and slow. In fact, slow was an understatement. Alas, one could actually hear a faint phoenix screech. The divine bird seemed to be flying out, just lacking an actual form and aura. This is my saber technique. Jian Qingzhu only took a second to realize something and became shocked. Chapter 44-26. 1/ the second swing was the opposite of the first, slow and observable. It also gave the impression of mastery and steadiness. The trajectory of the saber divided the myriad laws and split heaven and earth. Everyone assumed that he would use extreme speed again. Alas, this swing was moving at a snail's pace. Nonetheless, it still shocked Jian Qingzhu. On the surface, it seemed ordinary, but because she was its creator, she could see the clear transformation. His performance could be traced back to the source, being as simple as can be. Though she could perform it quite elegantly, it looked rather flashy compared to his. He had reached a state of apogee with perfect movement. 1 more inch would be too much and 1 fewer would be too little. It seemed that he had measured the swing to the exact. The minute transformations were imperceptible by the spectators, for they contain the most profound aspects of the Tao. She took a deep breath and tried to focus on catching the details. She thought that he was the saber technique's creator, not her. Usually, creators had the best grasp on any particular technique. Now, it looked like she was a student who hasn't done a good job of comprehending it. This was rather confusing because she hasn't taught him before. Nonetheless, his attainment had far exceeded hers. Whoosh! It cut through the lotus petals like a butcher's blade cutting through fat, meeting zero resistance. Boom! The lotus itself felt threatened and became resplendent. The next layer of petals increased in size and flew towards Li Qia with the force of 1,000 mountains. Unfortunately, the strongest state of the lotus was still not enough to match this profound slash. It continued forward and cut through all the layers as if they were blocks of tofu. Meanwhile, the X-sect master's spear's flames drew closer. The rays intended on obliterating Li Qia. He swung his saber again with the grace of a phoenix. The incoming inferno was immediately devoured by an invisible phoenix. The strongest flames meant nothing before this divine beast. It then cut through several suns, causing them to explode and nearly send the X-sect master flying. However, once he calmed down, he saw Li Qia's saber inches away from his chest. He screamed and summoned a special mirror. His strongest defense. This was still not enough and the blade crushed it. Splash! Blood gushed out from his chest as he screamed and started falling to the ground. People became speechless as they saw the drops of blood dripping down Li Qia's blade. Sure, the X-sect master was far from being an apex existence. Nonetheless, a 7-Dao sovereign was still quite impressive when compared to a junior. That wound was deep and frightening. The X-sect master sealed the opening and stopped the bleeding. Alas, his face was pale as he trembled while standing. It could be from fear or just blood loss. The crowd was shaken to see the decisive exchange. However, the most shocked was still Jian Qingzhu. She didn't realize that her own saber art could be so profound. She understood the next steps after observing Li Qia. Just one swing again. One expert commented after calming down. The 3 ancient ancestors were deep in rumination, wondering if they could have come out unscathed from that slash earlier. That was to let you feel death. The next will take your life. Will your son come and save you? Li Qia smiled. You! The X-sect master trembled, feeling both fear and anger. The latter was much more overwhelming. This wasn't his first time participating in a life-or-death battle. Alas, he thought that there was a death god with a cruel visage smirking in front of him. Li Qia. He could indeed feel death incoming. Now accept it. Li Qia smiled and raised his saber again. Fellow Taoist, show mercy. Featherhat Paragon rushed over with lightning speed, wanting to save the X-sect master. He couldn't just stand and watch since he was working for Five Sun King. How meddlesome. Li Qia casually swung his blade. Splash! It cut the paragon, leaving a bone-deep wound with blood gushing out. He looked down at his chest and saw the horizontal wound, realizing that he was almost cut into 2 pieces. He immediately stopped, not daring to move forward. The crowd finally got what they wanted. Another swift slash. Unfortunately, they couldn't see anything again. Are you ready? Li Qia smiled and asked the X-sect master. Don't be insane. My son will avenge me and kill all your clan members. The X-sect master staggered backward repeatedly while shouting. Not this again. Dang. Li Qia took 1 step forward. Stop. Peacock Monarch could no longer watch this development. Chapter 44-27. Peacock Monarch's power. Peacock Monarch had a pulsing glint in his eyes, looking like 2 divine swords slashing. He activated his sword energy and released an ocean of swords. Those who felt this mighty energy became startled. There was no doubt that he was the strongest combatant so far since his aura made them feel the fear of decapitation. Show mercy. He took 1 step forward and said, The X-sect master is our esteemed guest. Drop the issue here. He must interfere since this X-sect master was an important member of the convoy. It would reflect terribly on him as Dragon Sect Master to let a guest die in his sect. What does that have to do with me? Li Qia nonchalantly said, prompting the crowd to smile wryly. They no longer chastised him for his arrogance since they have grown tired of doing so. Moreover, his 2 slashes have shut down all haters. Li, dragon isn't the place for you to do as you please. The glint in Peacock Monarch's eyes intensified and caused the temperature to drop. Many couldn't help but shudder as a result since he was far stronger than the ex-sect master of 5 Sun. Indeed, dragon is too small. My playgrounds are all 9 heavens and 10 earths. Li Chia chuckled and responded. You! Peacock Monarch's bloodlust only grew with time. The audience exchanged glances and thought that Li Chia's contempt towards dragon hasn't waned in the slightest. Since you're courting death, don't blame us for bullying you via number and abandoning seniority. He was ready to take down Li Chia. He had already sworn to avenge his son eventually. Now, Li Chia was ruining his sex matter too. That's 2 reasons for him to kill Li Chia. Here is your opportunity to avenge your son. Li Chia smiled and didn't mind another enemy. This reminder of his dead son only added salt to the wound. The livid monarch said, "Let's see what you can do then. If your ability is insufficient, I will offer your head to my son as a tribute." "Just start." Li Chia responded. It seemed that the conversation forced the monarch to fight Li Chia no matter what. How will the monarch fight? Experts began discussing the battle. Peacock Monarch was a brilliant genius during his youth. A big shot said, his midlife isn't as brilliant but he is still exceptional among his peers. Everyone understood that Peacock Monarch was the real deal, unlike the ex-sect master of 5 Sun who was famous because of his son. Peacock Monarch stepped forward and released his vitality. It took the form of a tornado and ravaged the area around him. The gales emanating from it seemingly toppled the buildings in the city and made them shake violently. The sky turned dark as a result. So strong. Most couldn't believe the sheer force of his vitality. Weaker cultivators either became paralyzed or were blown flying. He was holding back no longer and showed the crowd his true power. Boom! Fate palaces emerged and circled in the air. Resplendent Tao halos came next along with billowing chaos energy. Myriad Tao sovereign. Audience members shouted. 36, 72, 108, 363. Someone hurriedly counted the individual Tao. He certainly didn't waste his talent. One expert saw a world being created by the rotation of the halos. When compared with the ex-sect master of 5 Sun, there was an entire realm, golden sovereign, separating them. This was the difference between the sun and a firefly. Though Peacock Monarch didn't have 10,000 Tao just yet, he shouldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the ex-sect master. The crowd became emotional and thought that he has truly earned his fame. They never got the chance to witness him in action because ever since he became successful, he stopped fighting as much. That's why he has the ambition to replace Lion's Roar. Someone whispered. Though he wasn't an apex existence, he could still live for several tens of thousand more years without needing to hibernate. This would allow him to surpass many ancestors. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.